Chapter 93, Time is a Pig Slaughtering Knife. Chapter 93, Time is a Pig Slaughtering Knife. The strong contrast between Shi Xiaobai's flowing tears and the pig slaughtering knife, he said, left people at a loss. The strike that had easily pierced through the virus black cocoon and the barrier of darkness, instantly killing WindWithoutTrace, should have had a cool and ostentatious name to it, but why did it have such a simple and vulgar name, pig slaughtering knife? The Arch-Cardinal angrily shouted, "You say this strike is called pig slaughtering knife? Are you kidding me?" Shi Xiaobai wiped the corners of his moist eyes and gradually calmed down. As he looked at the strange floating person dressed in a cassock, he curled his mouth and said, "Since you don't even know what the pig slaughtering knife is, you must be a foolish mortal. You must have never seen how pigs are slaughtered." Not only did Shi Xiaobai's look of contempt enrage the Arch-Cardinal, but it also rendered the audience speechless. Indeed, few of them had seen the slaughtering process of pigs, but who the F***ck did not know what it was like? If the pig slaughtering knife was so awesome, would there still be humble butchers in this world? Just the pig slaughtering knife alone can't penetrate the virus black cocoon and the barrier of darkness. Since you aren't willing to speak the truth, don't blame me for being heartless. The Arch-Cardinal laughed coldly. He had paid a certain price to forcefully intrude into this virtual world, mainly to vent his anger. WindWithoutTrace should have been brainwashed into a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality, increasing his year-end evaluation numbers, but it had been completely ruined by this youth. However, asking the name of the strike was just a curiosity of his. Since the youth was unwilling to speak the truth, then he did not need to speak further. The Arch-Cardinal secretly gathered his powers as he readied his attack. However, what Shi Xiaobai said next stunned him completely. That hole-filled black cocoon and that constantly flickering barrier, how can it withstand this king's pig slaughtering knife? Shi Xiaobai had been left quite speechless all this while. The black cocoon was clearly filled with tiny holes, yet the three-man team failed to crack it. The black barrier was constantly flickering, yet it remained impregnable under Xiao Xiao's 4 arrows. And all he did was stab into the black cocoon's hole. As for the black barrier, he just pierced into it when it faded. So how could such flawed defenses withstand his pig slaughtering knife? Everyone was stunned by Shi Xiaobai's words. The black cocoon's surface looked extremely smooth, so where were the holes? That black barrier lasted only temporarily, but when did it constantly flash? Either this rascal was deliberately joking, or his eyes were problematic. The vision of God. The Arch-Cardinal, Xiao Xiao, and Biscuit said the 4 words in unison. Biscuit hurriedly explained to the audience, "We all know that humans have 6 senses. And very few people in the world are blessed by the heavens. The 6 senses can reach the level reminiscent of a god. We call them the 6 senses of God. As for contestant Dog Leading, he possesses the vision of God that can see through the weaknesses of everything." When Biscuit said this, he suddenly fell silent because he did not know how to go on. Although the vision of God had the ability to see through weaknesses, Shi Xiaobai had mentioned of the cocoon filled with holes or of the barrier that constantly flickered. If that was the case, how many weaknesses did he see? This was already far beyond the scope of the vision of God. Calling it the King of God's sight or vision of the King of Gods would be more appropriate? Xiao Xiao clearly also realized this point and was so shocked that she had covered her mouth. The Arch-Cardinal fell silent for a moment before he sneered, "What a crappy lie." Ignoring the fact that it was almost impossible to accomplish what Shi Xiaobai had mentioned with the vision of God, and even if he could truly see through the black cocoon and the black barrier's weaknesses, the strike that pierced through the weak spot could not be ordinary. Furthermore, the Arch-Cardinal said coldly, "I can sense the power of time in your knife. How did you do it? How are you able to use the laws of time in this virtual world where superpowers are invalid?" The Arch-Cardinal raised the biggest question on his mind. As the virus black cocoon and the black barrier were produced using his powers, he could intuitively sense the aging of the black cocoon and the black barrier at the instant Shi Xiaobai's knife stabbed into them. It was a feeling that the power of time had aged the defenses, turning them weak. The Arch-Cardinal had previously had the lucky encounter of meeting supreme beings who were able to control the laws of time in the real world, so he believed he wasn't wrong. If the virus black cocoon had not been aged by the knife's power of time, how could it have been shattered by the extremely weak 4 arrows? This knife technique that used the laws of time definitely couldn't be a so-called pig slaughtering knife. Shi Xiaobai was somewhat stunned listening to the Arch-Cardinal's words. Power of time? His pig slaughtering knife was actually that awesome? Shi Xiaobai could not help but sigh with mixed emotions. Time is a pig slaughtering knife. Upon hearing this, the Arch-Cardinal immediately became enlightened and said loudly, I see, so this strike's name is called the Knife of Time. The Arch-Cardinal believed he found the answer. Shi Xiaobai gaped, unsure of what to say next. Time is a pig slaughtering knife was an old meme from Earth 1. He had only nonchalantly mentioned it as a form of ridicule, but who knew, forget it. They were people from different worlds, so he couldn't be bothered to explain. Haha, vision of God in the Knife of Time, but only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. What a cute and pitiful worm. If I were to nip you in the bud, or even convert you into a pious devotee, the great bishop will definitely give me his greatest favor. The Arch-Cardinal's voice suddenly sounded somewhat crazy as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Shi Xiaobai's heart leaped as if he felt danger approach him. He immediately retreated at a rapid pace and only stopped when he came beside Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had already raised her crystal bow and had aimed it at the Arch-Cardinal. She turned her head to glance at Shi Xiaobai and whispered, "Be careful. This strange person in a red cassock might be in existence that exceeds the psionic mortal realm. He might be at the psionic soul realm or even the psionic might realm." Shi Xiaobai also raised his knife and nodded. This guy is very strong. Shi Xiaobai sensed an aura much stronger than Thomas from the Arch-Cardinal, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Xiao Xiao's eyes was also filled with fighting spirit. Although she did not know where this cassocked strange person came from and she knew that she was no match at all, defeat and death was just a change in digital numbers in the virtual world. There was nothing to worry about. Haha, are the both of you naive enough to think that there will be no substantive harm in this virtual world? Noticing how there was no fear in their eyes except fighting spirit, the Arch-Cardinal's eyes immediately turned cold as he sneered, "For the Church of Virtuality, the virtual world is reality. Do you understand? In this world, if you get killed by me, your consciousness will be trapped. You will not be able to leave this world for eternity, and in reality, you will become vegetables." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's expression immediately changed. Numerous descriptions of the Church of Virtuality flashed past her mind and instantly, she knew that what the Arch-Cardinal said wasn't false. Don't hope that someone will wake you up because at the very moment I appeared, this world was completely separated from reality. Of course, I definitely had to pay quite a big price to do it, but compared to kids like you, this price is negligible. So despair and tremble. Both your fates are sealed. The Arch-Cardinal frequently hunted, hence, he knew that killing a prey was nothing interesting. He found that having his prey lose themselves in despair was most fascinating. It needed to be said that after he spouted those nonsense, Xiao Xiao truly felt some despair. With her wide breadth of knowledge, she could easily judge if what the Arch-Cardinal said was true. Xiao Xiao quickly pondered over it, but regardless of how much she racked her brain, she could not think of a way to resolve the situation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her, shielding her from whatever was coming. This king hates fools who keep harping on despair. Foolish mortal, have you ever experienced despair? Shi Xiaobai raised his knife and pointed it at the Arch-Cardinal with a disdainful look before he turned to say to Xiao Xiao softly, "Wait for this king to kill a pig before a good battle will be fought with you." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai strode forward, his back appearing extremely cool. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's hand that held her bow trembled slightly. 1. The full meme is time is a pig slaughtering knife. It blackens fungi, darkens grapes, and softens bananas. It refers to how time ages people, with certain analogies to certain body parts of both male and female. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 94, any more? Chapter 94, any more? Xiao Xiao's hand trembled for a moment as she suddenly recalled a distant memory. There was once a man that stood in front of her when she was in peril. Before the man left, he said to her with a smile, "Wait for me to come back, I want to eat the birthday cake together with Xiao." After that, the man she called father never returned. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's back seemed to merge with the man that never returned. Wait for me." Xiao Xiao hurriedly chased up. She had already sworn never to stay in the spot and wait. "Why did you follow me?" Shi Xiaobai cocked his head and glanced at Xiao Xiao curiously. Ignoring the fact that this king is going to have a melee battle with the cassocked strange person, but as an archer, shouldn't you be kiting one from afar? Why did you take the initiative to shorten the distance? "I felt like it, why do you care?" Xiao Xiao said with a bit of resentment before she suddenly felt odd. Why did the words she had said sound like she was being coquettish? Pooey, I must be too incensed. It's been a while since I met such an annoying guy. To be able to flirt, I guess the both of you have not thoroughly understand the cruel reality. The Arch-Cardinal became further incensed when he saw how the two of them appeared void of fear. He coldly said, "It looks like the both of you have yet to understand the true meaning of how this world is completely separated from reality. Pitiful worms, under His Grace Bishop of Virtuality's favor, this virtual world is an independent reality of its own. In other words, this virtual world is no longer virtual. Do you get it? This place has become a real world." Xiao Xiao wanted to refute the term flirt, but she felt her heart go cold the moment she heard the Arch-Cardinal's words. She immediately thought of a possibility and hurriedly stretched out her hands and made a grip in an attempt to summon a crystal arrow. However, her hand remained empty after several attempts. Xiao Xiao immediately exclaimed, "The virtual system has crashed." Upon realizing the possible harsh reality, she hurriedly reached out to pull at Shi Xiaobai, who was still slowly walking towards the Arch-Cardinal. She said quickly, "Be careful. Death in this world means we will die in reality." Die? No. I won't die that easily. The Arch-Cardinal was pleased to see Xiao Xiao finally frown, as he used a cold tone to say, "In this world that has received the favor of His Grace Bishop of the Virtuality, you will experience pain to its fullest extent. You will feel exhaustion and be drained of your stamina. You will experience the same pain and despair as the real world." The Arch-Cardinal's vicious words made Xiao Xiao draw a gasp. She could not help but tighten her grip on her crystal bow. So this was the true face of the Church of Virtuality. Under the lead of a madman who was able to turn a virtual world into reality, they could wreak wanton destruction in the real world without fear because of the ability to create a near-realistic world. This group of madmen had no humanity or reason in them. This was because they no longer could tell what was reality or virtuality. At this moment, an angry voice bellowed. "Why do you keep putting the words death so easily on your lips? Why can you describe pain in such a deadpan manner? How much do you really understand death and pain?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao turned her head in shock. Her eyes met a pair of eyes that were burning with fury and grief. Once again, Shi Xiaobai took a step forward. This time, Xiao Xiao did not make an attempt to stop him because she knew he would not stop. "Since death is a reality in this world, you too will die, right?" Shi Xiaobai asked. As if he heard the most preposterous joke, the Arch-Cardinal let out a piercing laugh. "So what if it's true? Even a big white pig will feel pain when it's killed. Reducing this period of pain to its shortest period is the last benevolence of a butcher." Shi Xiaobai's footsteps sped up, but the flames in his eyes suddenly transformed into a pool of still water. "So, this king will kill you with utmost kindness." The moment he said that, Shi Xiaobai jumped up like a strong gust of wind. With a short knife in hand, he was like a valiant soldier who had no fear. The Archcardinal laughed, a laugh that resulted from extreme anger. With a gentle wave of his hand, 5 skeletons with shields on their left hands and sabers on their right hands suddenly appeared in front of him. The 5 skeletons charged at Shi Xiaobai at an extremely abnormal speed. As they raised their bone sabers, their assault surged with an aggressive momentum. A cold beam flashed in Shi Xiaobai's eyes as he abruptly used crab steps the moment he pulled close to the 5 skeletons. He transformed into a confusing phantom and dashed through the 5 skeletons. The sound of 5 slashes scratching through rocks resounded moments later, and in an instant, the 5 skeletons collapsed as dozens of bones shattered, leaving behind a heap of broken bones. As for Shi Xiaobai, it was unknown when his figure appeared beside the Archcardinal. As he raised his knife, a cold beam sparkled under the sun's reflection. This scene dumbfounded Xiao Xiao as her tiny mouth slowly gaped. Similarly, the Archcardinal's pupils constricted as he felt a strong sense of danger. At the same time, whatever else he could see on his left was the blade that was already inches away from him. If I don't dodge this strike, I will die. With this thought generated, the Archcardinal desperately escaped, fleeing to a distance about 100 meters away. At 100 meters, he turned around to see the youth standing at where he previously was. The way he held the knife made him look like a cold Grim Reaper. He did not even have the courage to defend against that strike. Acknowledging this reason made the Archcardinal fall into an uncontrollable rage. Shi Xiaobai, who had missed, frowned. From this dodge, he once again felt the powerful strength of the Archcardinal. It was clearly a strength that could have easily steamrolled him hundreds of times. But why? He can't attack. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up and shouted at Shi Xiaobai, "Little pervert, that guy can't attack." Although I do not know the reason, he is unable to attack in this world. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai immediately figured out his doubts. The Kasig strange person clearly had the power to crush them and he was filled with anger, but all he did was shoot off his mouth in an attempt to break them down mentally. All of this was because he could not attack. The Archcardinal's expression changed slightly. Clearly, Xiao Xiao's deduction was correct. Heh heh, naive worms. Do you think I have no way of killing you? The Archcardinal sneered before waving his hand gently, causing 10 skeletons to appear in front of him. In this world, he could summon undead soldiers wantonly. Do you feel despair? Ha ha ha. The Archcardinal raised his head and guffawed. He loved to reveal the despairing naked truth after bugs like these thought they had seen hope. Any more? A calm voice caused the Archcardinal to turn his head over. Immediately, his gaze glazed over. He saw the 10 skeletons that he had just summoned reduced to a heap of bones in less than 3 seconds. As for the knife-wielding youth standing in the middle of the heap of bones, his gaze was calm, as though he had done something trivial. Basically a hit-and-run technique commonly used in, but not limited to, MMORPG games, attacking monster then running, then attacking again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 95, Don't Kill Them All. Chapter 95, Don't Kill Them All. The 10 skeletons he had just summoned were reduced to a heap of broken bones in less than 3 seconds. This stiffened the Archcardinal's face for several seconds before he let out a dry laugh. He was like a speaker who had his train of thought interrupted. He was lost for words, embarrassed as to what to say. Any more? Shi Xiaobai repeated the word again. Very well, very well, very well. Embarrassment naturally transformed into anger. After the Archcardinal laughed angrily thrice, he waved his hand, causing a door of darkness to appear in front of him. 20 skeletons walked out from it. The moment they exited the door, they charged at Shi Xiaobai with an intense killing intent. They seemed to lack the stiffness a collection of white bones should have. Shi Xiaobai was naturally unafraid. He shook the knife in his hand and just as he was about to charge forward, he suddenly realized something different. These 20 skeleton soldiers appeared different from the first 10. Not only were they faster, but they were also bigger. Most importantly, these 20 skeleton soldiers had fewer red lines. Shi Xiaobai could clearly see a red line that indistinctly appeared through each skeleton soldier's body. When he first attempted to slash at those red lines, it was like he had cleaved into tofu. A gentle slash at it would reduce the skeleton soldier to broken bones. Shi Xiaobai immediately figured out that these looming red lines were the skeleton soldier's weakness. Just like the virus black cocoon's holes in the barrier of darkness constant flickering, seizing their weaknesses allowed him to easily destroy them with a single strike. Shi Xiaobai could precisely capture the trajectory motion of the red lines and use an extremely fast speed to slash at them. The motions he made that bordered on instinct was natural and smooth, as though he had gone through practice that numbered thousands of times. It easily allowed him to shatter the skeleton soldiers. But for these skeleton soldiers, not only did they have fewer red lines, but the red lines were even finer and shorter. The speed at which the red lines moved was also much faster. This meant that these skeleton soldiers had fewer weaknesses. Or it should be said that they had become stronger. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised, but he quickly flung those thoughts to the back of his head. After a slight pause, he charged straight at the 20 skeleton soldiers. As long as the red lines existed, he could easily destroy them. Shi Xiaobai charged into the 20 skeleton soldiers, causing a red glow to effuse from their eye sockets. As they raised their sabers to slash at him, the sharp sound of air being sliced through rang one after another. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. In Shi Xiaobai's eyes, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were too slow. Their movements were overly simple too. They were completely not on par with Thomas's Wraith Bullet or Xiao Xiao's Crimson Netherworld. Using his intuition for danger and his ability to spontaneously react, Shi Xiaobai easily dodged the dancing sabers in the clump of skeleton soldiers. He did not use any fake moves or sudden changes in speed, nor did he use any fancy moves. In the dance of the saber flashes, he was like a relaxed dancer, so calm and elegant. Kong! 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 The sound of clashes continued as Shi Xiaobai slashed out his knife with each step he took. Every strike was one that no one could see clearly, but after each strike, numerous skeleton soldiers would be reduced to a heap of shattered bones. Moments later, not a single skeleton soldier was seen standing. Phew! Xiao Xiao, who was standing at a distance, could not turn her gaze away, but she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes were sparkling with light. She had seen countless people much stronger than Shi Xiaobai, and had seen a mighty person use a stunning offensive skill to instantly reduce skeleton soldiers to dust. Even she herself could easily destroy these skeleton soldiers. But this was the first time she saw such a delightful battle. Crab steps, which was nicknamed funny steps, appeared like the coolest dance moves that made her heart palpitate. Shi Xiaobai's crab steps caused her to recall of a person she saw on video, Yaris, who was referred to as the Divine Crab. He was a famous world-class hero from America who stood atop the world. People said that after Yaris, there would be no more crab steps. Xiao Xiao had also expressed similar notions in the past, but now, she felt that despite the pervert in front of her being greatly lacking compared to Yari's crab steps, it was as if Shi Xiaobai had grasped the essence within. His crab steps had a similar soul as Yari's. And what was more shocking to Xiao Xiao was Shi Xiaobai's knife technique. Although the pig slaughtering knife termed Knife of Time by the Arch-Cardinal appeared simple and plain, it gave one a feeling of awe. Every slice at the skeleton soldiers was so simple that it did not contain any psionic power or any bursting blade beams. It even appeared as though he did not use much energy, but just this simple knife technique alone allowed him to reduce the skeleton soldiers to pieces. This knife technique was indeed unbelievable, a truly convincing technique. Xiao Xiao had never encountered such a knife technique. Not only had she not seen it before, but she had also never heard of it. As Xiao Xiao was sighing, she noticed the Arch-Cardinal once again sneer in anger. With a wave of his hand, the door of darkness appeared out of thin air once again. This time, 40 skeleton soldiers walked out. And this time, all the skeleton soldiers were wearing armor. Every wave of skeleton soldiers increased in number and their strength increased. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath and realized that she had to join in the battle. Who knew when this wave after wave of skeleton soldiers would come to an end? Xiao Xiao raised her crystal arrow as she slowly pulled her bow open. Beams of white light began to condense where her bowstring was, and quickly, they converged to form a white psionic power arrow. Although the virtual system's crash prevented her from summoning her crystal arrows, Xiao Xiao naturally had mastered the most basic technique as an archer, psionic arrows. This was an alternative archers used in an emergency situation when they were out of arrows. Although psionic arrow was quite draining on the user's psionic power and stamina, Xiao Xiao could not care about that at this moment. She could not let Shi Xiaobai face so many skeleton soldiers alone. After Xiao Xiao did a simple aim, she shot out her arrow. She did not use Crimson Netherworld but used an archery technique that was relatively low on power consumption. Thankfully, the arrow was able to kill a skeleton soldier but barely. Just as she was about to shoot her second arrow, Shi Xiaobai had already taken down more than 10 skeleton soldiers. Xiao Xiao gave a helpless laugh. This pervert seemed really fearless. It appeared as though her actions were superfluous. However, with the 40 killed, another 80 might appear, so how long could this pervert last? Upon thinking of this, Xiao Xiao suddenly had a flash of brilliance as an idea came to mind. Don't kill them all. Leave one behind. Xiao Xiao hurriedly shouted. Shi Xiaobai had just raised his knife to shatter a skeleton soldier. When he heard Xiao Xiao's words, he involuntarily paused and turned around. Amidst the messy pile of bones, there was one skeleton soldier standing there, shivering. The Arch-Cardinal's summoning of skeletons have a growth rate. Every time all the skeletons are destroyed, he would be able to summon another batch. I suspect that the destruction of all his skeletons is the condition for the skeleton summoning to grow. By sparring one, he will not be able to summon again. Xiao Xiao's tone was somewhat agitated and a bit excited. There was even a tiny tinge of hoping to gain credit that she did not even notice. After giving it some thought, Shi Xiaobai found what Xiao Xiao said to be reasonable. Although these skeleton soldiers were temporarily no threat for him, they would eventually exponentially increase to a point where they could just use the tactic of a sea of skeletons to take him down. Xiao Xiao's discovery was no doubt a major boost. Shi Xiaobai gave Xiao Xiao a big thumbs up. He was prepared to have a nice chat with the remaining skeleton soldier about life, talking about his ideals and discuss what hairstyle would make him look smart. And at this moment, a door of darkness appeared once again. 80 red skeleton soldiers walked out of the door with terrifying killing intent. Xiao Xiao's face immediately flushed red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 96, I Want to Know You. Chapter 96, I Want to Know You. Foolish worm, how can the bishop's summoning of the dead have such a laughable limitation? Do you feel despair? The limitless army of the undead will tear you to pieces. The Arch-Cardinal was floating high in the sky as he laughed in a cruel and ruthless manner. The 80 red-colored skeleton soldiers held a bone saber in hand and wore a suit of armor. They charged at Shi Xiaobai the moment they appeared. That lone, trembling ordinary skeleton soldier seemed to find its courage when it found its cadres. When Xiao Xiao saw this scene, she was both nervous and curious. She could not understand the Arch-Cardinal mode of actions. If the undead summoning did not have the limitations as she said, why didn't he just directly summon a gigantic army and overwhelm them? Time was likely something very valuable for the Arch-Cardinal. The Church of Virtuality's acts of terror were typically carried out in the real world. The virtual world was only the place where they lured talent. This was because once a parishioner of the Church of Virtuality did anything big in the virtual world, the various statistics that were connected to the world divine realm would reveal their location in the real world. This could be said to be fatal for a terrorist who was hiding from the authorities. The existence of the Church of Virtuality had once caused the virtual competitive industry to decline, but the various countries could not harden their hearts to ban virtual competition. Firstly, there was a reliance on this piece of technology, and secondly, the danger caused by the Church of Virtuality in the virtual world was nothing compared to calamity fiends or astral beasts. If every parishioner of the Church of Virtuality could freely invade the virtual world like the Archcardinal, or even cause the system to crash and the death of players, then would there be any reason for the virtual competitive industry to exist any further? The Archcardinal definitely had paid a huge price and taken a huge risk for the present situation to occur. But even so, he still had the limitation of being unable to attack in this world. Hence, the most important thing for the Archcardinal was time. To reduce the risk of exposing his location, it only made sense for him to end the battle as soon as possible. Why did he use an attacking strategy that sent wave after wave that gradually increased in strength? Time. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. Different levels of undead summoning requires a different casting time. Xiao Xiao finally understood why the Archcardinal was using an attacking method with a gradual growth. There was no other reason. Shi Xiaobai was too fast with his killing. Furthermore, every time he was done, he would taunt the Archcardinal with the words anymore. The Archcardinal could not tolerate such humiliation and gave up on a long casting time. After Shi Xiaobai was done with a wave, he would immediately use the undead summoning again. As such, even though the undead summoning was being improved every time, its increase was not that much. Xiao Xiao found the reason quite amusing, but immediately became alert. Once the speed at which the army is cleared slows down, the next undead summoning will become stronger. Realizing this gave Xiao Xiao a huge fright. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was battling 80 red skeleton soldiers. If nothing surprising happened, the next wave would be 160, but once he slowed down due to exhaustion, the next wave might even increase to 320. Their situation was currently no different from wading upstream. She could not let the pervert wade alone. She had to move the two oars as well. With this thought in mind, Xiao Xiao immediately raised her crystal bow and shot out a psionic arrow. Pang! Xiao Xiao's eyes could not help but widen as the arrow hit a red skeleton soldier in the peripheral. All it did was cause a few bones to break. Although she had used ordinary archery techniques in order to conserve psionic power, the red skeleton soldier's defenses caught her by surprise. The defense was more than a grade higher than the normal skeleton soldier from before. Xiao Xiao turned her head to look at Shi Xiaobai, who appeared to be swimming in a crowd of red skeleton soldiers. With that, she was completely dumbfounded. Although his dodging took more time because he was heavily surrounded, Shi Xiaobai's speed at killing the skeleton soldiers did not slow down. The red skeleton soldiers were as weak as tofu under his blade. They shattered to the ground upon contact. Apparently, the knife technique was called pig slaughtering knife. That sure was some F*King divine pig slaughtering knife. For the first time, Xiao Xiao found her intelligence lacking. Gritting her teeth, she raised her crystal arrow and shot out another arrow. This time, the arrow was Crimson Netherworld that contained her grievance. Boom! With an explosion, a large swath of skeleton soldiers was reduced to smithereens. The corner of Xiao Xiao's lips suffused a slight smile as she regained a bit of her confidence. However, her tiny face scrunched up once again. In order to produce a psionic arrow that could be the medium for Crimson Netherworld, the arrow had consumed a great deal of her psionic power. At this rate of consumption, her remaining psionic power could only allow her to produce a few more Crimson Netherworld shots. But Crimson Netherworld! Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and resorted to Crimson Netherworld once again. She felt the pinch as she experienced the loss of her psionic power. Boom! Another skeleton soldier was blown to smithereens by the arrow. Under the combined efforts of Shi Xiaobai's pig slaughtering knife and her Crimson Netherworld, the wave of skeleton soldiers was quickly cleared. The Archcardinal appeared dumbfounded as he fell into inaction. A sly smile suffused on Xiao Xiao's lips as she faced the Arch-Cardinal and deliberately taunted, "Any more? Courting death." The Arch-Cardinal immediately gave an angry laugh. With another wave of his hand, the door of darkness appeared before red skeleton soldiers walked out with surging killing intent. Xiao Xiao scanned and immediately smiled. There was indeed only 80 red skeleton soldiers for this wave. Her guess was correct. The longer the casting time, the stronger the undead summoning would become. Since you are such a cardinal, then don't blame me for a little scheming. Xiao Xiao found the Arch-Cardinal truly stupid. As long as he held back with a bit of tolerance, he could produce a gigantic wave of skeletons to drown them to death. The battle would be over, but Xiao Xiao felt somewhat lucky. The path she took was a stable and safe academic route since she was a genius that had been pampered from her childhood. Although she appeared composed on the surface, she had never experienced true danger. She only experienced such a life and death situation when she was still very little. When she first encountered the Arch-Cardinal, she was startled at the beginning. She even felt a tinge of despair after knowing that the virtual system had crashed. But Xiao Xiao focused her eyes on the dancing youth who was appearing everywhere amidst the pile of skeleton soldiers. He was elegant and appeared like a cold Grim Reaper. He wore a funny clown costume, and was using funny crab steps and a knife technique with the name of pig slaughtering knife, but this actually gradually settled down her panicked heart. This was the coolest clown she had ever seen. "We have been saved." As Xiao Xiao told herself in her heart, a smile appeared under her veil as arrow after arrow of crimson netherworld was shot. As long as enough time is delayed, Grandpa will definitely think of a way to save us. We just need to hold on a little longer and we will be able to leave this world that has reality turned on its head. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out of it. "When the time comes, I want to know you." The final skeleton soldier was shattered to bone rubble by Shi Xiaobai's pig slaughtering knife. The 80 skeleton soldiers' wave was once again completely wiped out. Xiao Xiao was just about to carry on taunting when she saw the hovering Arch-Cardinal slowly rise up. He was floating several hundred meters high, but he did not continue summoning the undead. Instead, he calmed down like a statue. Suddenly, a black glow appeared from the Arch-Cardinal's hands. Streams of black gas began to emit from the ground as they surged towards the sky, into his cassock. A dark wail resounded through the sky as if it was the roar of a ferocious ghost. Shi Xiaobai immediately shouted, "Be careful, the little pig is going to use his super move." Xiao Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, Door of Darkness. Chapter 97, Door of Darkness. Exactly as Xiao Xiao guessed, the undead strength that were summoned depended on the casting time. Due to Shi Xiaobai's taunting, the Arch-Cardinal had chosen not to hold back for a bigger and more powerful move. Instead, he would immediately summon the undead once a wave of skeleton soldiers was destroyed. By considering the Arch-Cardinal's actions, be it taking the risk to forcibly intrude into this world or lose his calm and composure from Shi Xiaobai's taunting, it was easy to tell that the Arch-Cardinal had a high opinion of himself but had an easily enraged heart made out of glass. Xiao Xiao keenly sensed this point and planned to use it to buy time. Although her imagination was perfect, reality was cruel. Despite possessing a heart of glass, the Arch-Cardinal did not have a brain made of tofu. He could not have become an Arch-Cardinal in the Church of Virtuality if he was that stupid. He knew how the risk increased the longer he stayed in this world. After he struggled for a moment, he finally decided to choose the most secure method. In fact, this was what he should have done from the very beginning, but he had let his anger get to his head. But it was still not too late. As the black gases constantly rose up from the ground, they surged into the black halo in Arch-Cardinal's palm. The heaven and earth resounded with the wails of ferocious specters as an eerie atmosphere enveloped the jungle, turning it to a shade of gray. The next undead summoning would end everything. Xiao Xiao spaced out slightly as she realized the gravity of the situation. The Arch-Cardinal was using all his strength to channel the undead summoning, and it would definitely be a level that could crush them. We have to interrupt his channeling. Xiao Xiao hurriedly shouted at Shi Xiaobai, who was about 1,000 meters away. However, she seemed to realize something after she shouted. She could only shake her head with a wry smile plastered across her face. The Arch-Cardinal was obviously quite afraid of Shi Xiaobai's pig slaughtering knife. He deliberately flew to a height of 100 meters to channel his super move. Unless Shi Xiaobai could fly, there was nothing they could do to the Arch-Cardinal. The only person who could interrupt the Arch-Cardinal's channeling was her. However, could her arrow break through the Arch-Cardinal's defenses? Xiao Xiao smiled bitterly, but her eyes immediately turned resolute. Regardless of the outcome, she had to give it a try. Xiao Xiao raised her crystal arrow and aimed at that cassocked figure. Psionic power surged to her fingertips from her body, condensing into a hard psionic arrow. As she pulled the bow open, she took a deep breath and released the arrow. Crimson Netherworld! Xiao Xiao did not dare to have any reservations for this arrow. Boom! A black barrier suddenly flashed, blocking the arrow in mid-air. Barrier of darkness. Xiao Xiao sighed. If WindWithoutTrace could be protected by the barrier of darkness, it was only natural for the Arch-Cardinal to also be protected by the barrier of darkness. Just thinking back on how the barrier of darkness could perfectly withstand 4 of her Crimson Netherworld arrows, she immediately felt somewhat discouraged. She could not even cause the barrier of darkness to quiver with crystal arrows, what more psionic arrows that were 1 grade lower in hardness? Against this black barrier, the weak her was powerless. Suddenly a voice shouted from afar. This barrier is 10 times weaker than before. Xiao Xiao hurriedly traced where the sound came from and she saw Shi Xiaobai's figure disappearing into the jungle. Despite that, his voice still echoed out of the jungle into her ears. This sentence was specifically meant for her. Wait, did this pervert said the barrier of darkness was 10 times weaker than before? How did he tell? After a moment of thought, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. If she did not remember wrongly, Vision of God had an ability known as Eyes of Numeric Data. It could reduce all sorts of information into numbers. If Shi Xiaobai possessed the Eyes of Numeric Data, then he could indeed see how much the barrier of darkness had weakened. However, wasn't this little pervert's Vision of God discerning weakness? Xiao Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Although there were many forms and abilities for the 6 senses of God, there had been no records of people having multiple abilities or having such amazing abilities. Theoretically speaking, Eyes of Numeric Data and discerning weakness could not coexist in the same pair of eyes. Xiao Xiao shook her head and flung her doubts temporarily away. She did not have the time to consider these academic issues. It appears that when the Arch-Cardinal is channeling his skill, he is unable to place emphasis on his defense, which results in the barrier of darkness being 10 times weaker. Upon coming up with the most reasonable judgment, Xiao Xiao felt a glimmer of hope rise up in her heart. Since the barrier of darkness had weakened by 10 times, it was still possible for her to shatter it. Xiao Xiao released her psionic power again as she formed a new psionic arrow. Moments later, Xiao Xiao languidly lowered her crystal bow. 10 times. She had shot Crimson Netherworld a total of 10 times. She had used all her strength to shoot 10 Crimson Netherworld consecutively. But in the end, the barrier of darkness did not shatter. It did not even have the slightest tremor. Didn't he say that it was 10 times weaker? Xiao Xiao faintly sighed as she looked up into the sky. The black halo that was gradually condensing was becoming extremely large. It was slowly forming the outline of a gigantic door. Xiao Xiao could not imagine how many undead legions would pour out once the Arch-Cardinal was done channeling his super move. It was probably a number that would throw them into a state of complete despair. Is this the end? Xiao Xiao's lips trembled slightly as she felt a tinge of despair. But at that moment, a shout suddenly resounded from the jungle. A figure suddenly appeared in mid-air. Xiao Xiao focused her eyes as her pupils constricted violently. The figure that had leaped high into the air was none other than Shi Xiaobai. With a knife in hand, he stabbed into the sky with his pig slaughtering knife, as though he wanted to poke through the black fog that filled the sky. However, the highest height Shi Xiaobai reached from jumping was only slightly more than 10 meters. As for the arch-cardinal, he was situated about 100 meters in the sky. His knife had, without any suspense, stabbed into nothingness. After struggling in mid-air for half a second, Shi Xiaobai fell to the ground in a funny posture. What was this fool doing? Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Just as she was in a daze, she saw Shi Xiaobai rapidly getting up from the ground. This time, she saw the entire process. She saw Shi Xiaobai look around his surroundings to find a relatively tall tree. Next, he climbed up the tree like a monkey. After reaching the top, he would stagger to stand up before leaping high into the sky. However, the tallest trees in the jungle were still less than 20 meters tall. His jump was destined to never touch the arch-cardinal, who was 100 meters high. Without any suspense, Shi Xiaobai failed, but he immediately got up and continued repeating these attempts that were impossible to succeed. Does this fool think he can jump 90 meters? Xiao Xiao fell into stunned silence, but for some reason, she felt somewhat upset. She was very tempted to yell at Shi Xiaobai, "Give up. You are doing something foolish." However, it was as though there was a fish bone stuck in her throat, preventing her from saying anything. If this was in the past, she would definitely scoff at such ridiculous behavior. She might even secretly mock in her heart. However, at this moment, her eyes turned slightly red. She was somewhat touched, but it was mostly guilt. As she was about to give up, he was still persisting with his laughable efforts. He was still hopeful when facing the huge distance of 90 meters. As for her, she had felt despair when she looked at the few centimeters where her fingers moved when releasing an arrow. He did not say don't give up to her. He did not request for her to persist on in this life and death juncture. He was just silently giving his all without wavering in his resolve. He was doing everything within his power. As for her, what did she do? What a fool! Xiao Xiao exhaled. Her heart felt like something was slipping away, but it also felt like something was filling it up. She raised her crystal bow as streams of white psionic power surged out from her fingertips, gradually forming a psionic arrow. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and did not stop releasing her psionic power. The white energy constantly flowed into the psionic arrow, condensing it into a harder and more solid arrow. Sensing how specks after specks of psionic power was draining from her body, which did not have much psionic power left to begin with, the corner of Xiao Xiao's mouth gradually formed an arc. Slowly, her body began to turn limp while her vision began to turn blurry. Her legs were constantly trembling as her hand could barely hold the psionic arrow that was getting more and more dazzling. However, Xiao Xiao did not stop. It was as though she wanted to squeeze out every drop of energy from her body to release the psionic power. At the instant she was about to drain off all her power, Xiao Xiao finally released. By releasing her fingers and let it go, she could regain the ability to grasp onto hope. This arrow was called Never Giving Up. Xiao Xiao did not see the scene of the arrow shooting up into the sky. At the moment she released her hand, she had fallen backwards and plopped to the ground. However, she knew that the arrow would succeed, because at the moment she shot out Crimson Netherworld, it had reached the exemplary mastery realm, and also because she had used all her strength for this arrow. Indeed, a deafening explosion resounded from the sky as an angry voice boomed. Xiao Xiao imagined the arch-cardinal's flustered appearance and smiled in her heart. She struggled to get up, but just lifting her upper body had expended all the strength she had left. But being able to hold up her upper body was sufficient. This was because Shi Xiaobai happened to be falling from mid-air. When he got up from the ground, he could see her when he turned around. They were separated by 1,000 meters and their eyes interlocked over the great distance. She nodded at him. He waved at her. At this moment, a gigantic black door fell from the sky. The door firmly embedded itself into the ground, as though a black wall had been built across half the jungle, separating Xiao Xiao and Shi Xiaobai on two ends. In Xiao Xiao's vision in front of her, all that was left was darkness. In the darkness, dozens of gigantic bone dragons flew out as row after row of black skeleton soldiers marched out. They appeared from both sides of the door. One headed to the left, while the other headed to the right. This door of darkness split the jungle into two worlds, but they were the same hell. Xiao Xiao's face immediately turned white because numerous bone dragons were already flying towards her with a roar, but she no longer had any strength to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 98, Go on first. Chapter 98, Go on first. A door of darkness fell from the sky, and from it undead legions emerged, each and every one having intense killing intent. The sky was filled with flying bone dragons, while the land was trampled by skeleton soldiers. It looked no different from Doomsday. Xiao Xiao, who had slumped to the ground, was drained of all her psionic power. She found it difficult to even keep her upper body up, so how could she muster the strength to escape? The bone dragon that was closest to her suddenly began to flap its bony wings, which in turn stirred up a furious storm. Its sharp talons shimmered with a cold sheen as it charged at Xiao Xiao with a deafening roar. Am I going to die? With her death approaching, Xiao Xiao's heart was complicated but calm. It was complicated because she had to draw the curtains on her life that had yet to become interesting. It was calm because she had done her best. At least she had never really given up. As her vision gradually turned hazy, she suddenly saw a familiar figure jump out of the skeleton soldier clump. The figure was rushing madly at her at a speed as fast as lightning. In a blink of an eye, the figure had caught up to the racing bone dragon. Little pervert! Xiao Xiao gaped her little mouth. He passed through the door of darkness and leapfrogged rows after rows of skeleton soldiers. He had come to save her and had already chased up to the bone dragon. At this moment, the bone dragon had also realized a minute figure running on the ground. With an angry roar, it suddenly turned and plummeted downwards, rolling a storm alongside it to attack Shi Xiaobai. Be careful! Xiao Xiao hurriedly shouted. Shi Xiaobai did not seem to hear it as he only cared about his desperate run forwards. Just as he was about to reach Xiao Xiao, he suddenly turned around and kicking off with his right foot, he jumped up high towards the bone dragon's sharp talons. The gigantic bone dragon's shadow completely shrouded Shi Xiaobai, as though he had been swallowed by darkness. The bone talon swiped down at him in a ruthless manner. Shi Xiaobai raised his short knife as he faced the bone talon. Kong! A loud noise erupted from the collision, as though a rock had hit a hard wall. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's figure was grabbed by the white chilling talons and instantly disappeared. No! Xiao Xiao screamed. Roar! The bone dragon suddenly looked up and roared. Its roar was filled with anger and fear. Pang! 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 The sounds of explosions and ruptures emitted from the bone dragon's body as thick bones broke one after another and fell to the ground, resembling a grayish-white rain that poured down from the sky. In seconds, the gigantic bone dragon was reduced to a pile of bones on the ground. In the middle of the heap of bones, Shi Xiaobai stood up and patted his body, clearing the bone fragments off his body. His eyes were calm and indifferent. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Could this pig slaughtering knife not be so ridiculous? However, it is pretty cool. Having survived the calamity, Xiao Xiao revealed a faint smile. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai had turned around and headed towards her. He leaned over and reached out both his hands. Xiao Xiao's smile stiffened but soon softened. More than 10 bone dragons flew over in a rage while hundreds of skeleton soldiers marched forward like a torrential flood. Xiao Xiao knew that not a moment could be delayed, hence, when Shi Xiaobai ran towards her and appeared as though he wanted to carry her, she did not show any resistance. However, she felt somewhat embarrassed about the princess carry she was about to receive. But. Why are you carrying me this way? She was thrown over Shi Xiaobai's shoulder in a fireman's lift. Xiao Xiao's face blushed so red that she wanted to dig a hole and jump into it. However, she quickly realized Shi Xiaobai had done so to free his hand for his knife. A fireman's lift just needed one hand. Fine, she understood the logic, but this position is too. Xiao Xiao tried her best to straighten her upper body, but she had no strength at all. She could only let her chest rest on Shi Xiaobai's back. However, as Shi Xiaobai began running, her upper body constantly bounced. Her soft lumps on her chest struck his back again and again. This was so embarrassing, that. However, the ceaseless pursuit by the bone dragons and skeleton soldiers would overwhelm them at any time. It was not the time for her to complain about such matters. As the color on Xiao Xiao's face oscillated between red and white, she cursed the ungentlemanly pervert in a manner too deep for tears in her heart. However, just the thought of the critical situation they were in, and how he had rushed from the other end of the door of darkness like a knight to save her, made her heart feel warm. Hey, little pervert, what's your name? Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered that she did not know his name. Although asking another person of their identity in the virtual world was a big taboo, they were after all sharing weal and woe. If they really failed to escape this disaster, they might end up being buried in the same piece of land. If she did not even know his name, wouldn't it be too lonely? Xiao Xiao did not hear the answer she wanted to hear because a door of darkness came crashing down in front of them without any warning. It shook the entire jungle. The door of darkness in front of them produced thousands of undead legions that began to charge at them, while there were bone dragons and skeleton soldiers chasing them from behind. Both the front and back was a dead end. At this moment, the only choice was left or right. But. Boom! A door of darkness suddenly crashed to their right. Boom! Almost at the same moment, another door of darkness fell from the sky, landing on the road to their left. Gigantic bone dragons, armor-wearing skeleton soldiers, bow-wielding skeleton archers. A dense horde of undead legion emerged from every direction as they encircled them. There was not the slightest gap. The skeleton's army stopped marching forward about 10 meters away from them. They raised their bone sabers and were filled with intense killing intent. The skeleton archers also stopped more than 10 meters away. Their arrows were all aimed at the two people who had no way out. The constantly hissing and growling bone dragons were circling the skies, as though they were dark clouds that blocked out the sun. A cassock appeared in the encirclement as he let out a taunting laugh. The game ends here. The game ends here? Xiao Xiao struggled to get off Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. She barely stood up as she leaned on Shi Xiaobai's shoulder. She looked at the archcardinal not far away and asked with an ugly expression, "Doesn't your undead summoning require a casting time?" The three doors of darkness that had completely blocked their paths had nearly appeared at the same moment. It was incompletely at odds with her speculation of the casting time mechanism. Casting time? The archcardinal did not seem in a hurry to order the undead legion to tear the two of them to pieces. Instead, he said with interest, "I, who have received the favor of His Grace Bishop of Virtuality, can summon the doors of darkness at any time." "Of course there is no summoning time." "You are lying," Xiao Xiao coldly said. If there was not casting time, then why did he not summon the door of darkness right from the beginning to corner them into despair? However, just as she said that, the archcardinal gently waved his hand as a door of darkness immediately opened in the distance. Bone dragons and skeleton soldiers poured out like a flood. A look of disbelief flashed past Xiao Xiao's eyes as she said with a trembling voice, "Why? Was everything she guessed wrong? But why? Why did he constantly give them the chance to delay time despite having the ability to completely overwhelm them?" Looking at pitiful worms constantly struggle, constantly going from having hope to despair, and then gaining hope from despair, until they fell into absolute despair. Such a delightful matter must not be missed, am I right? The Arch-Cardinal sneered and said, "Unfortunately, time is limited for me, so the game can only go this far. So, it's time for you to die obediently." The moment he said that, the Arch-Cardinal flew up to a distance of 100 meters. He gently raised his hands as all the skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, and bone dragons readied themselves. They were just waiting for the Arch-Cardinal's hand to go down to indicate for them to charge forward and engulf the duo. Xiao Xiao could not help but tighten her grip on Shi Xiaobai's arm as a hint of despair flashed past her eyes. Being surrounded by layers of skeleton armies and bone dragons that completely blocked out the skies, there was not even a trace of hope for them. Everything was ending just like that? What indignation! Shi Xiaobai. Suddenly, a calm voice resounded in her ear. Xiao Xiao was slightly surprised as she turned her head to see a pair of black eyes that seemed to sparkle at a magnitude brighter than the stars. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's gaze was extremely calm. None of the undead legion that surrounded them or the impending death seemed to shake his will. "This king's name, Shi Xiaobai," he said. Xiao Xiao finally reacted. This was an answer to a question from not long ago. This belated answer did not seem too late. "Xiao Xiao. My name." Xiao Xiao's panicking heart suddenly calmed down as she reached out her hand and said softly, "Nice to meet you, but to be able to get to know you at the final moment is indeed something fortunate." Although she felt extremely indignant, she also felt a tiny consolation. Maybe there was no need to be so sad. Shi Xiaobai did not stretch out his hand to grab the soft hand but instead said with a calm voice, "Then, you go on first." "Go on first?" Xiao Xiao was stunned for she could not figure out the meaning behind the sentence immediately. However, a short knife stabbed into her chest suddenly. It was direct, quick and merciless as it stabbed through her heart. She did not have the time to ask why. She did not have the time to take a glance at that pair of dark eyes to find out what emotions they contained. Xiao Xiao's vision turned black as she lost all consciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 99, Stabbed into My Heart. Chapter 99, Stabbed into My Heart. China's capital. Battle Arena Corporation Headquarters. Chairman, the management systems and safety mechanisms that control the virtual world which the Missus is in are all crippled. The competition temporarily cannot be suspended. However, the technical team is doing their best to troubleshoot the invading virus. We believe they will soon expel the Arch-Cardinal. Please wait a little longer. In a long hallway, a white-shirted elder strode quickly and proceeded forcefully despite his white hair. A man in a suit and sunglasses was following closely behind as his tone sounded anxious. "Wait? Shower is currently in danger, and you want me to wait?" Xiao Lingtian frowned as his voice was filled with an angry tone. His eyes were filled with worry. The suited man attempted to persuade him, "We informed America's intelligence agency the moment the Arch-Cardinal appeared. We believe they will soon nab the Arch-Cardinal. Mrs. would definitely be fine." Xiao Lingtian sneered upon hearing this. All the power of the Arch-Cardinal comes from the Bishop of Virtuality. Even if all four of the Arch-Cardinals are killed, the Bishop of Virtuality can immediately create another four with a simple thought. The American intelligence agency would not put in any effort for two Chinese nationals that provides no benefit. I can't place my hope on them. I know you are worried about the Mrs. safety, but please do not hastily use the battle holy arrow. The suited man hurriedly said, although the technical team has managed to reverse locate the Arch-Cardinal to be in San Francisco, USA, you will definitely alert America's Department of Defense if you were to shoot the arrow at San Francisco. You might even affect Sino-American diplomatic relationships. And even the battle holy arrow will find it hard to tear through America's defenses. Furthermore, there is the bunch of monsters known as the Revengers there. Your arrow might not only fail to stop the arch-cardinal, but it might also result in a catastrophe. As the suited man spoke, the duo arrived at the end of the hallway where a silver metallic door stood. Xiao Lingtian went to the authentication panel by the side and began a complicated authentication process by scanning his face and doing a thumbprint identification, as well as providing his saliva for analysis. Xiao Lingtian turned around and glanced at the suited man. He said with a resolute tone, "This arrow is meant to stir the American Department of Defense. If they can't be bothered with the lives of 2 Chinese nationals, then my battle holy arrow will definitely make them look up. Furthermore, I have to save Xiao regardless of the consequences, even if there is no guarantee she will be saved. If 1 arrow won't do, then I'll use 2. If 2 isn't enough, I will use all the battle holy arrows." Upon hearing this, the color on the suited man's face changed. His voice slowly turned distant. "Are you insisting on persisting in this willful act?" Xiao Lingtian did not respond. After he finished the authentication procedures, the silver metallic door gradually opened. There was only a glass platform in the spacious room, and on it, there was a purplish gold bow and 7 pure white arrows. The bow's name was Azure Descendants, a sacred artifact that had been passed down through the Xiao family for hundreds of years. And the 7 arrows were called Battle Holy Arrows. It was developed by the Battle Arena Corporation's research department over a period of 7 years, spending tens of billions of Chinese currency before they barely managed to produce these 7 holy arrows that possessed the ability to destroy an entire city. These 7 arrows were what the Battle Arena Corporation used to ensure its safety in the Chinese business industry. In this era of rampant calamities, if they lacked the strength that matched their wealth, they would be ruthlessly denied the qualification to participate in the shady business world. At this moment, Xiao Lingtian was willing to lose everything to save Xiao Xiao. "You are ruining the Battle Arena Corporation by doing this." The suited man saw Xiao Lingtian grasp the Azure Descendants bow and sling the 7 holy arrows on his back before leaving. Gritting his teeth, he threw himself in front of Xiao Lingtian and took a deep breath. He said agitatedly, "Mrs. is your granddaughter, but what are the employees of Battle Arena Corporation to you? They too have children. They have the duty to support their families. Can you really harden your heart to disappoint them and make them lose everything? Are you going to destroy the Battle Arena Corporation's foundation built up over 10 years because of a meaningless stubbornness? This was established by you single-handedly. Isn't it also your child?" Xiao Lingtian faltered in his footsteps as a slight struggle flashed in his eyes. He then sighed and said, 10 years ago, for the Battle Arena Corporation and for the Xiao family estate, for so-called righteousness, I lost my son and daughter-in-law, while Xiao lost her parents. And at this moment, with the same choices placed in front of me, I have to choose to be selfish this once, even if it is wrong. I will arrange for the corporation's employees to take up jobs in other companies. I still have that bit of power. If the United States Department of Defense denounces China, I will personally head to the United States and take up all responsibility. Although I am just a lowly businessman, I still know some important figures. I believe this old man's head isn't worthless." Xiao Lingtian was adamant. The suited man's eyes flashed a ferocious color, but he lowered his head to prevent Xiao Lingtian from seeing it. He hurriedly followed Xiao Lingtian's footsteps along the hallway. The hallway's exit began to appear in front of them. Once out of the hallway, Xiao Lingtian could immediately pull Azure Descendants open and shoot out the Battle Holy Arrow. This arrow would fly across rivers and mountains, crossing dozens of countries before arriving in San Francisco, United States. After this arrow, the Battle Arena Corporation's reputation would be left with nothing. All his ambition would just be reduced to disappearing bubbles. Is this the end? The suited man sighed. A dagger in his sleeve inched out quietly. Let's end it here. A lazy voice was heard coming from the exit. A silver-haired youth dressed in a blood-red robe suddenly came out into the light. As the youth walked, dozens of red skull-shaped flames floated around him as they issued strange screams from time to time. Young Master Red Lotus. A look of shock flashed in Xiao Lingtian's eyes as he suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the suited man and said in disbelief, "You secretly informed the Ministry of State Security?" The suited man bowed his head and said, "This was my only way to stop you." A trace of disappointment flashed in Xiao Lingtian's eyes. After he sighed, he turned to look at the silver-haired youth and asked, "Since the Ministry of State Security has deployed you from the Dragon Team, have they hardened their hearts to stop me?" The silver-haired youth yawned and said weakly, "That's true. Although I don't think letting you shoot a few arrows would be a big deal, the few old men in the Ministry of State Security treat this international peace as importantly as their lives. So don't struggle and obediently put the Azure descendants back and relax yourself with a full-body massage. Of course, if you insist on not coming to your senses, I don't mind playing with you." Xiao Lingtian's facial expression changed as he said solemnly, "Young Master Red Lotus, although you are a genius not seen in 100 years, and the Dragon Team broke tradition by recruiting an elite like you, you are still too young. Although I have been in the business world for decades, I have never fallen back on my cultivation. If this becomes a life and death struggle, I'm afraid you are no match for me. For shower, I can't care too much. I am even prepared to kill you who they call the future of the country, so noisy." The silver-haired youth's cold shout interrupted Xiao Lingtian's words as his lazy expression slowly turned cold. He sneered, "It appears you aren't going to listen to advice. Fine, I don't like wasting time either." As the silver-haired youth said that, he suddenly took a step forward. Dozens of flaming skulls instantly gathered around his body, turning into a gigantic blackish-red skull. The gigantic skull ferociously opened its mouth and let out a deafening scream. For shower, so what if I become a desperate ignorant man? Xiao Lingtian sighed helplessly as he raised Azure descendants. Numerous green beams of light immediately appeared in the air as they gathered in his palm, condensing to form a green arrow. The suited man was standing not far behind Xiao Lingtian. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as the dagger in his hand quietly protruded. At this moment, the sounds of anxious footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. Mrs. has woken up." In the most luxurious private room in the Battle Arena Corporation, Xiao Xiao sat up from her virtual immersion cabin. Her hand held her chest as she took a deep breath while her heart continued palpitating. Moments later, she calmed down. Her mind recalled all that had happened in the virtual world as well as that sudden stab. She knitted her eyebrows and took a long while before they gently eased up. A lovely smile suddenly bloomed on her beautiful face. "I see." Xiao Xiao hugged her knees and placed her head on them. She dreamily said, "Shi Xiaobai, that knife of yours has stabbed into my heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 100, This is such a bonus. Chapter 100, This is such a bonus. United States Intelligence Agency. An old liquid display screen was displaying Shi Xiaobai's devil-like footwork amidst the skeleton's army and him shattering a skeleton soldier in one strike with his knife. Roy, who was sitting by the computer, was constantly pushing his spectacle rims up, and when the final skeleton soldier was reduced to pieces, he let out a long exhale and said with a praise, "Wow, this is amazing." Standing behind Roy was Gino, who also showed his adulation. The crab steps he uses is reminiscent of Yari's style. And that knife technique is clean and precise. Every strike hits a vital spot. I did not expect such a genius to be amongst China's younger generation. Roy nodded and finally sighed. Unfortunately, he is destined to die at a young age. The Battle Arena Corporation might have informed us the moment the Arch-Cardinal appeared, allowing us to successfully intercept and locate the Arch-Cardinal's location in an extremely short amount of time, but our superiors haven't given us the permission to make the arrest. Gino finished Roy's sentence in a tone tinged with sarcasm. This youth is after all from China. Our so great and wise superiors only wishes for China to lose its geniuses. Now, for them to choose to turn our backs on him and pretend we are incompetent is their usual style. After all, the United States justice is only valid for American citizens. Roy shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't let our superiors hear that or you will be in deep trouble. You were sent to the desert of death to gather intelligence previously. Surely, you must not have forgotten what that felt like?" Gino curled his mouth, but he lowered his volume. "Sigh, even if we can't save the 2 Chinese nationals, we can't just easily let the Arch-Cardinal go, right?" Roy shook his head and said with a laugh, "Young Gino, you are still too young. That's right, you haven't been with the intelligence agency for long. It's normal for you not to know certain secrets. Let's put it this way. The Arch-Cardinal is just an ordinary person. It might be some alcoholic at a bar, or an employee at KFC. He might even be a beggar on the streets. They have only temporarily gained the favor of the Bishop of Virtuality. When Gino heard this, he said in wonder, "What does that mean?" Roy patiently explained, "All of the Arch-Cardinal's power comes from the Bishop of Virtuality. Although there can only be 4 Arch-Cardinals at one point in time, who becomes an Arch-Cardinal is all decided with a single thought by the Bishop of Virtuality. Once the present Arch-Cardinal is arrested, the Bishop of Virtuality would recover all his powers from him and transfer it to another person. In the end, the Arch-Cardinal is just an ordinary person who was temporarily given powers." After Gino heard this, he gave it a moment's thought before saying, "If that is the case, catching the Bishop of Virtuality would result in the complete collapse of the Church of Virtuality, Roy sneered and said, "The American Intelligence Agency has an intelligence network that covers the entire world, but after a decade of intense investigations, not a single clue has led to the Bishop of Virtuality. We are even beginning to suspect that the bastard is hidden on another planet or another dimension." Gino clicked his tongue and said, "That's true, that old monster definitely isn't easily caught. So the Arch-Cardinal's power is entrusted to him by the Bishop of Virtuality. I was wondering why his actions were so strange." Roy said, "The power this Arch-Cardinal received must be fleeting. The barrier of darkness protection and the channeling style undead summoning is all he has, but this guy is truly a fool. If he had channeled the most powerful undead summoning right from the beginning, these 2 kids would have been dead 100 times over." At this moment, the screen was showing the Arch-Cardinal floating 100 meters high in the sky, preparing to launch his super move. Roy curled his mouth and said, "It looks like this idiot is getting flustered." Next was the scene of Shi Xiaobai constantly climbing up trees and leaping up into the sky, as well as Xiao Xiao shooting arrow after arrow at the Arch-Cardinal. The 2 of them watched in a daze. Gino sighed and said, "These 2 are good seedlings. It's such a pity." At this moment, Xiao Xiao's fully concentrated arrow pierced through the barrier of darkness, interrupting the Arch-Cardinal's channeling. However, as he was at the end of his channeling, the door of darkness still fell from the sky, while the screen showed the Arch-Cardinal stamping his foot in rage before switching to Shi Xiaobai. Following that was a scene that completely stunned the duo. They saw Shi Xiaobai dash ahead before the door of darkness even landed. His speed was frightening fast. When the door of darkness landed, he charged straight into the darkness and moments later appeared from the other end of the door of darkness. However, there were dozens of skeleton soldiers blocking his path, but by using a series of dazzling feints, the skeleton soldiers were reduced to 2 bone heaps, opening up a narrow path that allowed Shi Xiaobai to proceed forward. Next, he used an extremely fast speed to chase up to the bone dragon and shattered the bone dragon to pieces. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. Holy shit, this guy is only at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. F***ck, this Chinese guy really deserves death. The 2 of them cursed out in unison before they interlocked their eyes and roared with laughter. Gino rubbed his chin and said, "This kid's divine crab steps is quickly approaching the dominating refinement realm." However, being able to completely shatter the bone dragon in one strike doesn't make sense. This is not the strength a person at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm should possess, thought. Roy gave it a little thought before saying, "I suspect that the undead is vulnerable to his knife technique. For example, the legendary Sword of Light makes slashing the entities of darkness as simple as cutting vegetables. This strike likely has similar effects as the Sword of Light. Gino nodded his head in agreement. At this moment, the screen showed 3 doors of darkness suddenly land, blocking off the duo's escaping path. Gino exclaimed, "Doesn't that bastard have to channel to do the undead summoning? Why is he able to instantly summon such large armies?" Roy frowned for a moment before it eased. He said, "The Archcardinal's strength depends on the Bishop of Virtuality's intentions. Since he suddenly possesses the ability to make such a powerful summon, then there is only one possibility. The Bishop of Virtuality wishes for him to quickly finish this task, so he gave him additional strength." Just as Roy said that, the Archcardinal said from the screen, looking at pitiful worms constantly struggling, constantly going from having hope to despair, and then gaining hope from despair, until they fall into absolute despair. Such a delightful matter must not be missed, am I right? Upon hearing this, Gino could not help but curse. This Archcardinal not only wants to uphold his reputation, but he is also rather shameless. To forcefully flaunt himself, he is only an idiot. Sigh, unfortunately the end of the road for these two is here. No one can save them. At this moment, the Archcardinal had already gradually lifted his hand. No, they still have a way to help themselves. Roy spoke at a very fast speed, didn't you notice? The Archcardinal wasted so much time emphasizing the consequences of death to prevent the two of them from attempting to commit suicide. The crippling of a virtual system does not mean everything has become real. There is just no normal method of extricating themselves from the immersion. Death allows them to forcefully leave the game. However, if they were killed by the Archcardinal, it would be equivalent to being infected by the virus and their nerves would be damaged, destroying their brainstems. So, if they want to save themselves, the only way is to commit suicide. Roy's words astounded Gino. He finally understood that all the bravado talk the Archcardinal said at the beginning was not a bunch of hogwash, but to fool the two of them. It had even fooled him. The American intelligence agency was indeed powerful. They even knew such a secret. But, why didn't they tell this to the world? Gino opened his mouth and suddenly felt discomfort. If so-called justice was only used to serve their own citizens and used to pursue their self-interests, then how different was it from evil? Commit suicide, please. Gino whispered to the computer screen. As if he heard his prayer, Shi Xiaobai suddenly stabbed Xiao Xiao in the heart. Holy shit, this bastard must have done that by luck, right? Roy had spat out the cigarette dangling by his mouth. In the virtual world. After Xiao Xiao's heart was pierced, she nearly did not experience any pain before losing her consciousness. She then softly slumped into Shi Xiaobai's arms. A few seconds later, Xiao Xiao's body transformed into a white light that shot up into the sky, disappearing from this world. Goodbye, little one. I wish we will meet one day in the real world. Shi Xiaobai sighed and lifted his knife to aim at his heart, preparing to stab down at it. Wait! The Archcardinal hurriedly descended from the sky and said in panic, "Why are you committing suicide?" Shi Xiaobai was stunned for a moment before he looked at the Archcardinal as though he was looking at a retard. He said matter-of-factly, "Committing suicide allows me to leave this darn place, so why shouldn't I commit suicide?" The Archcardinal was alarmed as he stammered, How did you know the secret?" Shi Xiaobai had his knife to his chest, so he was in no hurry to commit suicide. So he suddenly imitated the Archcardinal's flattering tone and said, "Your Grace Bishop of Virtuality, thank you for bestowing your favor. This lowly person will definitely live up to your expectations. With the ability to make powerful summons, this lowly person will immediately dedicate the two worms to you." The Archcardinal stared with widened eyes as though he had seen a ghost. Shi Xiaobai immediately used a dignified posture and said, "This bishop does not like trash. You are now on your own. Make sure not to let the two of them commit suicide or they will leave this world. You have to plant the virtuality virus into their consciousness by all means, or else, humph." The Archcardinal immediately began sweating profusely as he said in disbelief, "Impossible, how do you know the contents of my conversation with His Grace? Shi Xiaobai sneered and said, "Foolish mortal, this king is omniscient. You can hear my mental conversation with His Grace?" The Archcardinal's voice suddenly began to tremble as he whispered, "To be able to hear mental conversations, that's the audition of God." "No, that's impossible. You clearly have the vision of God. How can you have the audition of God? This is against common sense. Humans cannot possess two sixth senses of God at the same time. You aren't human." When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he could not help but nod his head in agreement. He said loudly, "Foolish mortal, you have finally touched the door of truth. That's right. This king is the King of Kings. I am neither God nor demon or human. This king is a supreme existence, an existence that transcends everything." After saying that, Shi Xiaobai felt delighted. Indeed, as a king of kings, he was destined not to be able to keep a low profile. People would incidentally stumble upon the hidden brilliance he had. "All right, this king shall be leaving. Sayonara." Shi Xiaobai smiled as he wanted to stab himself in the heart with his knife. Naturally, the Archcardinal could not stop him in time. All he could do was roar in grief, hating that he lacked the power to instantly kill the bastard. Everything appeared like it was ending. Only if time did not stop. "Make your choice, youth." Just as Shi Xiaobai raised the short knife up, time froze. The familiar black text slowly materialized in front of him again. Choice 1, in half an hour, make the Archcardinal loudly shout Grandpa 3 consecutive times, D-level reward. Choice 2, in half an hour, make the Archcardinal loudly shout Hubby 3 consecutive times, C-level reward. Gentle reminder, this choice is considered a bonus-style choice. The mission chosen has to be completed or time would be repeated. Make your choice, youth. 1. Little is a homophone to Xiao Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2. Chapter 101, This problem is problematic. Chapter 101, This problem is problematic. As he looked at Shi Xiaobai raise the short knife up as though he was about to stab at his own heart, the Archcardinal's eyes turned moist. Tears nearly streamed down. He was just an ordinary lowly employee in San Francisco, United States. He turned numb towards his daily life as he was often blamed by his superiors. Back at home, he would receive the incessant nagging of his wife. Occasionally, he would recall the touching moments during the beautiful period of back when he was in school. He regretted being playful and did not strive for excellence. As such, he would always be wasted after a meal. He would then hide in an alley to cry to himself, lamenting the distant dream that he had long abandoned. He had once thought of committing suicide, hoping to be released from his mundane and uninteresting life that repeated itself day after day. However, he lacked the courage. It was not because he could not bear leaving his son that was becoming naughtier, nor was it because he would miss his wife that was becoming uglier. Only his self-indulging fantasies had kept him alive in his intolerable life. He thought he would end up living the remainder of a decadent life of sorrow until he met the Bishop of Virtuality. From then on, his life changed completely. His laughable and lamentable fantasies turned true, giving him genuine satisfaction. In the Church of Virtuality, he was just subordinate to one and had thousands under him. All the parishioners of the Church of Virtuality treated him with absolute respect. He could easily trample on the dignity of anyone. He won the Bishop of Virtuality's favor and obtained the power to ravage through most of humanity. He could enjoy the struggles of so-called geniuses as he began yearning to see geniuses despair. He reveled in destroying those elites who led an extraordinary life. There was no doubt he felt bliss. However, his bliss was coming to an end at this moment. Letting Xiao Xiao escape was already something he would be punished for. If Shi Xiaobai were to succeed in committing suicide, then he would receive a severe punishment. having disappointed the bishop, he would lose his status as archcardinal. If he was lucky, he could become an ordinary practitioner who had to bear hardship without complaint. If he was unlucky, he might be assigned to become a suicide bomber in the next terrorist attack. If Shi Xiaobai were to commit suicide, he would lose everything he had. No, don't die. I implore you not to commit suicide. The archcardinal immediately raised his head and said with a sorrowful voice. It was rather touching. A sacred and solemn voice echoed right after he finished speaking, with a voice filled with grief and pain. Human, are you begging this king? The archcardinal was stunned as he looked down and saw the knife Shi Xiaobai had raised lowered back at his chest. It was as though he was in no rush to commit suicide. The archcardinal slightly heaved a sigh of relief and pondered over Shi Xiaobai's words. His frown gradually eased up. With his identity, how could he humble himself to implore a scum at the third level of the psionic mortal realm? That's not right. If this guy were to commit suicide, then everything he had would come to naught. Not only would he lose his status, he might even lose his life. No, I have to humble myself and think of a way to stall him and make him turn careless. The archcardinal spent 3 seconds to come to a conclusion before he said with eased eyebrows, Yes, great king, how can the formidable you commit suicide? This lowly one begs you to live on. Shi Xiaobai sneered and said, Heh, do you think a few flattering words can make this king become careless and forget your sinister goals? The archcardinal broke out into cold sweat. With the current situation, it was indeed true that he could not bluff his way through. For that, you got the right idea. Shi Xiaobai interrupted the archcardinal's thoughts and said in all seriousness, Hurry up and continuing flattering this king. The archcardinal's brain froze immediately. All the words he was planning to say seemed stuck. His brain could not keep up. Shi Xiaobai suddenly said, That's right. Since your power is given to you by your whatever bishop, can the whatever bishop give anyone power? The archcardinal's eyes lit up when he heard this. With a good idea, he hurriedly said, Yes, His Grace Bishop of Virtuality can bestow infinite power to anyone who obtains his favor. His Grace does not want to harm you because he has seen the greatness in you. He wishes to invite you to join the Church of Virtuality and give you the power that is worthy of your status. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai hesitated as though he was in a dilemma. The archcardinal immediately clenched his fists. An opportunity. This was an opportunity. As long as you join the Church of Virtuality, with your esteemed status, you can definitely be on equal footing with His Grace. The world would be awed by you as you become a king of this world. The archcardinal felt as though this was a turning point in his future. Yes, no one could resist the temptation or power and status. This little kid who had not seen the world and indulged in fantasies would definitely lose himself in this fictional beauty. As long as he grasped the opportunity when Shi Xiaobai turned inattentive, he could let the stirring undead legion tear him to bits. Well, joining the Church of Virtuality seems like a pretty good choice. Shi Xiaobai began muttering to himself. The archcardinal nearly burst out laughing as he found the appearance of bliss too sudden, But the archcardinal's eyes stared and immediately tensed up. There was still a but. Shi Xiaobai solemnly said, However, there is a good saying, you never fear having a godlike opponent, you only fear having a pig-like teammate. If the Church of Virtuality is filled with people with pig brains, wouldn't this king be falling into a trap? So, this king plans on testing your intelligence. If even the archcardinal is an idiot, then there are probably not many in the Church of Virtuality that are clever, right? The archcardinal was infuriated hearing this, but he did not dare reveal his true feelings. He obsequiously said, That's right, what you said makes absolute sense. I wonder how you plan on testing this lowly person's intelligence. Simple. You just need to answer a question. Shi Xiaobai said seriously, Listen carefully. Once upon a time, a house had only 2 people, a hubby and his wife. One day, the wife was bathing in the bathroom when suddenly she heard a knock on the bathroom door. The question is, who was the one knocking on the door? The arch-cardinal was stunned. There were only two people, and one of them was bathing. The question was who was knocking on the door. This question, was 2F** king simple? Hubby? The arch-cardinal found the question too simple and was afraid that there was a trick to it. As such, he whispered the simple answer with uncertainty. What? Louder! Shi Xiaobai placed his hands by his ears, as though he did not catch it clearly. Hubby. The arch-cardinal shouted his answer loudly. Did you not eat? Louder again. Shi Xiaobai roared. Hubby. The arch-cardinal strained his throat and shouted again. Do you dare to act like a man? Shout the answer loudly one more time. Shi Xiaobai shouted once again. Shi Xiaobai was feeling excited. For a sea-level reward, he had chosen the absolute choice of getting the arch-cardinal to shout hubby 3 times. After thinking hard, he finally thought of this silly approach. Now, the arch-cardinal had already loudly shouted hubby twice. As long as he shouted this obvious answer once more, he would be able to finish this darn absolute choice. However, the arch-cardinal did not shout hubby a 3rd time as Shi Xiaobai wished. At this moment, he was quite shocked as great wonder and fear consumed him. He had already shouted so loudly, why was this bastard asking him to shout louder again? This bastard was giving him a chance. Hubby was not the answer. That's right. If the answer was hubby, the question would be too simple. It could not even test one's intellect. This question definitely had a twist that he had missed. There was only the couple in the house, while the wife was in the bathroom bathing. Who could be at the door in front of the bathroom? The arch-cardinal pondered with a frown as he constantly racked his brain, as though he was considering an abstruse philosophical question. Countless brain cells died at that very moment. It's not hubby. The arch-cardinal's eyes lit up as he excitedly slapped his palms and laughed with glee. He finally thought of the answer. This question that appeared simple actually had a catch. Indeed, it was a great test of intelligence. The arch-cardinal's mouth suffused a smile as he looked at Shi Xiaobai and said with full confidence, the answer is not hubby, but old Wang from next door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Eyes Have Changed. Chapter 102, Eyes Have Changed. United States, Washington, D.C. Washington S-Class Hospital Central, Intensive Care Unit, Ward 1014. A beautiful blonde girl lay on the bed, and as she leaned on her pillow, she held a thick Teachings of the Saints in her hands. She was reading it with great enjoyment. A young girl dressed in a nurse uniform walked in with a thick book in hand. Miss Wendy, this is the book you want. The young nurse placed the book on the desk beside the bed and said with a good-fashioned smile, you really can't keep your hands off books 24 a day. Wendy looked up from the book she had her head buried in. She smiled gently at the nurse before lowering her head down in silence. Quickly, she immersed herself back in the world of books. The nurse was accustomed to this. However, when she glanced at the Teaching of the Saints held in the girl's hand and the origins and evolutions of life on the desk, she found it quite odd. One was a dull and uninteresting religious Bible while the other was abstruse biological theory. She could even be addicted to reading such a book? What an odd child. The female nurse examined the beautiful girl's pretty contours and lamented how the heavens were fair but cruel. The heavens had given her perfect beauty but had taken away her ability to walk. From the age of 6, she had stayed in this ward for 10 years. Almost no one came to visit her during the past decade, so other than having conversations with the intensive care nurses that were regularly, she spent most of her life in the company of books. She must be very lonely, right? She was so lonely that she relished reading those boring books. The nurse felt her heart ache, but she was also somewhat helpless. She wanted to get closer to the girl, but if she took that additional step, she would lose her job the next day. She just needed to regularly bring the girl books and her 3 meals to receive a wage 10 times more than a typical nurse. Naturally, she did not want to lose this relaxed and high-paying job. The nurse sighed before she turned and walked out the ward. The girl was the only person remaining in the ward. Immediately, it turned extremely silent with only the sounds of pages being gently flipped. Suddenly, an extremely clear voice that could not be pinpointed resounded in the room. "Found you, dot." The girl's hand which was flipping the pages turned slightly stiff. "The answer is old Wang from next door." The arch-cardinal's tone was extremely resolute. Other than her hubby knocking on the door of a wife, the only other possibility was her lover. Since this question was bound to be odd, the answer definitely could not be hubby. Hence, the person knocking on the door was definitely the secret lover of the wife, old Wang, from next door. The arch-cardinal silently bemoaned the complexity of the question after he figured out the twist. He was also impressed by his own intellect. Shi Xiaobai was stunned and could not understand the arch-cardinal's logic and line of thought. The answer was clearly hubby. Why didn't he understand such a simple question? The couple has no neighbors. Shi Xiaobai gave it a thought and added some additional information to perfect his question. The arch-cardinal immediately stared with widened eyes. No neighbors? If there was no neighbor, and it was not the hubby, then who else could it be? I know, it's a calamity fiend. Calamity fiends could break through spatial dimension walls and enter the human world. Wrong. Shi Xiaobai stared angrily at the arch-cardinal. The arch-cardinal was stunned. That's right. Why would calamity fiends knock on the door? They could break through the door directly and then. This question was really F***king difficult. After a minute, the arch-cardinal's eyes lit up and shouted, I know, the answer is the hero, one pun, Rumors had it that the hero, one pun, had the ability to do instantaneous teleportation with God's guardian. As long as the wife was the target of protection, everything made sense. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. Why did Uncle Baldy appear? He could only gnash his teeth and say, wrong. The arch-cardinal's breathing faltered as he figured out the reason for his mistake. The God's guardian would appear within a radius of 1 meter from the target of protection. If one pun used God's guardian while the wife was bathing, then there was no need to knock on the door. He could directly, that scene was too perfect as he began fantasizing. This wasn't right, and that wasn't right. What is the answer? After about 10 minutes, the arch-cardinal, who had consciously eliminated the correct answer of hubby, naturally could not answer it correctly. His answers were denied again and again. Soon, the arch-cardinal's patience reached his limits. Are you mocking me? This question does not have an answer at all. The arch-cardinal yearned to tear the bastard in front of him apart. Are you dumb? You got the answer right from the beginning. Think carefully about your first answer. You must trust your first instinct. Shi Xiaobai found himself exhausted. He never expected for the arch-cardinal to be able to think of so many different answers to such a simple question. Hubby? The arch-cardinal muttered softly. Hubby was really the correct answer? What? Say it louder, Shi Xiaobai pretended not to hear it once again. There was no other choice. The absolute choice required him to loudly shout. Hub. The arch-cardinal subconsciously shouted out half the word before suddenly coming to a stop. He finally realized that something was amiss. Your true goal is to actually get me to loudly shout the word hubby? The arch-cardinal's expression gradually turned cold after he gave it a moment's thought. All the suspicious points linked up to reveal the critical truth. The reason why the bastard suddenly did not choose to commit suicide, the reason why he pretended to show interest in joining the Church of Virtuality, and the reason of asking this strange question. Shi Xiaobai dryly smiled. He did not expect the Arch-Cardinal to be somewhat clever after all. Alas, he had been seen through. That's right. Resign yourself and obediently shout out hubby, and this king will join the Church of Virtuality. Shi Xiaobai decided to change his plan. Since his scheme had been uncovered, he could only coerce him to do it. However, the Arch-Cardinal was completely dumbfounded hearing this. This bastard wanted him to shout hubby? Holy shit! I'm straight. That wouldn't do. How could he be at the mercy of such a pervert's domination? As a man, regardless of how shameless he was, the Arch-Cardinal could not force himself to shout hubby to another man. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. His eyes turned colder. With his change in mood, the undead legion that surrounded skeleton soldiers appeared like they could not control their urge to kill. The skeleton soldiers took a few steps forward while the skeleton archers nearly released their bony fingers that held their arrows. Don't move. If you move, this king will commit suicide. Shi Xiaobai's shout jolted the Arch-Cardinal. He hurriedly calmed the undead legion down. He was feeling extremely unpleasant. With this undead legion that could swarm the world, he could have torn this pervert bastard to shreds in a second, yet he was threatened by this pervert's suicide threat. The Arch-Cardinal was adamant as he said, "Other than that request, I'll agree to anything. But it is impossible for me to shout that word, Shi Xiaobai was perplexed over how the Arch-Cardinal was willing to die than surrender. Was shouting hubby that difficult? Shi Xiaobai began to rack his tiny brain. In the present situation, violence was certainly unfeasible. He could use small tricks, but now with the Arch-Cardinal seeing through his motives, he could only use other means. During the moment Shi Xiaobai was in deep thought, a strange voice resounded in his mind. Who? Shi Xiaobai jumped in fright, but as he heard what the strange voice had to say, a weird smile appeared on his lips. If what this voice said was true, then... At this moment, Shi Xiaobai's eyes changed. The Arch-Cardinal also noticed the change in Shi Xiaobai's eyes. It was as if a cunning fox had transformed into a ferocious tiger. His heart thumped as a strong foreboding spontaneously arose in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, You Sure Were Naughty. Chapter 103, You Sure Were Naughty. Battle Arena Cafe, Gaia, Branch, Viewing Hall. The gigantic screen was just snow white as it constantly produced the sound of static. After Shi Xiaobai said the three words, pig slaughtering knife, the virtual system was crippled. The spectator mode system also broke down as a result. Although the audience was unable to know what had happened in the virtual world, it was easy to guess what the outcome of the two people left in that virtual world would be. After all, the Arch-Cardinal had intruded into it and successfully crippled the virtual system. They could only feel sympathy and silently pray for them. Most of the audience sitting in the viewing hall had already left by now. Not everyone would convert their compassion into action, since for most of them, wasting their valuable weekend to stare at a white screen in the viewing hall was something unpleasant. They chose to learn of the final outcome through the news in the future. The people who remained behind were fans of Princess Xiao Xiao, while a portion were dog-leading fans who were completely impressed by Shi Xiaobai moments ago. They were praying that the duo would eventually be rescued. Despite there being no picture on the screen, or how the commentators fell into a prolonged silence without knowing what to say, they were still willing to wait there. They wanted to wait for the final outcome and for the screen to produce other colors again. As hardcore fans of dog-leading, Wang Chang and Kevin did not leave. Yan Yang, who had some form of relationship with Shi Xiaobai, naturally did not leave either. In fact, in the viewing halls of the other branches, IAM-NoPig, the three-man team and even WindWithoutTrace were sitting amongst the audience and did not leave. Xiao Xiao, who had just awoken from her virtual immersion, had also rushed to a viewing hall the moment she awoke. She sat in the first row and stared intently at the snow-white screen. Although she knew that committing suicide allowed them to escape the virtual world, she was still worried that an accident would happen. Everyone was waiting for the final result and for Shi Xiaobai's ultimate fate. Suddenly, the snow-white screen flickered twice without any warning. The familiar yet unfamiliar colored scenes were suddenly restored. In the screen, a dense legion of undead surrounded Shi Xiaobai. The Arch-Cardinal was standing in front of the undead legion, as though a simple order would allow him to tear Shi Xiaobai to pieces. Shi Xiaobai was in dire straits. Everyone's heart skipped at that moment. Although spectator mode had been restored, this situation that provided no means of escape was not something they wanted to see. At this moment, a voice extremely familiar to the audience came from the screen. Obediently shout, hubby. Don't force this king to make his move. This voice was naturally Shi Xiaobai's, and the person he was referring to was apparently the Arch-Cardinal. What did his words mean? Threatening the Arch-Cardinal to shout hubby at him? The audience was stunned as Xiao Xiao covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This scene was just King wrong. Obediently shout hubby. Don't force this king to make his move. Shi Xiaobai raised his knife and pointed at the Arch-Cardinal. His eyes appeared like a ferocious tiger. The Arch-Cardinal felt an inexplicable sense of ominous foreboding, but also found the situation ridiculous and annoying. There were thousands of densely packed skeleton soldiers surrounding him, and there were more than 100 bone dragons circling the skies. Where did this bastard get the courage to threaten him? Although he felt disdain, the Arch-Cardinal was still afraid of Shi Xiaobai's pig slaughtering knife. That knife technique seemed to be strong against his barrier of darkness. The defensive favor he was bestowed was only limited to the barrier of darkness. If Shi Xiaobai attacked him when he wasn't paying attention, there was still a slight threat. The Arch-Cardinal hesitated for a moment and used void floating to rise up and reach a height dozens of meters in the air, ensuring his safety. Oh? Do you think by flying into the sky, this king can't stop you? Shi Xiaobai's sarcastic voice was heard once again. Hurry up and shout hubby or you will face the consequences. The Arch-Cardinal could not believe that Shi Xiaobai would still threaten him under such circumstances. He could not help but taunt, since you are so powerful, why don't you follow me up in the sky? Boom! Just as the Arch-Cardinal said that, Shi Xiaobai flew up into the sky abruptly like a jet rocket. He arrived immediately to the height where the Arch-Cardinal was. The Arch-Cardinal gaped in shock. He really King flew? However, amidst his shock, the Arch-Cardinal was still somewhat pleasantly surprised because after flying into the sky, Shi Xiaobai had arrived at a spot where numerous bone dragons encircled him. One of the bone dragons could even just reach out its talon to tear Shi Xiaobai to pieces. Rip him apart! The Arch-Cardinal hurriedly shouted, afraid that he would miss this golden opportunity. Roar! The bone dragons that filled the sky made deafening roars, but they did not charge at Shi Xiaobai. Instead, they turned their heads to look at the Arch-Cardinal. What happened? Quick, rip him apart! The Arch-Cardinal shouted another 2 times, but he was surprised to realize that not a single bone dragon obeyed his commands. The Arch-Cardinal's ominous foreboding grew more intense. He hurriedly looked at the skeleton archers on the ground and shouted, Bone Arrow Corp, hurry up and shoot. Shoot him to death. The moment he said that, all the skeleton archers suddenly changed directions and aimed at the Arch-Cardinal. Door of Darkness. The Arch-Cardinal hastily waved his hand, but where was the Door of Darkness? No, what had happened? Why did this happen? Kneel. Suddenly, a commanding voice resounded from the sky. The undead legions that filled the area immediately knelt down before the booming voice. One after another, the skeleton soldiers knelt down and hissed. The sound was deafening and it was an extremely spectacular scene. The bone dragons circling the skies also descended and flew beneath Shi Xiaobai's feet. They held a humble posture in mid-air as they issued gentle calls one would expect from a subject. It was as though they were bowing before a dragon king. Shi Xiaobai's shouting of kneel caused the undead legion to respond in veneration. No, impossible. The arch-cardinal could not believe the scene in front of him. As he shouted impossible, he fell into madness. There is nothing this king can't do. Shi Xiaobai gently smiled as he raised his hand and pointed at the arch-cardinal. Every member of the undead legion looked up as intense killing intent locked onto the cassock that appeared extremely lonely. The arch-cardinal's courage cracked as he attempted to flee. However, as he was flying in mid-air, his body suddenly stiffened, causing him to fall from the sky. His limbs flailed desperately in the air as though he was drowning. Following that, he began plummeting to the ground and was even shouting "Save me" as he fell. A bone dragon caught the arch-cardinal and then forcefully flung him to the ground. He plopped into the midst of the skeleton soldiers and was immediately raised high up by the skeleton soldiers. Shi Xiaobai descended from the sky and landed in front of the arch-cardinal. Other than the skeleton soldiers holding the arch-cardinal up, the other skeleton soldiers, as well as the bone dragons that had landed, prostrated themselves as they trembled in fear. The arch-cardinal was lifted high up and the cassock that hid his appearance fell off slowly. The face of an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared. His expression was that of complete fear and was as wretched as one could imagine. Shi Xiaobai took a step closer to the arch-cardinal. You sure were naughty. Wouldn't it be fine if you just obediently shouted "Hubby"? Shi Xiaobai's voice landed in the arch-cardinal's ears as though they were the evil cackle of a devil. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 104, You might not believe it if I told you. Chapter 104, You might not believe it if I told you. When Shi Xiaobai gave the order, causing the undead legion to prostrate themselves, it stunned the audience who saw the scene into silence. When the arch-cardinal fell from the sky and was brought to Shi Xiaobai by the skeleton soldiers, the audience immediately applauded. Even the aloof Xiao Xiao could not help but pump her fist and shout "nice" in English. However, when Shi Xiaobai said the sentence, "You sure were naughty. Wouldn't it be fine if you just obediently shouted "Hubby," everyone was petrified. This was too King hardcore? The arch-cardinal had already revealed his ugly middle-aged man face. The fantasies of some people imagining the arch-cardinal as a great beauty had been completely shattered. It was unbelievable how harsh it would be on the ears when the arch-cardinal succumbed and said the word "hubby." Many people closed their eyes at that moment. Well, you ask, why didn't they cover their ears? This was because they were curious if the arch-cardinal would really shout "hubby," but they found that scene revolting. They could only close their eyes and hear the voices, and then beautify the scene in their minds. The arch-cardinal was already completely dumbfounded. For an unknown reason, all the favor he previously enjoyed had suddenly disappeared. Having lost the Bishop of Virtuality's powers, he was just an ordinary person at the 5th level of the psionic mortal realm. How could he have the courage to resist the massive undead legion? Furthermore, the entire virtual system was apparently controlled by the pervert in front of him, preventing him from quitting the game. Under the current circumstances, he was just a prey waiting to be slaughtered. For the arch-cardinal, dignity was nothing compared to his life. After being coerced by Shi Xiaobai numerous times, and how he was promised to be spared, he finally conceded. He was prepared to shut his eyes and shout the word. Wasn't it just taking the foe as a husband? The arch-cardinal opened his mouth. Just as the jarring scene was about to happen, something happened. Wait! The person who interrupted the arch-cardinal was Shi Xiaobai. A cold sweat droplet oozed out of his forehead as his intuition told him that if he made the arch-cardinal shout the word "hubby," he would end up in a miserable state. What was going on? Shi Xiaobai vaguely sensed that someone was watching him from somewhere, as though the person was very dissatisfied with his actions. Shi Xiaobai frowned and pondered. What did he do wrong? The arch-cardinal noticed Shi Xiaobai's dilemma and hurriedly said, "Great king, How can this lowly person be worthy of your love? To call you hubby, this lowly person. Hold on, when did this king ask you to call this king hubby? After a moment of hesitation, Shi Xiaobai suddenly understood what had happened. Oh no, this was a huge misunderstanding. Ah! The arch-cardinal was stunned. You are mistaken. It isn't what you think. After Shi Xiaobai said those words in a righteous manner, he immediately felt that displeased gaze on him reduce. Immediately, he heaved a sigh of relief. So that person watching him was disgusted at this bizarre misunderstanding? Shi Xiaobai felt lucky. If not for that unknown hidden gaze, he would have been passionately called hubby by a middle-aged man. Just thinking of that gave him goosebumps. Shi Xiaobai did not dare think any further. With a roll of his eyes, an idea came to him. Shi Xiaobai scanned the skeleton soldiers kneeling in front of him, before he pointed to a skeleton soldier and said, "You, get up. Come here." The skeleton soldier immediately stood up and walked towards Shi Xiaobai. Under Shi Xiaobai's guidance, it stood in front of the arch-cardinal. Shi Xiaobai said in a formal manner, "This king shall specially betroth you to this skeleton soldier. From today, you will call him your hubby and stay loyal. Cough, hurry up and call hubby. Remember to do it loudly. Upon hearing this, the arch-cardinal stared with widened eyes of disbelief at the skeleton soldier who even had a few bones broken. Shi Xiaobai said, "The bones of the condemned can eventually become a king. Your luck isn't bad. This skeleton soldier will eventually become a skeleton king." The skeleton soldier appeared to understand his words and raised his head to utter a strange growl. No, please, I beg of you, anything but this." The arch-cardinal was already beginning to stutter. "Pa!" The skeleton soldier suddenly reached out its bone claws and smacked the arch-cardinal in the face. It then turned to face Shi Xiaobai and respectfully growled a few times. Shi Xiaobai seemed to understand the meaning behind the growls and solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, you can. Since this king has already betrothed him to you, you can teach him a lesson as you please. This king permits your request." The skeleton soldier once again looked up and growled. It then walked towards the arch-cardinal and let out a quacking like laughter. The arch-cardinal was completely dumbfounded. How could these members of the undead have their own thoughts? This was clearly an act directed by that devil, but... Upon seeing this, the audience was also dumbfounded. This could also *king work? Arch-cardinal, you have encountered a true devil. With the threat of receiving the skeleton soldier's punishment, the arch-cardinal very decisively closed his eyes and shouted hubby 3 times. After shouting, he suddenly felt like he lacked the will to live on. He nearly burst into tears. And as a result, Shi Xiaobai completed his absolute choice mission. A voice echoed in his head to indicate the completion of the mission. Absolute choice completed. Congratulations on obtaining a sea-level reward. Poison resistance greatly increased. Able to filter out 80% of toxins. The moment it said that, Shi Xiaobai felt as though his body was being scanned. It did not feel too painful but felt somewhat itchy. Moments later, the itch disappeared and Shi Xiaobai exhaled. However, his mind turned active again. The absolute choice's rewards were too good. If he could cultivate crab steps to the dominating refinement realm, wouldn't he get another B-level reward? Shi Xiaobai never had any resistance when it came to rewards offered for quests and games. Sometimes, for a quest, he would be willing to run half the world map or even raid a boring dungeon numerous times. How can this king miss a B-class reward? Shi Xiaobai looked at the undead legion that filled the lands. Immediately he beamed. Apparently, cultivating crab steps wasn't that difficult. The next thing that happened made it unforgettable for everyone in the audience. Shi Xiaobai had actually ordered the undead legion to frantically attack him. For this, Wang Chang and Kevin cheered. ***Dog-Leading is magnificent. ***Dog-Leading is invincible." The 3-man team cursed. The bastard was indeed crazy. Biscuit and Sweets expressed that this was the first time they had seen such a wonder in the many years of being commentators. They could do nothing but be awed. Xiao Xiao fell silent for a long while before she directly headed for the archery training room. She planned on entering reclusive training for about half a month. Far away in the United States, Gino joked and said to Roy, "I think for the sake of our country, we should send a strike team to China to get rid of this kid." Roy did not laugh but instead said with fiery hot eyes, his crab steps is about to reach the dominating refinement realm. "I've now seen China's Yaris." Washington S-Class Hospital Central, Intensive Care Unit, Ward 1014. Wendy snapped the teachings of the Saints book in her hand and said softly, "Not a bad child, just a little naughty. However, he is resolute, brave, kind and has amazing talent. I look forward to his future." After saying that, Wendy turned to look at the uninvited guest who was sitting by the bed. It was a girl, or to be precise, she was a purple-haired girl wearing a Gothic-style long dress. Wendy could not help but admit that this purple-haired girl was very, very pretty. It was the most beautiful existence she had ever seen. At the same time, she had to silently agree that this purple-haired girl was very, very strong. It was the most powerful existence she had ever seen. This was an existence that was not supposed to exist. So this child. Wendy pondered over her words before asking, "This child is a good seedling you are optimistic about? Is he your descendant? Or is he the successor you selected?" The purple-haired girl faltered slightly when she heard this. She slowly blinked and rescinded her distant gaze. She then turned to look at Wendy. With a moment of hesitation, she suddenly gave a playful smile. "You might not believe it if I told you. He is my boyfriend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 105, Let Us Go Home. Chapter 105, Let Us Go Home. You might not believe it if I told you. He is my boyfriend. After Callie said those words softly, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Although she had lived for eons, she had never been exposed to the love between a man and woman. Saying the word boyfriend on a whim immediately made her turn embarrassed. Her heart began to race slightly when she recalled how she had become Shi Xiaobai's girlfriend on the first day they met. However, she did not regret her decision. Shi Xiaobai's heart had indeed moved her during that very moment. For that, she was willing to sign his so-called lover's pact. Although she had not fallen in love with Shi Xiaobai as they had not known each other for long, she had placed Shi Xiaobai in a very, very important spot in her heart. It was a spot that no one had managed to reach. Wendy did not know any of this, and even if she knew, she would not be able to understand it. She dryly smiled and said, "Your joke isn't funny at all, but..." A little kid at the third level of the psionic mortal realm was still an earthworm crawling in the dirt, no matter how heaven-defying his talent was. As for the purple-haired girl in front of her, she was a phoenix that flew high above the 9 heavens. Maybe there would be a day the phoenix suddenly sensed that the earthworm had the potential to be a flood dragon and gave him some opportunities, but there was no way it would fall in love with an earthworm, much less be the earthworm's partner. Wendy could only take Callie's words as a silly joke. In response, Callie only smiled and gave no explanation. When the day the earthworm became a flood dragon, no one would think the flood dragon unworthy of the phoenix. Both of them fell silent, having nothing left to say. Moments later, Wendy suddenly asked, "How do you plan on punishing me?" "Punish?" Callie lightly laughed and said, "He isn't injured, so why would I punish you?" "Oh, because you are the Bishop of Virtuality?" Wendy faltered before giving a bitter laugh. She said, "Yes, because I am the Bishop of Virtuality." "What a joke." Callie said, "A small terrorist organization is not worth me making a move. Furthermore, from my point of view, so-called evil might not be evil. So-called justice might not truly be justice. If I really want to mete any punishment out, America's intelligence agency, who chose to be oblivious, will be first to be raised. Upon hearing this, Wendy fell into a daze for a moment before she revealed a heartfelt smile. "Thank you, Dot." Callie glanced at Wendy and said softly, "Besides, I think highly of you. To establish the Church of Virtuality at the age of 6 and develop it to its present scale in 10 years. As a human being, you are truly outstanding." Wendy could not help but smile, as she said, "If it's possible, I would rather be mediocre. But this is my destiny and my life. There is no way for me to resist it, so I can only go with it and do my best." Callie shook her head and said, "Destiny is in your own hands." Wendy lowered her head slightly and did not retort. She did not want to meaninglessly debate over this pointless topic. "I have a question that I'm not sure if you are willing to answer." Wendy suddenly thought of a question. Callie nodded and said, "Go ahead and ask, Dot." Wendy pondered over her words before saying, "With your abilities, you could have ended this farce right from the beginning. Even a virtual world cannot resist your coming. Why did you choose to make me transfer power to the child at the very last moment?" Callie was slightly surprised upon hearing this. She could not help but laugh, as she said, "If he were my student or a descendant I think highly of, I would have removed all of the Archcardinal's power from the beginning and gave you some warnings. However, he is my boyfriend, so I wish that he can look me as his equal. If I help him whenever he encounters difficulties or even use my own strength to make him someone strong, then how is he to get along with me? Will he think he owes me? Will he be unable to be his true self in front of me? Will he begin to form a reliance on my strength? I don't want that. I don't want there to be any differences in our standing or give him any reason to feel gratitude. So, I will not help him solve his problems or give him any strength. Only as a last resort would I use methods he has no way of realizing to give him a little help." This time, he did very well. He did not need any of my help to perfectly tide through this round of difficulties. If not for that misunderstanding at the end that disgusted me, I would not have requested you to transfer your power, but... Callie paused and then gave a self-deprecating smile. "This is really the first time. I wish someone will treat me equally as an ordinary person." After Wendy heard this, she fell into a prolonged silence. "I am beginning to slightly believe that he is your boyfriend," Wendy said as she blinked her eyes. "He is truly lucky." Callie shook her head and said, "Actually, I am the lucky one." Back when Shi Xiaobai's crab steps passed through the door of darkness and saved Xiao Xiao, he had in fact broken through his limits. He was just a tiny step away from reaching the dominating refinement realm. As such, when he ordered a number of the Undead Legion to manically attack him, he just took about half an hour to completely break through to the dominating refinement realm. The familiar system's voice resounded in his head. Absolute choice completed. Congratulations on obtaining a B-level reward, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique. This divine technique consists of 3 major systems: Body Tempering Technique, this turtle is hardest; Endurance Technique, Unleaking Turtle Aura, Fist Offensive Skill, Turtle Speed Divine Punch. After that, knowledge surged into his brain, and after having a momentary headache, he knew the body tempering art of this turtle is hardest and the endurance art of Unleaking Turtle Aura by heart. He also obtained the proficiency of Grasped Basics with Turtle Speed Divine Punch. Shi Xiaobai was immediately satisfied. Although he found the name Filthy Turtle Divine Technique somewhat odd, it was still a B-level reward, so it couldn't be that bad. After completing the Crab Steps mission, a profuse sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him. The sleepiness that he had forcefully repressed immediately shattered his will the moment he relaxed. Shi Xiaobai used the system privileges that the Bishop of Virtuality had given him and left the virtual world immediately. As for the Archcardinal, Shi Xiaobai had fulfilled his promise of sparing him. However, with the Archcardinal's looks completely exposed, his future was not something Shi Xiaobai needed to worry about. Waking up from his virtual immersion, Shi Xiaobai got up from the virtual immersion cabin and stumbled over to the bed and plopped down into it. He was too tired. After 7 consecutive days of intense Crab Steps cultivation, he had relied purely on his will. He even encountered the unexpected situation with the Archcardinal, so it was a miracle that he did not suffer a mental breakdown. Now, with everything coming to a perfect end, it was time for him to rest. This king has created a miracle. Shi Xiaobai buried his head into the pillow as he inarticulately grunted. With his eyes shut, he fell into deep sleep. A bright light suddenly flashed in his private room, with Callie appearing by his bedside. Her gaze were especially gentle, like the bright and pure moonlight. "Let us go home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 106, I'm back. Chapter 106, I'm back. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. A few news agencies had reported on the virtual competition that could only be described to be full of twists and turns, but it did not stir up much of a storm. It could even be said that it did not even set off any waves in China. This virtual competition was indeed filled with impressive highlights. Be it IChooseDogLeading, who managed to cultivate his crab steps to the dominating refinement realm at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, or the appearance of the Archcardinal and the mutiny of the Undead Legion, it should have been something that became the talk of the town. But nothing could be further from the truth. The number of people that discussed this matter was simply miserable. This was because there was zero credibility to the reports in the eyes of the common populace. For some unknown reason, the recordings for this competition had been wiped out, so all the relevant videos were destroyed. In addition, the American intelligence agency denied that they had apprehended the Archcardinal. It was as if the Battle Arena Café's Gaia branch was barred from revealing any information. Hence, IChooseDogLeading's identity was undisclosed. As such, there was no evidence left to prove the veracity of the matter. The people who watched competition naturally knew the reports were true and bore in mind the various incidents that IChooseDogLeading had done, but these people were only a trivial fraction of the overall population. Most people who did not witness the incident immediately dismissed the story after listening to it. When they learned that there was no evidence to prove this matter, all they did was scoff. It was common for people to hear of strange anecdotes, so they did not have any interest in talking about unproven events. However, even if a few reports were falsely accused of being fake, it should have caused some sensation. Unfortunately, it ran into a bigger news item that completely drowned it out. People were discussing a matter of national concern for the past few days. There was a conflict between academia and organizations to the point of the National Hero Association needing to step in for mediation. Finally, it was decided on a practical contest between the different factions. This was actually an ongoing debate that had lasted a century. Should one enter university to continue their studies or join a hero organization to gain practical experience after 9 years of compulsory education? These two choices naturally had their assenters and dissenters, which resulted in the two factions. The school faction was led by brand-name universities, Peihua University, Fudan University, and Zhejiang University. The organization faction was formed by famous organizations like Zeus, Muses, Thor and Darkness, etc. These two factions had clear conflicts of interest which result in their incompatibility. Controversies were often sparked off between them, and it had turned extremely intense due to something that had happened recently. The Transcendent National Hero Association had to mediate, eventually making both sides come to a consensus that strength was the deciding factor. As such, a contest completely organized by the National Hero Association came to the forefront. The contest was expected to have the National Hero Association investing lots of resources for the training of 20 people. The school faction would send 10 freshmen while the organization faction would send 10 rookies. These 20 people would come together to enter collective training that would be both open and intensive. Finally, they would compete in a competition that could be watched by the entire nation. The victor would win the priority to recruit talent for a year. This sort of intense and open factional contest naturally attracted the attention of everyone. The common citizens were naturally interested to watch the ensuing mayhem. As for many freshmen and rookies, they placed their minds on one of the 20 spots. It was a collective training which the National Hero Association would be investing heavily in, so it was a rare training opportunity. Furthermore, this collective training would give them greater exposure. With the entire country as witnesses, the participants' reputation would greatly increase. Hence, when the school faction publicly announced that the 10 spots would be open to all universities in the country, every freshman turned excited. There was a steady stream of people that applied. No one wanted to miss this golden opportunity, even if most of them would be eliminated during the auditions. The organization faction also began their selections, but it was private. Every third-tier hero organization and above were given a certain number of recommendation tickets. The recommended people would then undergo a massive selection before 10 would be finally chosen to participate in the collective training of the two factions. Gaia was once a first-tier organization that was now second-tier. It was only given 4 recommendation spots which happened to match the 4 divisions of Gaia. After a lot of deliberation, they decided to have an internal selection and recommend one person each. If any of Gaia's rookies could be one of the 10 to represent the organization in this matter of national concern, or even obtain excellent results during the collective training, it would no doubt improve the reputation of the organization. Gaia's 4 division ministers naturally did not dare be lackadaisical. They immediately began a divisional internal selection process in an attempt to choose the most outstanding rookie from their own divisions. Noon. A helicopter slowly descended onto the metallic roads of Steel City. A beautiful girl with a single ponytail walked out from the helicopter and looked extremely excited. Wow, I'm finally back. I'm not going to take on such a large-scale mission in the future anymore. Those hero points or whatever can go to hell. Rico carried her luggage and was in an excited mood. Having left Steel City for half a month, she had participated in a team-based hero mission with friends she had known for years. Although they had encountered some danger, they managed to survive narrowly, giving them the chance to obtain quite a lot of hero points. During Southern Gold City's meteor shower, she had happened to catch the latter half of the disaster and had killed a few F and E-class Astral calamity beasts, raising her ranking slightly. In summary, her experience outside for half a month was nothing memorable, but there was nothing unpleasant either. Other than missing the carefree life in Steel City, there was nothing much to complain about. However, the moment she came back to Steel City, Rico felt like it was a long-awaited homecoming. Sigh, I'm really not suited to be a hero. Earning hero points is just too tiring. Staying in Steel City is more in line with my values and life philosophy. As Rico walked home, she would occasionally exchange greetings with passers-by. Most people in Steel City knew her since she was the daughter of the Minamiya family and an oceanic Pontus. I wonder how Xiaobai is like now. One of the major reasons why Rico was yearning to return home was because she was worried about Shi Xiaobai. Would he be ostracized and bullied by others with him constantly calling himself this king? His foundation was terrible, so would it be tough for him to participate in the rookie training? With him living alone, will he be able to have his meals or have someone to take care of him if he fell sick? Rico could not help but feel worried. She was after all his rookie counselor. Furthermore, she was the one who had recruited him into Gaia, and not to mention, she was a member of that so-called Xiaobai's hero squad. Rico felt that she had the important responsibility of taking care of Shi Xiaobai. Alright, I'll do this. I decided to take care of Shi Xiaobai and let him stay here permanently in Steel City. I shall not be leaving for the time being. It's not because I'm being lazy to earn hero points. As Rico walked, she arrived in the district where her apartment was. She immediately felt a little bit of anticipation. I wonder how strong Xiaobai is now. Would he have reached the second level of the psionic mortal realm in half a month? Would he have achieved the grasped basics proficiency of a few F-class combat skills? Right, that will a bit difficult. Although Xiaobai is a genius, it is still difficult. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. I'm looking forward to it. Rico came to the door and took out her keys. A smile with a trace of anticipation suffused from the corner of her lips. Shi Xiaobai, I'm back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 107, Where the King's Blade Tip Points. Chapter 107, Where the King's Blade Tip Points. Above an endless expanse of desolate plains was uncountable people in genuflection. Their bodies were covered in a golden aura, but their faces were fuzzy. Their heads were lowered as though they were subjects bowing in respect. They resembled golden wheat fields that covered the lands. In the middle of this golden wheat field stood a black-haired youth. The youth wore a golden crown and was in a black and white robe. A simple move of his gave a majestic feel to him. Thou shalt vow to be this king's swords forever. The youth said softly, but it appeared as deafening as thunder. Yes, my lord. The golden subjects responded in unison. The resulting sound boomed as it thundered throughout the world. Born to be the sword. Body as metal, blood as fire. Thousands, or maybe millions of golden humans swore in unison while in genuflection. The world seemed to change color in response to their thunderous voice. Fog slowly hid the sun as the world fell into darkness. Serving beside the king. Fighting across countless battlefields undefeated. Never to suffer defeat. Thunder rumbled through the sky as raging winds howled, but it was all drowned out by the resounding voices, like a small river being swallowed by the sea. Where the king's blade tip points is where our hearts aim. The moment this was said, golden beams shot out from the countless humans into the sky as they transmuted into a golden pillar of light which pierced through the heaven and earth. The world was lit up as the dark clouds that shrouded it was penetrated. We swear that in this life, for all eternity, we are ready to be the king's sword. Slaying the king's enemies. The deafening voices echoed through the clouds as countless golden beams suddenly contracted into thin lines before they disappeared without a trace. Above the vast desolate plains, there was only the youth with the crown left. As for the countless golden people, they had disappeared, and what remained were swords that filled the plains. All sorts of enchanted swords were embedded in the ground. There was nothing but a sea of swords as far as the eyes could see. Swords, come! As the youth summoned, all the swords began to violently tremble as they shot into the sky. Numerous swords gathered in the middle of the sun as they began fusing into each other, forming a sword handle with an invisible blade. This soul sword that was formed from millions of swords fell from the sky and floated towards the crowned youth. The youth reached out his hand to grab the sword handle as a clear ring from the sword resounded. The ring was filled with respect and joy. The sword was shapeless, but it had heart. Heaven opening. Earth rupturing. The youth held the sword handle with two hands and raised it past his head. As his body leaned sideways slightly, he suddenly slashed diagonally at the heaven and earth. The sword was raised and then lowered. The lands immediately ruptured at the fall of the sword, forming a deep abyss 10 miles wide and several thousand miles long. The sky was suddenly split into two, half of it was light, while the other half was darkness. The youth pulled back at the sword handle and watched the distant horizon calmly, as though he was watching another world. Suddenly, a vibrant voice resounded in the world. I'm back. Shi Xiaobai, hurry up and get up to welcome me back. The youth was stunned as his unperturbed eyes suddenly flickered with a beam of light. The sun is already shining high up in the sky to burn your ass, and you are still sleeping. Shi Xiaobai, you are such a pig. The voice that filled the heavens resounded once again as the crowned youth frowned. If you don't wake up, I'm going to punish you. The youth opened his mouth slightly and kept turning around to look at the sky, his eyes flashing in panic. Oomph, you are forcing me to make a move. The moment the voice fell silent, the entire world suddenly began to quake. The youth raised his sword in the stance of a cleave, but he suddenly felt his nose itch. As he gave a loud sneeze, the world turned into darkness, and he could not help but open his eyes. after he opened his eyes, he saw through his hazy eyes a fair hand holding onto a flower petal, gently disturbing his nose with the petal tip. "Humph, you have finally woken up, little lazy pig." As he turned his head sideways slightly, what came into view was a face with delicate features and a black ponytail that he had not seen for a long time. "Violent girl?" Shi Xiaobai was gradually recovering from his half-conscious sleep paralysis. When Rico heard the words "violent girl," she was slightly stunned before she habitually raised her fist and smacked it into Shi Xiaobai's forehead. Shi Xiaobai had already cultivated crab steps so much for the past few days that it had become instinctual to dodge, so how could he miss such a simple punch? With a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged the blow. Rico was slightly surprised when she missed. Without much thought, she muttered, "Yo, having not seen you for half a month, you have even learned how to dodge." Originally, Rico wanted to bicker with him, but she saw Shi Xiaobai slowly reveal a smile. "Welcome back, this king greatly misses you." Shi Xiaobai's voice was ever so gentle. Rico's pupils contracted slightly as she felt her heart petrify. She never expected to have such a feeling after returning to the words "welcome back, I greatly miss you" after having busied herself away from home. It was a bit sour yet sweet. It had a tinge of bliss. "You are cooking." Shi Xiaobai grinned and waved his hand to urge her. "Hurry up and cook. This king is a little hungry." The blissful smile that had bloomed froze immediately. The gaze that was turning soft immediately froze as well. "Sure. Xiao. Bye." Rico fumed, "Hurry up and return me my feelings." 30 minutes later. "Go ahead and eat, little lazy pig." Rico placed a bowl of rice in front of Shi Xiaobai as the corner of her mouth curled into a smile. Regardless of anything, she felt a small sense of achievement that Shi Xiaobai enjoyed her cooking. Well, just a bit. Shi Xiaobai looked at the 4 dishes and the bowl of soup placed on the table and could not resist wolfing them down. As he was too tired mentally from being in 7 consecutive days of virtual immersion, he had slept for 3 straight days. This resulted in him being famished. "Aya, how hungry have you been? Don't eat in such a hurry. It's not good for your stomach." Rico smiled as she watched Shi Xiaobai wolf down the food. After that, she picked up her cell phone and began reading news articles from the past few days. She had not been able to pay any attention to current affairs previously, but now, she had finally found time to do so. Rico scanned through the headlines that were mostly not of any interest to her. The hottest news was of course the collective training for the 2 factions. As the news was earth-shattering, Rico had already learned about it from others even though she did not pay attention to the news. She was no longer considered a rookie, so it did not concern her. The only rookie she was familiar with in Xingaya was Shi Xiaobai, but in her opinion, regardless of how much a genius Shi Xiaobai was, he was too behind on his training, so it was unlikely he could even pass the internal division selection, much less be selected to join the collective training to represent the organization faction. As such, Rico did not pay much attention to the 2 factions' collective training. Suddenly, Rico's swiping fingers paused slightly. A news headline imprinted itself in her eyes. China's Yaris, a man of God who cultivated crab steps to the dominating refinement at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, This is a Monster. Chapter 108, This is a Monster. China's Yaris, a man of God who cultivates crab steps to the dominating refinement at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. When Rico saw such a title, she could not help but mutter, "This must be clickbait." Rico naturally did not believe that anyone could cultivate crab steps to the dominating refinement realm at only the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, so she naturally came to the conclusion that it was a fake title meant to bait people into clicking. The content would have definitely lacked any authenticity. Rico greatly disliked such clickbait tactics. She continued flipping through the headlines when she suddenly saw another eye-catching headline. So what if you are an arch-cardinal of the Church of Virtuality? Psionic Mortal Realm Youth forces arch-cardinal to shout hubby. Immediately, a gloomy cloud appeared over Rico's forehead. Why do people these days like to use such obviously fake titles? Don't they know not to cross the limits? Rico cursed in her heart as she continued swiping downwards before she was suddenly stunned. A prediction of strength, Battle Arena Cafe's Gaia, branches IChooseDogLeading would one day shock the world. Rico hesitated for a moment before she clicked the news. There was no other reason other than the title having the word Gaia. However, after she clicked and read it, Rico was left completely flabbergasted. This F** king person at the third level of the psionic mortal realm cultivated crab steps to the dominating refinement who forced the arch-cardinal to shout hubby was named IChooseDogLeading, and apparently he was a customer of the Battle Arena Cafe's Gaia branch? Then wouldn't he be living in Steel City? Phew, I almost believed in it. While Rico was reading the detailed information in the article and the narration of events, she nearly fell for this extremely absurd story. When she flipped to the comments section, she was completely disappointed. Nearly all the comments were negative, accusing the report for being fake. Many people pointed out how the article lacked any bit of evidence. As I said, how can such a ridiculous thing happen in this day and age? Such an awesome character? Even if there is one, he definitely can't be in Gaia. Rico was acutely aware of Gaia's decline. In the recently recruited batch of Gaia rookies, other than Shi Xiaobai, who had heaven-defying talent, and the other rookie with the S-class evaluation being able to consider to be above average, the other rookies were just remnants of those who were eliminated from first-tier organizations. Unfortunately, Shi Xiaobai has fallen back by so much. However, he will eventually be able to chase up and even surpass others. Rico smiled as she looked at Shi Xiaobai, who was still wolfing down his food. She was rather confident of Shi Xiaobai's talent. He would soon cultivate to the second level of the psionic mortal realm, right? She had to urge him to work hard. With this thought in mind, Rico suddenly asked, Xiaobai, if you want to have superpowers earlier, you need to cultivate to the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm quickly. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai could not help but recall Rico's demonstration of high-frequency vibrokinesis. It immediately switched on an intense flame in his eyes. Be it Rico's high-frequency vibrokinesis, Hizitha's underworld poker or Dan Liang's death hypnagogia, they were all powerful superpowers that went as far as one's imagination. And as someone who possessed S-class superpower potential, he would be able to completely awaken his superpower once he cultivated to the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm. This king will reach the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm soon. As Shi Xiaobai swallowed the food in his mouth, he said with a tone filled with confidence. He was already at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, so how far could the fourth be? However, Rico was stunned hearing this. This little lazy pig sure is confident. Has he already cultivated to the second level of the psionic mortal realm? To be able to break through 2 levels in less than 20 days was blazing fast. Rico hesitated for a while and decided to remind Shi Xiaobai not to be too complacent and slack off, hence, she said, cultivating to the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm isn't an easy task. After all, the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm is one of the 2 major steps in the psionic mortal realm, Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask, 2 major steps? Rico was startled before she laughed and said, You have already been in rookie training for more than 10 days, yet you don't know this common piece of knowledge? Shi Xiaobai gave an awkward smile. He had only participated in 1 day of rookie training that had gone on for more than 10 days. He had played truant, so it was indeed a sin. Rico rolled her eyes at him and patiently explained, the psionic mortal realm has 2 major barriers. The first is the barrier from the 3rd level to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. The other is the one from the 9th to the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm. Hence, we call the 4th and 10th levels the 2 major steps of the psionic mortal realm. These two major steps are very influential. It can be said that the difference in strength between the first level to the third level of the psionic mortal realm isn't that great, but when facing someone at the fourth level of the psionic mortal realm, the pressure is immense. The gap in strength from the fourth to the ninth level of the psionic mortal realm isn't great either, but against a person at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, one can only shy away by taking a detour. These two major steps are very difficult to cross. You might take 1 year to rise 5 levels from the 4th level to the 9th level of the psionic mortal realm, but the time it takes to go from the 9th to 10th level might take more than a year. Hence, the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm isn't difficult to attain, but breaking to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm is extremely difficult. You have to work hard at it. Rico emphasized what she had said, with the intention to warn Shi Xiaobai that cultivation was not as easy as he thought. Shi Xiaobai digested Rico's words. Thinking of how his wavelet shield had previously been shattered by Wang Lin in a single punch and how the three-man team was instantly killed by Xiao Xiao, he finally understood what Rico meant. In short, going from the 3rd level to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm was extremely difficult. It was a hurdle, a major step. Shi Xiaobai silently ate another 2 mouthfuls before he suddenly found the food was not as delicious as before. Just thinking of how he could possess superpowers at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm and how he would be stuck in the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm for a period of time, he immediately lost his appetite. Without a superpower, how different was he from a dead salted fish? This king is full. This king will be entering cogitation. Shi Xiaobai put down his tableware and stood up. His facial expression looked extremely serious. Rico was left in a daze, but she was very pleased with Shi Xiaobai's positive attitude. Hold on, let's test your current cultivation progress first. Rico was still wondering if Shi Xiaobai had already cultivated to the 2nd level of the psionic mortal realm. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before nodding. He still had that bit of time to spare. Rico smiled and headed to her room. Not long later, she took out a metallic device that looked like a dynamometer. Hold on to it and release your psionic power. The device will indicate the strength of your psionic power. Rico handed the psionic power measurement device to Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai nodded and held onto that psionic power measurement device that was made of some special metal. He began to fully release the psionic power in his body towards his palms as he stared intently at the numeric display. Rico also paid close attention to the display. Could Shi Xiaobai have exceeded her expectations and cultivate to the 2nd level of the psionic mortal realm? The numeric display numbers jumped before it eventually fixed onto a surprising number, 4.1. Holy shit! 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Rico was stunned agape. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, A Teammate That Accidentally Harms You. Chapter 109, A Teammate That Accidentally Harms You. The numeric display numbers jumped a little, but it eventually came to a stop at 4.1. This number represented the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Is the device broken? After Rico let out a tiny invective, she gradually calmed down. To go from an ordinary person to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm in less than 20 days was something no F***king person would believe. Rico grabbed the psionic power measuring device and released all her psionic power. However, when she looked at the display numbers, she was immediately stunned. The device isn't broken. Rico swallowed a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. From the result of her own tests, the device was not malfunctioning. In that case, Shi Xiaobai had truly reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm? To rise 4 levels in less than 20 days and even cross a major cultivation step? How did you do it? Rico's gaze was riveted to Shi Xiaobai. She had just exaggerated about how difficult it was to reach the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, but it ended with Shi Xiaobai giving her a huge surprise. That's not right, this wasn't a surprise, Rico was already beginning to doubt life. Shi Xiaobai was also wondering why he had broken through to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Wasn't there supposed to be a major step? Shi Xiaobai sighed in his heart. Indeed, as a king, life was just a flat plane, so how can there be any steps? Upon hearing Rico's question, he could not help but say in a high-spirited manner, "There is nothing this king can't do." After Rico's interrogation by torture, she finally found out that Shi Xiaobai had already reached the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm after his first deep cogitation that lasted 10 consecutive days. As for when or how he broke through to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, Shi Xiaobai expressed that he had no idea either. In this regard, Rico felt the impulse of turning his delicate-looking face into a pig's head. She considered herself a genius. Not only did she possess a B-class superpower, the speed at which she cultivated was one of the best amongst her peers, but compared to Shi Xiaobai, alright, this is a monster. Comparing to him was just asking for trouble. Since this king has already reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, does that mean that this king can use superpowers? Shi Xiaobai suddenly thought of the matter. Didn't reaching the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm mean that his superpowers would be awoken? Why didn't he feel anything? Rico was stunned. Supposedly, psychers who broke through to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm would fall into a deep sleep for a short period of time. They would experience an awakening dream, in which they would instinctively awaken their superpowers and then learn from the dream the effects of their superpowers, as well as the superpowers' conditions and limitations. Since Shi Xiaobai had already reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, he should have experienced this awakening dream. Hold on, awakening dream. A bead of cold sweat oozed out of Rico's forehead as she asked with a shiver, Xiaobai, just now when I woke you up, were you having a dream? And it was an extremely clear one, a dream that you can still remember very well up to now? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai could not help but recall the dream with millions of golden people turning to enchanted swords. It was indeed very clear, so he immediately nodded. Sob asterisk, I'm sorry, I have harmed you. Rico was close to tears. She could never have expected Shi Xiaobai to reach the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm in such a short period of time. If she had known better, she wouldn't have been so excited when she got home to wake Shi Xiaobai up on a whim. The awakening dream was only experienced once by a psyker. If the dream was interrupted midway, then one would only have a vague understanding of their own superpowers. It required constant trial and error to fully understand the effects, limitations and conditions for the superpower that had been awoken. If superpowers were described as high-tech products, then the awakening dream was the indispensable manual. By missing out on the awakening dream, it was equivalent to proceeding forward blindly. It could be said to be catastrophic for espers. Rico hurriedly called her teacher, One Pun, for help. If Shi Xiaobai was unable to use his superpowers because of something she did on a whim, she would never be able to forgive herself. After a phone call that lasted more than 10 minutes, Rico finally calmed down. This was because One Pun said that there was still hope even if the awakening dream was interrupted. The awakening dream can be repeated, but it will not be a perfect repeat. Only a portion of it can be repeated, while the remaining will have to be figured out by you. Rico gave her deepest apologies to Shi Xiaobai. It's all my fault. I will do my very best to help you work out your superpower blueprint. If you still choose to trust me. A superpower blueprint was considered the most important secret of every psyker because it contained every single aspect of the psyker's superpower. But now, Shi Xiaobai had to reveal his superpower blueprint because of the need for a trial and error. Rico hoped that she could become the subject of Shi Xiaobai's experimentation because she would spare no effort in helping him figure the superpower blueprint out. Furthermore, she would rather die than reveal the secrets to Shi Xiaobai's superpower. Of course, this was all wishful thinking on her own part. The main issue was if Shi Xiaobai was still willing to trust her. He probably wouldn't believe in her ever again, right? This king believes you. You are a member of my Xiaobai's hero squad, and you belong to this king. This king will not doubt your loyalty and sincerity. Shi Xiaobai said matter-of-factly. He knew that Rico had unintentionally awoken him from the awakening dream, so he naturally did not blame her. Rico responded with a gentle ah. This was the first time she felt that joining the Xiaobai's hero squad was quite a good thing. Then let us begin. First, you need to enter a specific form of cogitation. When that happens, I will instruct you on how to reproduce your awakening dream. The reappearance of it will be very short and would even be a bit blurry. You must do everything to gather as much information about your superpower. Every bit of information is critical. Minutes later, under Rico's guidance, Shi Xiaobai completed the specific form of cogitation. Rico took a deep breath and said, "Now, look around you. Do you see a pure white door? That is the door of superpower. Walk in there, and it will bring you to the world of the awakening dream." Shi Xiaobai was currently immersed in his imagined world. He was surrounded by a beautiful world, but when he heard Rico's words, he looked around and immediately found the pure white door Rico mentioned. However, beside the pure white door, he also saw a pure black door of the same shape and size. Enter the white door? Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask. Yes, enter the white door. Rico answered. Shi Xiaobai's consciousness came in front of the white and black doors. Suddenly he quivered as he felt like something inside the black door of darkness was calling out to him. It had an intense desire. As for the white door, it seemed to have a soft aura to it that attracted him to enter. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a moment but decided to trust Rico. He took a step towards the pure white door, and immediately, the pure black door suddenly issued an angry roar. Shi Xiaobai struggled for a moment before he finally decided to step into the pure white door. And when he did so, he immediately felt a sense of weightlessness, as though he had fallen through the void. Immediately following that, gigantic swords suddenly appeared in front of him as they flickered in the dark. After that, thunderous voices after voices began to boom. These voices were of both men and women, young and old. Their voices were clear, but the words they said were unintelligible. Shi Xiaobai had no idea what bird speak they were saying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Strength comes from a pay. Chapter 110, Strength comes from a pay 1. Phew! Shi Xiaobai exhaled the deep breath he had held in as he gradually opened up his eyes. The first thing he saw was Rico's beautiful but nervous face. How is it? How much information did you get? Rico was feeling uneasy since the repeat of the awakening dream was brief. It only skimmed the surface, so the information gained about the superpower would be greatly lacking. However, the amount of information obtained would determine how difficult it was to reproduce the entire superpower blueprint. Shi Xiaobai answered, "This king roughly knows what his superpower is." Really? Rico was delighted as she asked, "Quick, tell me about the information you gathered." Shi Xiaobai said, "Strength. This king can obtain the strength of others." Rico was surprised as she asked, "Huh? Any more?" Shi Xiaobai cocked his head and gave it some thought before he threw up his hands and said, "That was it." Rico stared widely. "What do you mean that was it?" Rico gave a faint sigh. Although she should not have expected to obtain much information from the repeat of the awakening dream, she had never expected that all he got was such vague information. To be able to obtain powers from others meant that it was the effect, but what about the condition to obtain strength? What sort of limitations would there be to obtain strength from others? To be able to use his superpower freely, he had to be extremely clear of the three rules, namely, effects, conditions and limitations. A complete superpower blueprint was extremely important. The information Shi Xiaobai had obtained was just a tip of an iceberg. It might even not be able to amount to the tip of an iceberg. However, Riko knew it was not the time to grumble over this. It was all her fault, so she had to restore Shi Xiaobai's perfect superpower blueprint or she would never feel at ease. Do you know how to obtain powers from others? For example, must you do a specific move or do certain things? Riko made an attempted guess. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback before he pondered for a while. Then, he nodded and said, "This king seems to know how." Indeed, he had a vague idea how to obtain the strength of others in his mind. Really? Riko was pleasantly surprised to hear this. As long as the method to use the superpower was known, she could figure out the superpower blueprint by constant experimentation. She hurriedly said, "Then quick, give it a try." "Well, you can use me as the target. Obtain your power from my body." It was actually a very dangerous thing to be the target of a superpower experiment. Only the heavens knew what strength really meant. It was unknown if it would harm her body if her strength was taken away or if her strength could be restored or if the superpower could be returned. However, Riko could not care so much. She blamed herself for everything that had happened, so she believed she had the responsibility to become Shi Xiaobai's experimental subject. She had to take responsibility for this matter, regardless of the price. "Are you sure?" Shi Xiaobai asked with knitted brows. He had a nagging feeling that the method to obtaining power was somewhat. Riko felt a thump in her heart upon hearing this. She knew that with Shi Xiaobai's character, it was unlikely he would ask such a question. Being direct was his style, but with him asking, it proved that the usage of the superpower was extremely damaging to the target. There was a struggle in Riko's eyes, but it quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm sure." "Come on." Riko puffed up her chest, indicating that she did not mind sacrificing herself. "All right, then this king won't stand on ceremony." Shi Xiaobai did not hesitate any further. Being direct was definitely his style. Shi Xiaobai slowly reached out his right hand towards Riko. While Riko looked at the right hand that was gradually approaching her, she could not help but feel nervous. Even though she told herself that she was willing to sacrifice herself, it was common for humans to fear the unknown. Riko closed her eyes with a bit of apprehension. She began cheering on herself in her mind. "Come on, even if it will result in excruciating pain when strength is extracted, that is the responsibility you have to bear." Riko closed her eyes tightly as she held her breath. She nervously waited for Shi Xiaobai to use his superpower on her. Suddenly, Riko was horrified to find her perky, left breast being grabbed by someone. That holy ground of softness had been grabbed gently with 5 fingers making full contact with it. A numbness immediately spread throughout her body. "Ah!" Having her breast attacked, Riko gave out an instinctive yelp as she hurriedly jumped back and covered her chest with her hands. She stared in disbelief at Shi Xiaobai's wandering hands that had yet retracted from its grip. "Why?" Riko looked at a blinking Shi Xiaobai that had a completely pure expression. She could not believe that he had used such a shameless method to desecrate the Holy Land that no one else had ever touched. Riko's face blushed red as her eyes began to slightly swell in redness. "I have always thought of you as a good person. I never expected you to be such a Shi Xiaobai." Riko was both embarrassed and furious. Even if she had made a mistake, it was unintentional. Besides, she had been doing her best to make up for it. Why did he treat her like that? Why did he use such a humiliating way to take his revenge on her? Strength. Shi Xiaobai suddenly reached out his hand as he pointed at Riko's covered chest. He calmly said, "Didn't you allow this king to obtain strength from your body? Strength is in there." Upon hearing this, Riko stood open-eyed and agape with speechless astonishment. Shi Xiaobai's superpower usage target was female breasts? Minutes later, after Shi Xiaobai's perplexing explanation, Riko finally managed to calm down. However, her cheeks were still as red as an apple. "So, the strength you want to obtain is in my *** there?" Riko was so embarrassed that she could not even bring up the matter. She had yet to engage in the worldly pleasures, and she was even a pure and innocent girl who had never even dated. So how could she bring up the matter for discussion after having her sensitive spot grabbed? Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, "That's right." Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Riko began knitting her eyebrows. "You didn't ask," Shi Xiaobai said matter-of-factly. Riko was stunned silent. Indeed, she did not ask in her nervousness, but don't you know that you need to ask for someone's opinion if you were grabbing that spot? Do you know what is sexual harassment? This bastard must be doing it on purpose. He is nothing but a young pervert. Riko cursed in her heart as she said with a bitter face, "Must you grab there to be able to use your superpower? Wasn't this superpower limitation 2F** ket up? It could only be used by grabbing a girl's breast. If that was the case, how was she to become his experimental subject? She had nearly suffered a mental breakdown when her breast was grabbed without any warning. If they had to repeat the experiment, wouldn't she die of embarrassment? Shi Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "It seems like it just needs to be close." "What?" Riko stared widely as she boomed angrily, "Then why did you grab my boo, there?" Riko reached out her hands to press down on Shi Xiaobai's shoulders, her eyes burning with flames. "Because, this king was very curious," Shi Xiaobai said in dead seriousness. 1. A pei is the Japanese term for boobs. It is written in Chinese. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, A pei is also justice. Chapter 111, A pei is also justice. Shi Xiaobai remembered his former roommate, Yang Wei, say to him, "White Eventide Heretic King, do you know what is justice?" Justice is a babe's a pei. A pei is the softest existence in the entire world. It is multifarious, as it warms the world and feeds people. Justice is the noble goal of our lifelong pursuits. So for our dreams, we must grasp babes, and grasp their a pei. Shi Xiaobai had been skeptical when he heard this, but he never had an opportunity to put it into practice. But at that moment, with a perky a pei held out in front of him, he could no longer repress the curiosity in his heart, which resulted in him. Sigh, this king is greatly disappointed. This is not justice at all. Shi Xiaobai's eyes were filled with disappointment. After grabbing a pei, other than it being soft and somewhat springy, there was no other feeling. This was not the justice he wanted. Sure. Xiao. Bye. Riko gnashed her teeth as she bellowed. She pounced at Shi Xiaobai like an enraged lioness. In fact, when Shi Xiaobai noticed Riko's embarrassed expression, he had realized he had done something wrong. So with some hesitation, he did not use crab steps to dodge. As a result, the tragic scene of an enraged beautiful girl ravaging a cute youth came to play. The large scale of the tragedy, the epic loss of humanity, the moral turpitude, please imagine it yourself. 10 minutes later, Riko, who had finally managed to calm herself down, reluctantly stopped wrecking Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai, who had been pinched blue and black, could only draw a cold gasp and reflect on his plight. This king pursues justice, but was it wrong? Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Shi Xiaobai firmly said in his heart, this king was not wrong, it is the world. Riko calmed her feelings down and said, another time. This time, you are only allowed to go close. You are not allowed to touch there, or else, humph. Although Riko was overwhelmed with unwillingness, there was no other way. She had to help Shi Xiaobai figure out his superpower. This was a responsibility she could not shirk. The fault that was hers, she had to see through it even if she had to walk on her knees. After Riko said that, she released the hands that were holding her chest. She once again slightly puffed her perky chest up. Be careful, you are not to touch it. This time, Riko did not dare close her eyes. She stared with her eyes with a look like she was about to weep. It was an appearance that people could not help but want to take a bite out of her. Shi Xiaobai nodded as he gradually reached out his right hand. His hand slowly approached a spot just a few centimeters away from Rico's breast. Just a tiny motion would allow him to touch it. Rico's heart raced, but she not dared to breathe too heavily. She was afraid that by moving her chest too much, her chest would end up touching Shi Xiaobai's palm. Hurry up. Rico was close to tears. Shi Xiaobai began to use his heart to perceive. He could feel an intimate power in Rico's chest, a power that was resonating with his soul. Just a bit more, just a bit more, just a bit more. Shi Xiaobai felt that the power was about to escape from whatever that was binding it to his hand. It was just lacking a tiny bit. Shi Xiaobai turned anxious as his outstretched hand could not help but move forward a little. Immediately, he felt that soft and elastic sensation. Shi Xiaobai's hand had once again touched Rico's justice. Shi Xiaobai. Rico immediately screamed and jumped backwards. She was on the brink of going mad. This pervert was definitely doing it on purpose. This king did not do it intentionally. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly waved his hands, afraid that he would once again be ravaged by Rico. He quickly explained the feeling he obtained while using his superpower as well as the feeling that it lacked just a bit. After hearing his explanation, Rico gradually calmed down. Her mind went into an intense struggle. Her embarrassment and guilt were at odds with each other, but finally her guilt defeated her embarrassment. I'll give you one final chance. You must not touch it, or I'll give up on you. 10 minutes later. Shi Xiaobai, go to hell. Rico held her softness, with eyes filled with despair. More than a dozen times. No, that's not right, it was dozens of times, but... She would say that it was the final time each time, but every time, her embarrassment could not emerge victorious in her mental battle. Hence, she would give Shi Xiaobai chance after chance, resulting in her sensitive spot being touched time and time again. Rico was quickly turning numb and she even thought of letting him go to town with his touching, so that she could quickly end this nightmare. However, her reservations as a girl insisted that Shi Xiaobai was to complete the usage of his superpower without touching her. This is the last time. Really, this will be the last one. Rico sighed. As a psyker, she knew the great importance of the superpower's rules. Even a F-class psyker who knew how to flexibly use his superpower could defeat an inept A-class psyker who did not know how to use his superpower. As such, this made her sink deeper into guilt. Shi Xiaobai nodded silently as he tried his best not to touch Rico's breast. Sensing the struggle in Rico's heart, Shi Xiaobai's heart also grew heavy. She had signed a blood pact with him, so he was her king. A king could not let his subjects feel disappointment and sorrow. Come out for this king. Shi Xiaobai could not help but roar angrily as he sensed the intense resonance of the power. Suddenly, a purplish-blue light lit up around Rico's chest. It was a tiny purplish-blue circular door. Shi Xiaobai's hand came to the circular door, and naturally stretched his hand in. Rico moaned as she felt her body turn limp, but the sweeping comfort she felt made her involuntarily utter such a moan. Shi Xiaobai slowly pulled his hand out from the purplish-blue ring, and soon, purplish-blue crystals of myriad shapes and sizes began to attach themselves to Shi Xiaobai's arm. Following that, as Shi Xiaobai gradually pulled his hand out, a stone pillar condensed from the purplish-blue crystals appeared. Shi Xiaobai only felt a strange force flowing through his body that rushed straight to his head. He raised the crystal column as a golden beam of light shot out, piercing through the ceiling, into the sky. The purplish-blue crystals suddenly began to pair, like a layer crystal skin that shed, and out of it appeared a dark blue sword. The golden beam slowly converged at this moment as a sharp shrill from the sword resounded that sounded like a heavenly flute. Shi Xiaobai's mind flashed with fuzzy images and he saw a young girl with a ponytail in it. Shi Xiaobai instinctively raised up the dark blue sword and brandished it in the air. Suddenly, everything in the room, the sofa, tables, chairs, chandeliers, floor, began to vibrate vigorously. Rico was already completely flabbergasted. Shi Xiaobai had pulled out a sword from her chest? And the vibrations he caused from a slight swing of the sword seemed like high-frequency vibrokinesis. Rico exclaimed when she realized this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Ideology Appearance. Chapter 112, Ideology Appearance. High-frequency vibrokinesis. Rico exclaimed. The intense vibrations created by Shi Xiaobai's wave of the sword was extremely similar to her superpower, high-frequency vibrokinesis. Just after Rico yelled, a strong odd feeling suddenly suffused from her heart, as though a naked her was being watched by Shi Xiaobai. It was as though her joy and sadness buried in her deepest memories had made contact with Shi Xiaobai. It was a feeling as though she had passed everything she had into Shi Xiaobai's hands. Rico immediately felt a strong sense of resistance. Pang. The dark blue crystal sword in Shi Xiaobai's hands shattered at that moment, transforming into beams of purplish blue light that shot into Rico's chest. Rico could not help but moan. Her blushing face was even redder now. Rico took a few deep breaths before she gradually calmed down. She looked at Shi Xiaobai and asked, "Were you using high-frequency vibrokinesis just now?" Shi Xiaobai seemed to find it a pity that the sword had disappeared. Upon hearing Rico's question, he gave it some thought before saying, "This king naturally swung the sword after holding the sword, but this king has no idea how to use high-frequency vibrokinesis. However, there is nothing this king can't do, so it is nothing surprising." Rico rolled her eyes at Shi Xiaobai and attempted to make a conclusion. From the preliminary results, you can pull out a sword from other people's bodies through the chests of others. Well, actually it might be the heart, but that's basically the gist of it. This sword might very well contain a particular strength of the target's. For example, my superpower, high-frequency vibrokinesis. It might even be possible that the strength you obtain is not limited to superpowers. Rico pondered for a moment before a look of horror came over her face as she said loudly, "Heavens, doesn't that mean you can borrow the superpowers of others? Doesn't that mean you can very well use a variety of superpowers? This sort of superpower is unheard of." Shi Xiaobai twitched his mouth and said, "This is the effect of this king's crown. The powers of the people in this world are naturally usable by this king." Rico helplessly shook her head. She was quite speechless when it came to Shi Xiaobai's king theory. After some thought, she said, "It is after all an S-class superpower, so it is reasonable to have such effects. However, the more powerful the effects, the more stringent the conditions and the limitations are. One of the conditions might be, 1. The target has to be female. 2. The sword has to be pulled out from the chest. 3. It needs a certain amount of time for the sword to be pulled out. And the limitations clearly have duration as one of them. It just lasted for a few seconds just now. By the way, when you pulled out the sword, did you have any special feelings?" Upon hearing Rico's analysis, Shi Xiaobai nodded in agreement and then said, "After this king pulled the sword out, blurry images flashed past this king's brain. There was a little girl in it, but soon I felt a resistance and then the sword disappeared." Upon hearing this, Rico's expression turned slightly strange. Was she the little girl Shi Xiaobai had seen? She had indeed felt the odd feeling of someone peeping at her memories. As for the resistance Shi Xiaobai felt, it appeared to be a result of her resistance. In that case, the disappearance of the sword was because of her resistance? It appears like the limitations are related to the target's mental state of mind. Once the target strongly resists, the sword will disappear. Rico sighed, "This limitation is quite strict. You have to make the target be willing to lend you their superpower." Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai said, "I see. Only the most loyal subjects of this king can become this king's sword. Riko rolled her eyes. Shi Xiaobai's abilities of distortion made her feel that whatever he said made sense, that I am rendered speechless. Let's try it again. Remember. Do not touch it, Riko snorted. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to keep jumping into that hole she had dug herself. After all, the investigation of his superpowers needed repeated experiments. Shi Xiaobai naturally agreed with the suggestion of trying again. He slowly stretched out his arm and stopped a few centimeters away from Riko's holy grounds. From afar, it looked like it was already stuck together. At this moment, a figure walked out of the light. Xiaobai. The person had lovingly called out, but when faced with the ambiguous scene, it was as though the person was struck by lightning. Her Excellency Callie. Riko yelled in utter astonishment when she saw the person, who was none other than Callie. Callie was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Shi Xiaobai was temporarily staying in Riko Minamiya's apartment, but she never believed that such a thing would happen. Shi Xiaobai was actually touching another girl's breast? Furthermore, it was such an ample épée that made her full of envy? What are the both of you doing? Callie's voice was so cold that it sent a chill down to the marrow. After Riko's careful explanation of the situation, Callie finally understood all that had happened. Although she felt sour in her heart, she had finally managed to calm down. She suddenly began to regret not monitoring Shi Xiaobai for 24 hours a day because of her unnecessary reservations. If she had done so, she could have prevented Riko from disturbing Shi Xiaobai's awakening dream. And most importantly, she would not need to see such an ambiguous scene. Alright, Callie admitted that she had been a little petty, but her heart still felt sour. Was this the legendary sour grapes? Callie glanced at Riko's extremely well-developed chest and then lowered her head to glance at her flat chest. Suddenly, she felt like forgetting everything and destroyed the whole damn world. By the side, Riko's heart was beating as heavily as a drum. This was Her Excellency Callie. Even her teacher, One Pun, lamented that he was inferior to an existence like her. She had always been her idol. Riko never imagined to be able to be this close to her idol. It filled her heart with bliss, but the moment she thought of the likely possibility of leaving a bad impression on Her Excellency Callie, she immediately felt upset. I have understood the situation. Although you are at fault, it was unintentional. Besides, taking remedial actions after being aware of your mistake is pretty good. As Xiaobai's girl, as Xiaobai's mentor, I think you have done enough. Callie did not reveal that she was Shi Xiaobai's girlfriend, mainly because she was embarrassed and secondly, because she did not wish to claim her sovereignty in front of a junior. She might lose in terms of memory volume, but she could not lose her magnanimity. How is one to level the world without a level chest? Callie thought it over before saying to Riko, you have already done enough. Leave the rest to me. I will help Xiaobai complete his superpower blueprint. Riko hesitated for a moment before she nodded in agreement. If Her Excellency Callie was willing to help Shi Xiaobai, she would definitely do a better job than herself. As for Shi Xiaobai, he also chose not to say anything. He did not even retort Callie's purporting of being a mentor. There was no other reason, because intuition told him that it was best to shut up. Callie was very pleased with this outcome. She looked at Shi Xiaobai and said, then come touch my— No, that's not right. Come obtain my strength. Translator's note: Whiteology is the study of the adult visual novel, White Album, just like how readology is the study of the #1 Chinese classic novel, Dream of the Red Chamber. In China, it has resulted in whiteology memes such as, how are you this skilled? You can read a bit about readology in another novel I co-translate, I'm Really a Superstar, chapter 285 to 335. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, Why Are You This Skilled? Chapter 113, Why are you this skilled? Then come touch my— No, that's not right. Come obtain my strength. Callie nearly blurted out her thoughts, and after she said that, she silently questioned herself. When did I become this shameless? It had to be anger. Only then did Rico understand that Callie herself would replace her as the experimental subject when she said to leave the rest to her. She immediately wanted to stop her. Her Excellency Callie was such a noble and inviolable existence, so how could she take such a risk? What if the little pervert, Shi Xiaobai, touched that holy spot? However, when Rico took a glance at Callie's chest, the thought immediately perished. Well, although it was a faux pas, the little pervert probably would not touch Her Excellency Callie's holy grounds because it was a vast plain. Shi Xiaobai took a few steps towards Callie. Since Callie had taken the initiative to make the request, he naturally would not refuse her. Shi Xiaobai came in front of Callie and slowly stretched his hand out to the vast flatness. Callie suddenly felt a bit nervous. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Shi Xiaobai's hand came to a very stable stop a few centimeters from Callie's chest. After Rico's education, he understood very clearly that a girl's épée was not to be easily touched. How is it? I didn't touch it, right? Shi Xiaobai grinned and felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Callie's mouth curled as she was almost close to tears. She said in sorrow, Why are you this skilled? When Callie's Why are you this skilled entered Rico's ears, Rico immediately felt extremely embarrassed. Shi Xiaobai was so skilled because he had experimented on her body dozens of times. Rico suddenly felt that she had sensed a sour tone in Callie's words, but she immediately shook her head and rejected such a thought. It had to be an illusion. This was Her Excellency Callie, a godlike existence. However, Shi Xiaobai did not think too much about it. He was trying his best to sense the power in Callie's body, but he was shocked to discover that he could not feel it at all. His consciousness felt as though it had been devoured by the boundless universe, preventing him from feeling a thing. There was no strength in Callie's body, or it should be said that because the strength was too powerful, it was so powerful that it felt like nothing. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly and could not help but reach forward a bit. His palm tightly adhered itself to Callie's flat but slightly protruded bud. Callie let out an embarrassed cry, but she did not move backwards. Instead, she puffed her chest forward, like a little peacock trying to show its dominance of its territory. However, her beautiful snow-white face had already suffused a peach-like pinkness. Beside them, Rico covered her tiny mouth while her eyes were in complete disbelief. Her Excellency Callie has been violated. At the same time, Rico felt an immense respect for her. How great was Her Excellency Callie? For her student, she was willing to make such a great sacrifice. Shi Xiaobai, oh Shi Xiaobai, how many good deeds did you do in your past life for you to be able to touch Her Excellency Callie's holy grounds? Rico was constantly yelling in her heart because she found it impossible to digest this shocking scene. After more than 10 seconds, Callie could no longer resist her embarrassment. She felt that she would end up going mad if this carried on, so with a wave of her hand, she interrupted Shi Xiaobai and quickly turned her body to conceal her gaffe. Only her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed the chaos in her heart. How was it? Rico asked curiously. There was no feeling. Shi Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders. What? Callie angrily turned around and stared at Shi Xiaobai. He actually said that he had no feelings from touching that spot? Did men really like bigger and ampler ones? There was no feeling of strength at all. Shi Xiaobai added more details to his sentence. Callie was stunned hearing this, but she realized she had misunderstood again. Immediately she lowered her blushing head. Sigh, she had become so strange. Can it be because the strength is too powerful? Rico analyzed. The obtaining of strength definitely has limitations. Her Excellency Callie's strength is too powerful for Xiaobai, so not being able to obtain it should be considered normal. Callie could only nod in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, if Shi Xiaobai could directly obtain her strength, then the superpower was probably far beyond SSS class. Looks like I have to do it. At this moment, Riko said, I'll be the experimental subject. Riko was willing to let herself be touched once or twice for Her Excellency Callie's purity. However, Callie was stunned. What was the meaning of this? What do you mean you do it? Alright, you have all the say with big boobs. Callie was very hurt. Half an hour later, under Callie's stringent supervision, Shi Xiaobai completed nearly 10 experiments without touching Riko. After the experiments, they did not come up with any other theories. The duration of the sword indeed depended on the target's mental resistance. Every time Riko strongly resisted, the sword would disappear. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai could indeed use the sword to use high-frequency vibrokinesis. However, Shi Xiaobai could only temporarily rely on instinct to use it, and not freely use it as he wished. What made Riko completely speechless that Shi Xiaobai could use high-frequency vibrokinesis through the sword without any conditions or limitations. As for her, she had a lot of conditions and limitations when she used high-frequency vibrokinesis. Shi Xiaobai's superpower was indeed a freak of nature. However, it did had quite a bit of conditions and limitations too. However, as they had only one sample, there were many things that were still uncertain. For example, must the target only be female? Would the thing pulled out necessarily be a sword? Would the strength of the sword be directly related to a superpower? Was the duration of the sword purely related to the target's resistance, or were there other determining factors? All in all, there were still many questions regarding Shi Xiaobai's superpower, but there was just too few subjects for experimentation, so there was no way to get the exact answer. By the end of the last experiment, the sky had darkened. Riko volunteered herself to cook dinner and Callie decided to stay behind for dinner. Although she did not need to eat, she could not sit idle when she imagined the scene of Riko and Shi Xiaobai eating dinner together alone once she left. Xiaobai and I are boyfriend and girlfriend who have signed a lover's pact. Callie comforted herself as she looked at Shi Xiaobai with an unfriendly look. During the meal, Shi Xiaobai was no longer wolfing down the food as before. However, he did not become restricted because of the two cute girls sitting beside him. He ate as he pleased. Riko and Callie's gaze also turned soft at this moment. Right, since Xiaobai is now at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, is he able to join in the selection for collective training? Riko suddenly thought of this matter. Previously, she was of the opinion that Shi Xiaobai had fallen back too much, so she did not carry any hopes. But now, things were different. Shi Xiaobai was already at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. Although it was unknown how good his combat skills were, there was still a chance for him to obtain a recommendation ticket for Annihilation Division. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 114, Lovers Pact 2.0. Chapter 114, Lovers Pact 2.0. Right, since Xiaobai is now at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, doesn't that mean he is able to participate in the collective training selection? Riko suggested the possibility. What's the collective training selection? Shi Xiaobai asked as he continued munching on his food. Having just awoken after sleeping for 3 consecutive days, he naturally did not know of the news regarding the two factions' collective training. Riko was momentarily stunned before she explained patiently to him. Moments later, Shi Xiaobai got a general gist of it and with a thought, he asked, "What are the benefits to joining the collective training?" Riko rolled her eyes and said, "The Hero Association will definitely invest a great deal of resources in the collective training that they are organizing. It's a chance for every rookie that joins it to become stronger, one that should not be missed out. Besides, this collective training will be witnessed by the entire world, so your reputation will be greatly increased. If you are outstanding during the collective training, you might even have a lot of fans and eventually become a celebrity hero. This world's star chasing was different from Earth. The main targets of idolatry would be heroes. Celebrity heroes were heroes who were recognized as celebrities by the media. The endorsement fees these heroes commanded was enough to last them the rest of their lives. Most importantly, every word or thing celebrity heroes said or did would result in the reverence or support of their fans. For a hero, wasn't glory, the stage and supporters the most important things? As such, more than 95% of heroes had becoming celebrity heroes as their number one goal. Therefore, the collective training that could be viewed by the entire country was the best opportunity for the rookies to make their debut. However, Rico chuckled and said, "However, it's best you don't bear high hopes. It's not that I'm trying to set you back, but being only at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, the possibility of being selected as one of the collective training's 20 is nearly zero." In Rico's point of view, the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm was considered the lowest requirement. There would definitely not be any lack of people at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm participating in this selection process. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai had not cultivated for long. His combat skills would definitely be weaker than others. A large number of people at the selection competition would definitely have proficiency levels at the familiarized proficiency, and a tiny minority might even be at the exemplary mastery realm. It was unknown if Shi Xiaobai had even reached the grasped basics realms of a combat skill or two. However, making an attempt is still good. Even if you fail, it is also a valuable experience. Rico still hoped that Shi Xiaobai could attempt it. After all, people could only grow through a series of defeats and failures. Callie snickered when she heard this. In terms of knowing Shi Xiaobai, she was still ahead of Rico after all. Although Shi Xiaobai was only at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm, even Xiao Xiao, who was at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, was powerless against him. Just with his crab steps at the dominating refinement realm, it was very difficult for anyone in the psionic mortal realm to easily defeat him. Upon thinking of this, Callie's gaze turned softer. She had witnessed Shi Xiaobai's diligence. For him to experience more than 2,000 counts of defeat and remain resolute over a 7-day consecutive period without any rest, such a Shi Xiaobai had moved her heart as well as paining her heart. Shi Xiaobai did not think too much about it. All he did was nod and say, "Then I'll participate in it." His thinking was simple. As long as he could become stronger, he did not put it to heart if he would experience failure or if he would fail to pass the selection. Before a king could be invincible, he had to first experience countless failures. Furthermore, he was actually looking forward to the candidates Rico mentioned to give him a terrible defeat. It was best if there was someone like Thomas, who he could not surpass, but someone he could keep chasing after. If that happened, he could exceed his limits again and again. All right. Rico immediately became happy when she heard Shi Xiaobai agree to it so candidly. Thinking of ensuring that this matter would be cast in stone, she quickly picked up her cell phone and walked to the corridor. She made a phone call to ask her father about the time and relevant matters regarding Annihilation Division's selection. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai and Callie were the only two people left in the living room. Shi Xiaobai was still dining as though nothing had happened. Callie hesitated for a moment before standing up to walk to Shi Xiaobai's side. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to look at her. Callie gave a gentle smile and suddenly lifted the white eye patch that covered her left eye, revealing that beautiful and holy golden pupil. Shi Xiaobai took a glance at it and felt like his entire being was attracted by the golden shimmer from her pupil. He even forgot to breathe momentarily. The golden pupil seemed to contain the most sacred light in the world. On careful look, there was a tiny black dot in the middle of the golden pupil that could only be seen up close. The black dot was like a black hole that seemingly sucked Shi Xiaobai's soul into it. That golden pupil and black dot felt as though a black sun that had compressed all of the dark eventide hung in the endless light. Shi Xiaobai stared widely as he raised his head high. Slowly, his body left his seat as he allowed his eyes to approach the golden pupil. He wanted to be closer to that eye and see it even clearer. His forehead touched her forehead. And very soon, his nose tip touched her nose tip. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai felt his lips being quickly and gently touched by a soft but moist object. Her lips had touched his lips. After Callie gave her a light kiss, she immediately turned around, and as her back that faced Shi Xiaobai trembled, she said, This is Lovers Pact 2.0. You are not to be a Casanova, nor are you allowed to have a change of heart. Do you understand? I'll be going first. After Callie said that, she escaped into the light once again, disappearing from the room. Shi Xiaobai blinked his eyes and sighed. It looks like this king has been slacking recently to not even know that there was a Lovers Pact 2.0 version. Sigh, forget it. The next time this king sees her, she will definitely have a taste of the Lovers Pact 3.0 created by this king. The next morning, under Rico's urging, Shi Xiaobai woke up early. According to news obtained by Rico, the internal selection for Annihilation Division was today. You can do it. During the selection, I'll be watching beside you. Of course, don't expect me to be some cheerleader, but I will spiritually cheer on you. Before Shi Xiaobai left, Rico exhorted, Go to the training grounds first. I'll be there right after you. By the way, remember to conceal your strength. There shouldn't be anyone who knows that you have broken through to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm. TSK, this would be such a huge pleasant surprise. After Shi Xiaobai finished his breakfast, he took the taxi Rico got for him to the training grounds. As it was still early in the morning, there were only 2 people in the training classroom when Shi Xiaobai arrived. They were unfamiliar faces for Shi Xiaobai, so after taking a glance, he sat down at a random spot and closed his eyes to enter cogitation cultivation. During cogitation cultivation, he could enter his imagined heaven and earth, a world that he created freely by himself. He could also increase his own psionic ability realm, hence, whenever Shi Xiaobai was free, he would enter cogitation cultivation. He had even used cogitation in place of sleep last night. Shi Xiaobai was able to enter a meditative state quickly, and in a few seconds, he was already in cogitation. Translator's note: I saw some people request for me to set up a Patreon, and it can be found here. Feel free to support if you can do so. I have nothing much to offer except increasing the regular chapter releases for both novels, True Martial World and Absolute Choice, that are purely mine. I look forward to your support. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 115, Hizith wants some quietness. Chapter 115, Hizith wants some quietness. After Shi Xiaobai entered his meditative state, the 2 rookies who were also in the room finally eased their stiff expressions. There was no other way about it. Just seeing the little bastard, Tu Dahe, reminded them of the tragic memories of having their wallets emptied. This fool is actually still alive? I thought he would have already been sliced into poker cards by Instructor Hizith. I never expected him to dare come after playing truant for 10 days. I'm already looking forward to what interesting game Instructor Hizith will play with him. Unfortunately, today will be the selection for our division's recommendation ticket. It is said that the division minister will come personally, so Instructor Hizith likely doesn't have time to play games today. However, if Tu Dahe were to participate in the selection, things will get interesting. That's right. I'm waiting to see Brother Wang Lin beat up Tu Dahe, hee. The 2 rookies gloated over Shi Xiaobai's upcoming misfortune as they looked unfriendly at him. In their hearts, Tu Dahe was a bastard who acted the pig to devour tigers, and he was especially shameless. Although they knew that it was impossible for them to beat Tu Dahe, who was at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm, it did not stop them from fantasizing how the strongest rookie in Annihilation, Wang Lin, would trample all over Tu Dahe. As the 2 rookies were in the midst of their discussion, droves of rookies entered the classroom. These rookies also naturally scanned the classroom and discovered Shi Xiaobai. Most of them revealed a bit of aghast embarrassment as they recalled of the terror of their wallets being emptied by Shi Xiaobai. However, they soon began to engage in schadenfreudian discussion. By daring to participate in the collective training selection despite having asked for instructor Hizitha's underwear in public and then play truant for 10 days, he was just courting death in a fanciful manner. They began to look forward to what instructor Hizitha's expression would be when he saw Tu Dahe after entering the classroom, as well as what he would do. At this moment, a keen-eyed rookie noticed through the classroom door a familiar figure slowly walking over. "Instructor Hizith is here!" The rookie shouted, and immediately all the rookies leaped up like frightened deer. They hurried back to their seats and sat rigidly in an upright manner. They also immediately shut their mouths. Tap, tap, tap. Hizith walked into the classroom with his usual coquettish footsteps. The rookies did not dare lower their heads or look directly at Hizith. As such, all of them raised their heads to look at a wall. However, today was slightly special. A majority of people were secretly glancing in a particular direction. While everyone was sitting up straight and upright, there was one person having his head cocked upwards and leaning on a chair. His eyes were tightly shut and he would occasionally nod, as though he was sleeping very soundly. Yi Jiachuan, who sat beside him, constantly shook Shi Xiaobai's shoulders, but he failed to wake him up. "Nice going, Tu Dahe." Quite a number of people raised their thumbs. At this moment, even though they loathed Tu Dahe, they had to give a like at how well Tu Dahe was at courting death. Hizith naturally noticed the rookie's erratic gazes. As such, he similarly saw Shi Xiaobai. His pupils slightly constricted as a coldness suffused from his eyes. Following that, intense killing aura emanated the classroom. The rookies immediately felt like they were encased in a frozen world while being coldly stared at by dozens of demonic frost beasts. Their minds were in a constant shiver. What a terrifying killing intent! How long had instructor Hizith let his anger brew? How would he vent the anger that he had suppressed for 10 days on Tu Dahe? The rookies struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. They had engaged in schadenfreudian moments ago about the tragedy Tu Dahe would face, but at this moment, they felt a tinge of pity. Tu Dahe was going to be played to brokenness. He would either die or be crippled. At that moment in time, Shi Xiaobai was at a critical juncture. He was very quickly about to finish constructing Disney World in his cogitation world, but he was immediately jolted awake when he sensed the cold killer intent. Shi Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes and, using his instinct, traced the source of the killing intent. He immediately saw Hizitha's squinted eyes that were so narrow that they looked like fish-shaped blades. Shi Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up and waved his hand at Hizith, saying, "Hi, Instructor CC, is there any game prepared that is worthy for this king to conquer?" Shi Xiaobai had a good opinion of Hizitha's games. 10 days ago, that slightly more difficult game had not only allowed his psionic ability control and wavelet shield to reach the familiarized proficiency and grasped basics realm respectively, but it had also allowed him to succeed in earning 100,000 cash for the absolute choice. Such a game could come by the truckload. The rookies were completely dumbfounded. Under the current circumstances, Tu Dahe still dared to speak so sarcastically? Were you actually from an expendable team? Instructor Hizith was a devil who would really kill. Indeed, at this moment in time, Hizith only wished he could tear Shi Xiaobai to pieces and then seal him in an underworld poker to be slowly taught a lesson, but he could no longer do so. After receiving a warning from Callie, he understood that this very uncute little toy was no longer his. Even if the chances of winning wasn't high against One Pun, he still dared to engage One Pun in a crazy battle because One Pun would have to pay a terrible price to defeat him. However, against Callie, he did not even have a single ounce of desire to fight her. Hizith was unable to tell what level Callie's strength was at all. As such, he completely understood that he probably did not even have 0.0001% chance of winning. It was unknown if he could harm a single hair on Callie even if he threw his life. Hence, after 4 out of his 7 servants was destroyed by Callie as a tiny warning, he had to retract whatever thoughts he had on dealing with Shi Xiaobai. He could not afford to play with this toy. As a result, Hizitha's anger had brewed over the past few days. Seeing Shi Xiaobai was like seeing the enemy who had killed his servants, and when he heard Shi Xiaobai's taunt, he blew up. He rarely could not control his emotions, but this time, his body trembled uncontrollably. When Hizitha's anger was dispersed outwards, the rookies immediately sensed the aftershock. They felt an intense trepidation that came right from the bottom of their hearts, one that struck deep into their very souls. They roared in their hearts, Instructor Hizith will definitely kill Tu Dahe. Post haste, immediately, promptly, now. Ha, ha. Hizith recalled the horrible deaths of his 4 precious servants, turning all of his killing intent into a stiff sneer. He stretched the corners of his mouth and said at a blistering pace, "Today is the selection for the recommendation of the collective training. Your division minister will come personally, so don't leave the classroom and stay here." After Hizith said, he turned around and walked towards the door. As he was about to leave, he paused and said, "If there's anything, find me in the instructor's office." Hizitha's mind was in a mess. He was afraid that he would lose control of his wrath if he carried on staying here. As such, he chose to leave, choosing to let it be out of sight, out of mind. At that moment in time, Hizith only wanted quietness. Don't ask him why he wanted quietness. Also, don't ask him who quietness was. Translator's note: I saw some people request for me to set up a Patreon, and it can be found here. Feel free to support if you can do so. I have nothing much to offer except increasing the regular chapter releases for both novels, True Martial World and Absolute Choice, that are purely mine. I look forward to your support. Author's note: I heard that people hate Hizith greatly. This chapter should allow you vent a bit of your anger, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Where did the gentle reminder go? Chapter 116, Where did the gentle reminder go? After Hizith left, the rookies heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time they could see the horror in each other's eyes. There was actually a moment in time when the madman, Instructor Hizith, would actually forcefully calm himself down? What was the reason? Just because His Excellency Wunpan was protecting Tu Dahe? The rookies kept speculating in their minds, but regardless of how they guessed, there was no way they could come up with the reason. Shi Xiaobai had a white as snow, smooth as silk, beautiful supple powerhouse. Of course, if they were to know that Shi Xiaobai had signed a lover's pact and lover's pact too. 0 with the legendary Her Excellency Kali, and might even upgrade to Schlick, or even pound versions in the future, they would probably feel like hanging their necks on a noose. Stepping on a stool, they would say with a cry, "Help me kick the stool." Thanks. Shi Xiaobai slightly frowned when he sensed he was being the center of attention of suspicion and shock. Just as he was prepared to close his eyes to continue his cogitation, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Shi Xiaobai turned to look at Yi Jiachuan and asked, "Where's this king's right hand?" Isn't your right hand on your body? Yi Jiachuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't Brother Tu Dahe's right hand all fine and dandy? This king is asking where did this king's snacks go to, Shi Xiaobai changed the way he asked his question. Me does not know. Yi Jiachuan scratched his head with a look of innocence. Where is Ling Suan? Shi Xiaobai stared at Yi Jiachuan. He finally realized that Yi Jiachuan's intellect was seriously inadequate. It was fine if he did not understand that his temporary right-hand man was Chen Lingsuan, but to not even realize such a superficial title of King of Snacks one bestowed by a king, it was indeed true that one could not play the zither to a cow. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings again and discovered that he could not find Chen Lingsuan's figure, causing him to feel somewhat puzzled. He had a very, very good impression of this silver-haired youth who was termed the weakest rookie. This was because every word from Lin Suan that praised Shi Xiaobai had reached the deepest recesses of his heart. Ling Suan has left. Yi Jiachuan's expression turned somewhat bleak. His voice became somewhat low-spirited as he said, 7 days ago, Ling Xuan said that he was leaving for a place very, very far away and that he might never come back. Just thinking of how he might not be able to see Ling Xuan again, Yi Jiachuan's spirit immediately fell. Oh, Shi Xiaobai tersely responded. He was definitely affected emotionally. Although the time he spent with Ling Xuan wasn't long, Ling Xuan was one of the earliest fanatic fans he had in this world, so he definitely took a spot in his heart. However, since Ling Xuan had already gone to a faraway place and might never return, that was probably the end of their lives' intersection. By the way, Ling Xuan left a letter for you. Me didn't know you would be coming today, so me didn't bring it. Yi Jiachuan said apologetically and thought that he should have brought the letter along with him every day. Shi Xiaobai said nonchalantly, it's fine. The farewell letter would probably be just one of goodbye. It's fine even if it's not seen. In this king's endless life, there is no lack of passers-by. Yi Jiachuan was stunned hearing this. He immediately gave an unprecedented look of seriousness on his honest face. Me will definitely bring the letter tomorrow. You must take a look at it. Ling Xuan likes you very much. He must have something he wants to tell you. Shi Xiaobai felt the seriousness in Yi Jiachuan and solemnly nodded, although this king doesn't like hearing the word goodbye, but this king is willing to take a look at what he left for this king. Alright. Yi Jiachuan immediately grinned. His silly and honest look made him look like an ox that plowed the fields. Not long after Hizif left, a few footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. The rookies immediately quietened down and looked towards the door. 3 people came in. The person walking right in front was a stocky middle-aged man. His facial features were chiseled, and one could make out the sharp look he had in his youth. This person was Annihilation Division's division minister. His nickname was Annihilation, and his real name was Yama Minamiya too. The second person who walked in was an elder. He was dressed plainly and had average looks. He did not look outstanding in any way. Shi Xiaobai immediately recognized this elder as the elder who presided over the rookie evaluation test. A screaming commotion ensued when the third person walked in. It was Rico who walked in. She was dressed in a white t-shirt, black jeans, and red boots. She was dressed extremely simply. Her smooth and long pair of legs, her perky hips, her proud S-curved figure and her full chest perfectly described what it meant to have a body of a seductress. Coupled with a single ponytail, the pureness of her forehead and the angel-like exquisite beautiful face was exposed. It was something to holler about. Evil Demoness, you really want this old monk's life? All the rookies' eyes stared straight at her as they could not help but discuss in whispers. Is that Miss Rico? She's so pure and beautiful. Those saintly school bells are just jokes in front of her. Rico Minamiya, leader of Annihilation Division's younger generation. The youngest Oceanic Pontiff in history. The Minamiya family's eldest daughter, and the daughter of Annihilation's division minister, Yama Minamiya. At the same time, she's His Excellency Onepun's only disciple. Phew, and she's only 17 years old. What is a goddess? This is a goddess. Is Miss Rico here to supervise the selection today? Ah, it looks like I have to do well. Toads like us shouldn't have any hope. Miss Rico had even relentlessly refused young Master Red Lotus's pursuit. It is unknown which proud son of heaven can move Miss Rico's heart. As the rookies were engaged in whispers, Rico finally found Shi Xiaobai in the crowd. She immediately gave Shi Xiaobai a playful wink, indicating that she was supporting him in spirit. A few plebeians sitting not far from Shi Xiaobai even believed that the goddess was looking at them. Immediately, they posed in what they thought was their coolest pose. All of them had one of the 3 greatest illusions in life: she was looking at me. The ruckus amongst the rookies that was caused by Rico's presence quickly silenced itself under the deadpan Annihilation Division minister's watchful eyes. Everyone soon shut their mouths. After everyone quieted down, Yama Minamiya's powerful voice resounded. I believe everyone knows the reason why the three of us are here, so I won't be explaining it any further. There is only one recommendation nomination, so we will only choose the strongest one. Everyone, do your best. Now, leave the classroom in an orderly fashion and gather in the field. Riko was the first to leave the classroom after Yama Minamiya finished his sentence. Yama Minamiya smiled slightly and followed behind her. The rookies were stunned for a moment before they orderly left the classroom. Moments later, the rookies that had been reduced to 50 people after Hizatha's elimination gathered in a gigantic field lined in steel. Most of them felt slightly nervous. They pricked up their ears because Yama Minamiya was about to announce the rules of the selection competition shortly. The selection rules are very simple. We want the only person standing on the field. Yama Minamiya said the most simple but brutal rule in a simple manner. The rookies were stunned. What did it mean to be the only person standing on the field? At this moment, Riko and the elder had already come to the side of the field. Yama Minamiya scanned the rookies and said loudly, all of you have 30 seconds to open up a distance between each other. 30 seconds later, the 50 of you will undergo a rule-free free-for-all. Those that get struck down and are unable to get up, or those who go beyond the field's boundaries are eliminated until there is only one person left. Then, the 30-second preparation countdown begins now. Once Yama Minamiya said this, a few quick-to-react rookies had pulled other rookies who they had good relations with to a corner of the field. The other rookies also began to act after a brief moment of shock. Although the selection rules was simple, brutal, and completely unreasonable, it was a good thing for many people. This was because they could join forces to eliminate the stronger ones first. Everyone had disparate thoughts, so the scene immediately turned chaotic. By the side of the field, the elder looked at Riko and asked, I wonder if Miss Riko has any rookie you would place your bets on? Riko did not answer because she was staring in a dumbfounded fashion at a particular spot in the field. Her expression looked slightly worried. The elder traced Riko's gaze and immediately saw Shi Xiaobai, who remained stationary. Immediately, he said with a wry smile, this child is still as always, never hiding his edge. Shi Xiaobai was the only person that stood in his original spot, and he was also the only person who did not make any preparations during those 30 seconds. As such, while everyone was in the midst of preparation, they immediately noticed Shi Xiaobai. The majority of people simultaneously had a savage look appear in their eyes. If Wang Chang was the strongest person amongst the rookies, then Tu Dahe, who had eliminated Song Xiao 10 days ago, was probably the second strongest rookie. Besides, it was also time to settle the scores of being forced to part with their money. More than half of the rookies had decided on uniting to eliminate Tu Dahe first. It could be said that Shi Xiaobai being stationary caused him to be placed into an extremely passive position. As such, Riko was watching anxiously by the side. This silly Xiaobai, will you die by keeping a low profile? As for Shi Xiaobai, he did not consider that much. The reason why he did not move was because he was lazy to move. He even dared to directly face the undead legions that numbered in the tens of thousands, so what more a mere 49 rookies? Of course, he was still racking his brains on how to beat these rookies down because he only had two offensive methods. One of them was the pig slaughtering knife and the second was the turtle speed divine punch that he had attained recently but had never used in actual battle. However, pig slaughtering knife was a killing knife technique that pursued an instant kill. Shi Xiaobai did not plan on using it, furthermore, he did not carry any knives with him. As for turtle speed divine punch, it was completely unsuitable for a group battle. Turtle speed divine punch had two forms. Turtle speed divine punch's first form was extremely damaging, but the speed at which the punch was produced was heinously slow, slower than a crawl of a snail. It was usually used against high defense obstacles. The second form of turtle speed divine punch punched out very fast, but the damage required a long period of accumulated hits before it would chain and explode. It was best used against agile enemies. After a certain number of accumulated hits, the damage was equally shocking. However, both forms had the same word to describe it: slow. The former was an extremely slow attack, while the latter required a long delay for damage. The second form of the Turtle Speed Divine Punch could still be used in a single opponent match by slowly wearing down his opponent, but it appeared too cumbersome in a free-for-all battle. As such, Shi Xiaobai was feeling slightly vexed. It was very difficult for him to take the initiative to eliminate others. The 30 seconds of preparation has ended. The selection begins. Yama Minamiya's voice suddenly boomed. The rookies faltered in their breathing as the brutal and rule-free free-for-all began. At the same time, numerous people charged at Shi Xiaobai instantly. Shi Xiaobai revealed a slight smile slowly. "Since all of you want to fight, this king will give you a good fight." Shi Xiaobai tiptoed as he was about to use crab steps. But suddenly, time came to a stop. Make your choice, youth. The world was frozen at that very moment. Time came to a halt, and similarly, Shi Xiaobai was unable to move. A few lines of black text materialized slowly in front of him. Choice 1, kill Chen Lingxuan, A-level reward. Choice 2, save Chen Lingxuan, B-level reward. Choice 3, give up on Chen Lingxuan, F-level reward. Make your choice, youth. 1. Snacks, Lingshi, is a play on Lingxuan's name. 2. We'll be using a first name, last name format, although it is traditional to invert them in both Japanese and Chinese culture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 117, All Too Dahei's Fault. Chapter 117, All Too Dahei's Fault. Choice 1, kill Chen Lingxuan, A-level reward. Choice 2, save Chen Lingxuan, B-level reward. Choice 3, give up on Chen Lingxuan, F-level reward. Make your choice, youth. The sudden appearance of the absolute choice dumbfounded Shi Xiaobai. Thinking back to the various absolute choices he had encountered, every choice had content that typically had a clear objective that needed to be carried out even if they were difficult. However, the absolute choice this time was completely different. It was completely a mystery. Firstly, where was Lingxuan presently? What did he encounter that needed him to be saved? Also, where's the time limit? The choice this time did not mention anything about time. And more importantly, the absolute choice did not put the F*King Angel-like gentle reminder notice. However, such an absolute choice type had in fact appeared before. The first time the absolute choice appeared, it was Shi Xiaobai and Little Fatso, Zhu, having encountered the calamity fiend, Sahadin. Back then, an absolute choice with no time description or gentle reminder had appeared. There were 3 choices that time: save Little Fatso, escape and watch by the sidelines. And at this moment in time, a similar type of absolute choice had appeared. The target this time was Chen Lingxuan, and there were only 3 choices: kill, save or give up. However, it was also very different from back when he saved Little Fatso. When he was saving Little Fatso was just seconds away from dying. Furthermore, it was a complete and real dying process that presented itself in front of Shi Xiaobai. But this time, neither did Shi Xiaobai know where Lingxuan was, nor did he know what danger Lingxuan had encountered. He did not even know when the danger he needed to save Lingxuan from would happen. It could be minutes, hours, or even months later. In short, the appearance of this absolute choice was extremely unreasonable. However, Shi Xiaobai had to make his choice. Forget it, this king will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. Shi Xiaobai fell into a prolonged deep thought and finally decided to temporarily ignore the matter. He did not know where Lingxuan was, nor did he know what would happen. Hence, he could not employ any effective measures. The best choice was to keep the status quo and adapt to anything that cropped up. Shi Xiaobai forcefully suppressed the worry in his heart, but he naturally chose choice 2, saving Chen Lingxuan. When Shi Xiaobai made a choice that no one knew about, dozens of rookies had already made their own choices. Some people hid in a corner with few people, attempting to watch by the sidelines. Some people gathered their peers to attack the rookies that were alone. Some calmly watched the situation and did not make any moves, while some began swinging their fists without any care or concern. A chaotic battle immediately erupted in the vast field. A 5-man group with the dyed-haired youth, Hua Pengju, as leader, had charged straight at Shi Xiaobai once the selection battle began. They were the closest to him and they also had the most confidence. This was because they had already taken their proper positions. They had intended to suddenly strike with critical sneak attack, so now, they were confident that they could seal off all of Tu Dahe's routes of retreat. There was no reason for them to experience failure. A look of deep disappointment flashed across Shi Xiaobai's eyes. There was no other reason other than because the 5 rookies' attacks were too slow. No, they were so slow that it made one cringe. From Shi Xiaobai's point of view, King of Leopard's saber slashing, gunfire in the world's tsunami scatter shot and dual blades to traverse the world's dual blade multi-slash were already extremely slow. They were many levels weaker than Thomas's Wraith Bullet or Princess Xiao Xiao's Crimson Netherworld. However, even comparing the spiciest chicken, King of Leopards, against Hua Pengju's 5-man team, it was like a tractor placed in front of a ox cart. Immediately, the tractor would have the superior feeling of being a Rolls-Royce. Shi Xiaobai was extremely disappointed. Just a simple move would allow him to easily dodge the 5 people's attacks and he could effortlessly send them flying with a kick in their buttocks. It was easy to let them act out funny poses of a dog eating shit. But what was the point in doing that? Shi Xiaobai always found smithing extremely boring. In the virtual competition, the noobs he encountered would choose to immediately escape. Shi Xiaobai decided to ignore the 5 spicy chickens and spare them. He went searching for Wang Lin and Xiang Wu. It was possible that they could give him a fun time. But at this moment, an abrupt idea that Shi Xiaobai could not resist overwhelmed his mind. It immediately lit up his eyes. Shi Xiaobai gently pulled back the tip of his foot that was about to take flight. At the same time, Hua Pengju's 5-man team's attacks reached Shi Xiaobai. 5 white psionic power surged over like fireworks exploding. Fist blows, palm strikes, finger piercing, claw swipes, foot kicks. 5 different forms of attack attacked Shi Xiaobai from different angles. All of them were filled with a similar ruthlessness and brutality. Those rookies who chose to run around in the free-for-all battle or observe the situation, cast their gazes over. Immediately, their pupils shrunk. Along the edge of the field, Riko was nervously holding her breath, while the elder's eyebrows were gently wrinkled. Shi Xiaobai's situation was very dangerous. However, at that extremely critical point in time, Shi Xiaobai suddenly appeared like a retard. He stood motionlessly on the same spot. He did not release his psionic power, nor did he put up any psionic barrier. He did not even raise his hands. Boom! 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 5 explosions erupted simultaneously as the psionic power struck him. Hua Pengju's 5-man team had all struck Shi Xiaobai's chest or back. The scene was like 5 steel hammers striking onto soft tofu. Although Shi Xiaobai did not crumble like tofu, the parts of his body that were struck sunk in. His face turned pale as his facial features scrunched up. With a gasp, he spat out boiling hot blood. Ah! Riko, who was outside the boundary, could not help but utter a scream. Little pervert, why aren't you dodging? Yama Minamiya, who was already beside Riko, flashed a look of disappointment in his eyes. This was Shi Xiaobai? What was the use of a genius if he was a coward who did not have the courage to dodge? The 5 rookies were pleasantly surprised. They never expected that being the first to gang up would be so effective. Tu Dahe was not as strong as he seemed. Hua Pengju was extremely overjoyed as the leader of the 5. It could be said that he hated and feared Tu Dahe. 10 days ago at the rookie training grounds, he had sneakily attacked and mocked Tu Dahe under orders by Song Xiao. This was actually something trivial to him. However, his boss, Xiao Xiao, was ruthlessly eliminated by Tu Dahei almost immediately after that. After Xiao Xiao was eliminated, Han Feng's faction completely crushed the remnant powers of Song Zhao's faction. Hua Pengju lost the ability to bully others by virtue of Song Zhao's influence. As he was usually arrogant and had rogue habits, Han Feng's faction directly rejected his allegiance. As a result, he was shuddering in fear every day, afraid of the days of him being eliminated. Also, he had to constantly worry over Tu Dahei's sudden revenge on him one day. The past 10 days of Hua Pengju could be said to be miserable. And all of this was all Tu Dahei's fault. Now, he could finally seek revenge. Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 95 to 300 to the next goal. There will be 3 bonus AC chapters released once reached. The sponsored bar is $20 from a sponsored chapter that will be released as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, This Turtle is Hardest. Chapter 118, This Turtle is Hardest. Hua Pengju had always been waiting for the opportunity to seek revenge. If not for Tu Dahei, the days of his and Song Zhao's tyranny in Team Red would not have departed with no sign of return. He would not have needed to desperately struggle on the edge of elimination. As such, after Yama Minamiya announced the rules of a free-for-all, Hua Pengju gathered the 4 remaining members in Song Zhao's faction. They were all in the same boat to begin with, and now, they were all comrades in arms with a common enemy named Tu Dahei. As such, their approach was direct and brutal. Just a simple phrase, fuck him. Their idea was similarly simple. Even if they could not take Tu Dahei down through their collective efforts, they could at least ruthlessly hold Tu Dahei back. Since there was no way for them to obtain the nomination, there was no need to care if their actions would expose themselves to everyone around them. If they could vent the anger in their hearts, so what if they harmed others and themselves? However, Hua Pengju never expected that Tu Dahei was so weak, even in his wildest dreams. After Hua Pengju slammed his palm into Shi Xiaobai's chest, he did not hesitate to send another palm strike. As a person who perennially mixed in hooligan circles, he had the ruthlessness common hooligans lacked. Even though Shi Xiaobai had already spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, it was still not enough to make his heart turn soft. Hua Pengju's intent was cold and brutal. Take advantage of his perilous situation. A struggle appeared in the other 4 teammates' eyes. Reason told them that Tu Dahei was already very likely severely injured by the 5 of them. If they continued their beatings, Tu Dahei would likely be crippled even though it was unlikely he would die. Was doing such a thing okay? The 4 people exchanged glances as their mouths spontaneously suffused a sneer. They immediately struck Shi Xiaobai again. Since they connived with Hua Pengju, what sort of conscience could they have left? Striking with lesser strength was the only remaining benevolence they had. As such, under everyone's watchful gaze in the middle of the field, a shocking scene that caused everyone to draw a gasp happened. Hua Pengju and the other 4 began hitting Shi Xiaobai as though they were ruthlessly hitting sandbags. Shi Xiaobai was like a tiny boat that was floating in the middle of a surging storm, suffering the relentless crashing of waves. He was letting the 5 hit him without resisting. This scene only happened for a few seconds, and by the time everyone managed to react, Hua Pengju and company had already struck Shi Xiaobai several times. When Yi Jiachuan saw this, his eyes appeared like they were about to crack. He shouted "Get lost" to the Team Blue members who had been pestering him right from the beginning as he tried to charge over to help Shi Xiaobai. However, the few Team Blue members kept blocking his path with deadpan expressions. When Xiang Wu saw this scene, he grunted coldly and wanted to intervene, but when he turned around, he saw Wang Lin blocking his path. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly raised the dagger in his hand. When Riko saw this scene, her face was already pale. Without any hesitation, she wanted to rush into the field and stop this unilateral abuse. Riko was blaming herself in her heart. Regardless of how much a genius Shi Xiaobai was, being able to cultivate to the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm in 20 days was already a miracle. It was understandable that he had yet to grasp any combat skills. However, she had encouraged Shi Xiaobai to participate in this cruel selection free-for-all battle without completely understanding the situation. She had harmed Shi Xiaobai. "Hold on." A hand pulled Riko's arm back. "Father." Riko turned her head to look at Yama Minamiya, who had stopped her. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Was her father prohibiting her from interrupting the selection battle? Riko clenched her teeth slightly. She seldom rebelled against her family, but this time, she could not relent. Even if she were to disappoint her father, she had to stop Huapingju. Riko used her strength in order to free herself from Yama Minamiya's grip. Yama Minamiya suddenly said with a solemn expression, "Look carefully at the child's expression." Only then did Riko realize that her usually taciturn father had a smiling look of interest in his eyes. Riko immediately turned her head to look at Shi Xiaobai. As she focused her eyes, she saw how Shi Xiaobai's body was shaking in a manner that could not be clearly seen while Huapingju and company were beating him. That face should have been pale, but Riko's pupils abruptly constricted. "He is smiling!" Riko exclaimed in horror. At that moment in time, Shi Xiaobai had an undisguised smile suffusing from his lips. While experiencing the 5-man gang beating, he was still able to smile? At the same time, Riko realized another shocking matter. Shi Xiaobai never issued out a tragic scream from the beginning to the end. No, not only that, on closer inspection, the skin that was exposed by Shi Xiaobai did not have any bruises after experiencing psionic ability attacks. What was going on? Shi Xiaobai wanted to laugh out loud. If not for the sudden absolute choice that caused him to be somewhat worried for Chen Lingsuan's safety, he would have brazenly laughed out loud. Shi Xiaobai wanted to moan comfortably while enduring Huapingju and company's beatings. Every muscle on his body was trembling in bliss, giving him the satisfaction of having his heart filled to the brim with joy. Oh, don't misunderstand. Shi Xiaobai is not into masochism, he just could not extricate himself from the indulgence of becoming stronger. Eh? You are asking why he becomes stronger while being beaten? You are really out of it. Speaking of this matter, there is a need to mention that when Shi Xiaobai cultivated his crab steps to the dominating refinement realm, the absolute choice had given him a B-class reward, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique. And Filthy Turtle Divine Technique was truly a divine technique. This divine technique consisted of 3 parts. The first was a body tempering cultivation technique, This Turtle is Hardest. This Turtle is Hardest was similar to traditional body tempering techniques. The final goal was to similarly increase a cultivator's physical defense through cultivation. It meant improving the 4 major defenses: skin, flesh, bones and mental defenses. Every cyanide would supposedly choose a body tempering cultivation technique that was most suited for them to increase their physical defense. This Turtle is Hardest was one of the most ordinary and common body tempering cultivation techniques. However, the cultivation method of This Turtle is Hardest was extremely special. It was completely different from other fancy schlocks. Common body tempering cultivation techniques would use a specific motion or training method to constantly push the body to its limits in order to improve the body's constitution. Some body tempering cultivation techniques would send their psionic power gushing through their bodies and use the passing of time to transform their bodies. There were other insane body tempering cultivation techniques that used the power of nature to temper their bodies. For example, using fire to temper their bodies while rising from the ashes, or using lightning tribulations to construct a lightning-tempered body. There were also water, wind, ice, snow-tempered bodies, etc. Through these natural forces, they could temper their body's physical properties and through that improve their body's defenses and resistances. The aforementioned were the most commonly seen body tempering cultivation techniques, but This Turtle is Hardest did not belong to any of this. This Turtle is Hardest's body tempering cultivation technique had a complicated theory, but to sum it up in 3 words, it was getting a beating, that. Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 112/300 to the next goal. There will be 3 bonus AC chapters released once the goal is reached. The sponsored bar is $20 from a sponsored chapter that will be released as soon as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Imbalanced Broken Character in the World. Chapter 119, Imbalanced Broken Character in the World. You didn't read wrong. Constantly taking a beating was the enthralling cultivation method to the body tempering technique. This turtle is hardest. From a beating, the body's cells would constantly die and the newly produced cells would become stronger. As for skin, muscles, blood, bones and mental will, they would all also become stronger after receiving a beating. So, do you want to master a divine technique? Then get beaten up. Do you want to become a true filthy turtle? Then get beaten up. Do you want you and your little partner down there to become harder and harder, till it became the hardest? You have to want that. Then why aren't you fucking getting beaten up as soon as possible? At the moment Shi Xiaobai was being surrounded by Hua Pengju and company's attacks, he suddenly recalled of his filthy turtle divine technique and its "this turtle is hardest." This gave him the idea of letting himself take a beating. According to the cultivation rules of "this turtle is hardest," the more badly he was beaten up, the greater the improvement to his body. As such, Shi Xiaobai directly gave up resisting and did not dodge at all. However, Shi Xiaobai immediately regretted after being hit by the first 5 psionic ability attacks, because his physical defense was like tofu crap. He had yet to undergo any body tempering cultivation, so his physical defense was only at the standard of a normal human. Receiving the direct psionic ability attacks by Hua Pengju and company was a bit too much for him. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his organs twist and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. But a miraculous thing happened. After suffering the first strikes and spitting out fresh blood, Shi Xiaobai actually felt comfortable all over. It was as if he was engaging in an ice water bucket battle in a hot summer day, and had ice water drench his entire body. Shi Xiaobai immediately realized that this was the effect of his endurance technique, the second part of Filthy Turtle Divine Technique, Unleaking Turtle Aura. Unleaking Turtle Aura was an endurance technique that inhibited sensory stimuli to obtain an endurance effect. For example, if you were to use Unleaking Turtle Aura when you are out of breath while running, then the sensory stimuli from the difficulty in breathing, the body fatigue and muscle soreness would be completely inhibited. Since you can't feel them, your body would not make a stress response, allowing you to carry on exercising. Of course, this was somewhat forcefully extending one's endurance, and it was easy to harm oneself by doing so. However, the endurance ability of Unleaking Turtle Aura was truly formidable. It could inhibit the painful stimuli in seconds, causing the pain to be dispersed across the entire body. Well, in short, all Shi Xiaobai felt was a sense of soreness and immediately felt a strange feeling that resembled leveling up. Just like how his current body constitution was originally 1, now it had changed to 2. This feeling was very clear and realistic. It even felt like those numbers could be specifically discerned. Shi Xiaobai knew this was not an illusion. This was the body tempering effects of "this turtle is hardest." Hua Pengju and company's fists and feet were constantly striking his body. After he deliberately avoided his vital body parts, his body began to continuously cultivate as it suffered injury. Due to Unleaking Turtle Aura, Shi Xiaobai did not experience too much pain while being beaten. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Due to "this turtle is hardest," Shi Xiaobai's physical defenses were constantly rising while he was being beaten. His skin, flesh, bones were becoming harder and harder. With the two combined, it was simply perfect. Of course, the main reason why he was able to accomplish these 2 points was because Hua Pengju and company's damage numbers did not exceed Shi Xiaobai's threshold. Furthermore, with Shi Xiaobai deliberately avoiding his vital parts from being hit, it reached the most suitable balance. There was a way to describe how Hua Pingju and company's beating of Shi Xiaobai was like. It was actually giving Shi Xiaobai a fucking happy ending. In summary, the feeling of his physical defense rise from 1 to 10 quickly made Shi Xiaobai feel joy both physically and spiritually. An undisguised smile began to suffuse on his lips. Finally, at a particular moment and with a particular punch, Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly emitted a boom sound and quivered. A strange force began to flow throughout his entire body. Shi Xiaobai's physical defense had reached the second level while being beaten. Wah-aha! Shi Xiaobai was already bursting with joy. Initially, Hua Pingju and company's brutal gang beating of Shi Xiaobai helped the other rookies vent their anger, but they still felt some pity. However, as the beatings continued, everyone noticed something strange. That's not right. This 2 Dahei did not even scream out once. Why did the occasional moan or two sound like he was having a full-body massage? Other than spitting out a mouthful of blood at the beginning, he did not appear as though he was being brutally beaten up. The ones who directly perceived this was naturally Hua Pingju and company. The more they beat Shi Xiaobai up, the stranger they felt. Although 2 Dahei did not resist the beatings and they felt great venting their anger, why was this bastard like a Shouchun-like cockroach that cannot be taken down after all this time? Also, why did they feel like the bastard's body was getting harder and harder? Initially, their punches and kicks felt like they were hitting into sand, but now, it felt like every punch was hitting into a rock. Hua Pingju's heart was beginning to drum. He had been deliberately aiming for 2 Dahei's vital parts and even wanted to cruelly teach 2 Dahei's little partner below a lesson, but he was aghast to realize that he could not hit it. He had clearly kicked 2 Dahei's groin, but for some strange reason, he ended up kicking on 2 Dahei's thigh. Once or twice was fine, but it was happening every time. This was fishy. Was this truly a coincidence? This is not a coincidence. But how did he do it? By the side of the field, Rico also discovered after careful observation that although Shi Xiaobai looked like his body was staggering after being beaten by the 5, every hit had avoided his vital parts. The worry in her heart began to transform into astonishment and curiosity. This child is a bit odd. It might look simple to dodge those strikes at his vital parts every time, but it is actually extremely profound. I estimate that his evasion movement technique might very well have reached the exemplary mastery realm or even higher. The composed Yama Minamiya was also somewhat impressed by now. With a smile, he said, "This child can clearly avoid those attacks easily, but he chose to make an opposite choice. He is purposely trying to get beaten. To speak the truth, I'm also very curious how he is doing it." Rico was extremely shocked. She had also discovered that Shi Xiaobai was deliberately moving his body to be beaten, so she was slightly relieved. But Yama Minamiya said that Shi Xiaobai was using an evasion movement technique at the exemplary mastery realm? How could this be possible? She spent a decade cultivating needier steps before barely reaching the exemplary mastery realm. At the age of 17, she was already considered a genius. How old was Shi Xiaobai and how many days had he cultivated for? Rico, who had already received numerous setbacks by Shi Xiaobai's freakish talent to the point of questioning life, was already beginning to question the world. Boo-hoo-hoo. The world is indeed unfair, especially when there is such an imbalanced broken character like Shi Xiaobai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, This King is Wrong. Chapter 120, This King is Wrong. 5 minutes after the free-for-all began, 5 people were eliminated in succession. The elder who was the supervisor would escort the eliminated rookies out when they were unable to hold on in order to prevent them from receiving irrecoverable injuries. The elder's judgment was very timely and precise, hence, in this free-for-all battle, he became extremely critical when it came to controlling the situation. Because of him, the rookies could let themselves go and engage in battle wholeheartedly. Even those slippery ones that kept fleeing had joined the battle turmoil. Of course, the rookies finally came to a realization because of the elder's presence. The elder did not intervene in Huapingju and company's gang abuse from the beginning to the end. Up to that moment in time, he did not seem to have any intention of escorting Tu Dahei away from the scene. What did this mean? It meant that Huapingju and company's damage was not enough to deal Tu Dahei any serious internal injuries. Holy motherfucking hell, that little bitch, Tu Dahei, was so good at taking a beating. The rookies who wanted to fish in troubled water by secretly doing something bad during the five-man team's unilateral abuse of Shi Xiaobai quietly dismissed their ideas. As for Huapingju and company, they naturally realized something amiss. Other than Huapingju, who was still making unremitting efforts, the other four began to gradually stop. Fuck, why did punching Tu Dahei's body feel like they were hitting a metallic plate? Boss Pingju, there's something strange about the kid. That's right, something is really strange. I'm a bit tired, it's a tiredness that comes from the soul. Shall we take a break? The four rookies stopped as they looked at Shi Xiaobai, who was trying his best to pout but could not conceal his beaming smile. Suddenly, they felt like they had done the stupidest thing in the world. When Huapingju saw the other four stop, his face turned black. Especially when he saw Tu Dahei's irksome expression, the indignation in his heart grew even more intense. He was unwilling to give up. Huapingju took a deep breath and looked at the four remaining lackeys he had. Are you willing to give up just like that? Huapingju said loudly, have you forgotten how Boss Song Xiao left in such immense grief that he forgot to take the cigarettes he had hidden? Have you forgotten how miserable it was on the day after you were robbed of all your cash, forcing you to find a small store and run away after eating? Have you forgotten the struggle when you personally handed the elimination vote to A3 and A4? A1, A2, A5, A6, can you really forget that? Huapingju clenched his fists as the veins on his face bulged. His tone was filled with indignation, making his four lackeys bow their hearts involuntarily. Huapingju pounded his chest with his fist and said heavily, I can never forget all of that, so I am indignant. Our revenge opportunity is just in front of us, so how can we give it up? How can we quit halfway? Do you still remember our common faith? The four lackeys raised their heads spontaneously as fighting spirit was reignited in their eyes. They said in unison, insist on robbing pregnant women of their seats on public buses, never helping a granny cross the road, even a penny on the ground has to be put into our pockets. We want to be the most bohemian of heroes, drinking the hardest liquor, chase the hottest girls and lead the best lives. Huapingju nodded his head in satisfaction and loudly said, then tell me, will you be willing to give up on your revenge? The four people looked each other in the eye as they hoarsened their throats by shouting, we are unwilling, but... Huapingju stretched out his fist and coldly said, then, what should we do now? The four lackeys hurriedly stretched out their fists, and putting their fists together, it was as though they stacked their faiths into the most resolute of convictions. Fuck Tu Dahei. The five people shouted in unison as they gave each other an encouraging smile. This was what brothers and comrades in arms were. They had to act together while having a good time. Boss, why did Tu Dahei disappear? At this moment, A6 noticed that Tu Dahei, who they had previously been surrounded, had disappeared without them knowing when it happened. Huapingju was stunned as he hurriedly surveyed his surroundings. He was slightly delighted. The bastard was indeed barely enduring it. He finally could not withstand it and had escaped. Found him. He's there. Keen-eyed A1 found Shi Xiaobai's figure in the chaotic battle. Why did he run there? Huapingju was slightly surprised. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was heading towards the most chaotic spot in the field where there was the most number of rookies gathered. There, the backbone of Team Blue, led by Wang Lin, was engaged in an intense chaotic group battle with Team Red's core members who were led by Han Feng. That was a forbidden zone in the free-for-all. Why was Tu Dahei heading there? Forget it, let's chase after him. He must be afraid in trying to escape. Brothers, our chance is here. Follow me. Hua Pingju waved his hand in high spirits and made the first move to chase after Shi Xiaobai. His 4 lackeys immediately followed behind in excitement. Shi Xiaobai naturally was not afraid of leaving the encirclement of Hua Pingju and company. If it was revealed, it would probably make Hua Pingju and company vomit blood. He was only searching for a more intense and brutal abuse. After being surrounded and beaten up by Hua Pingju and company, with the passage of time, his body's attributes were growing at a slower pace. After it rapidly rose to 10, every increment was becoming slower and slower, and by the time it reached 14, it nearly remained stagnant. Shi Xiaobai sensed that his physical defense had went from tofu crap to a small metallic plate. Hua Pingju and company's damage towards him was minimal and could no longer be effective in his body tempering. This was a very serious problem. Hua Pingju and company could no longer satisfy Shi Xiaobai. Hence, when the dissatisfied Shi Xiaobai saw Hua Pingju and company stop, he began scanning for the most chaotic zone in the free-for-all battle as he immediately turned fickle. In short, after having dallied with them, Shi Xiaobai now wanted to forsake them to pursue his own happiness. Shi Xiaobai's actions were in fact monitored by most people. When the Team Blue and Red members who were in confrontation saw Shi Xiaobai swagger over calmly after having been beaten by Hua Pingju and company for several minutes, they were completely stunned. When they noticed Shi Xiaobai walk into the zone where Team Red and Blue's core members were brawling, Wang Lin, Han Feng, Xiang Wu and company all stopped. Everyone else also could not help but stop their fights. However, everyone was looking at Shi Xiaobai with an alert but hostile gaze. What was this little bitch trying to do this time? Shi Xiaobai faltered slightly because he never expected for the rookies to stop so easily and pay him attention. He was originally wondering what he had to do to make everyone notice him. Shi Xiaobai was very satisfied that all the rookies had consciously looked at him. He naturally did not want to waste this heaven-given opportunity. Shi Xiaobai walked to the center of the group battle zone and looked at all the rookies around him. With a solemn and serious expression, he took a deep breath and loudly said, "This king wants to apologize to all of you. This king was wrong." Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 142 to 300 to the next goal. Almost halfway there. There will be 3 bonus AC chapters released once reached. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, Peeling Memories. Chapter 121, Peeling Memories. This king wants to apologize to all of you. This king was wrong. Everyone who had their ears pricked up were completely stunned. Hua Pingju and company that were in the midst of running stopped and surprised. A look of disbelief flashed in Rico's eyes. Yama Minamiya also revealed an amazed expression, while Wang Lin and Xiang Wu slightly revealed a look of disappointment. Tu Dahei was actually apologizing? That mighty and fearless Tu Dahei actually apologized? Although he still addressed himself this king in an infuriating manner which deserved a beating, everyone could feel the sincerity in his apology from his serious expression. So Tu Dahei was just barely putting on a front. After being beaten up by Hua Pingju and company, he finally understood that he should plead for forgiveness and ask to be spared? This king is wrong. This king always thought that all of you were pious devotees of the god, Neijin 1, but it seems it was all wishful thinking on this king's part. Shi Xiaobai's tone was filled with a deep sense of remorse. When the majority of rookies heard his words, their faces stiffened. Neijin made them recall the day of terror when they handed their wallets over. This little bitch had used the name of the god, Neijin, to swipe their bodies clean of their cash, and he finally knew he was in the wrong? At this moment, Shi Xiaobai reached out for his wallet at his waist. The wallet was also conveniently swiped from a rookie 10 days ago. Shi Xiaobai said in a sad tone to everyone, "All of you are not devotees of God, Neijin, your faith was all faked, and this king was mistaken that you were pious devotees and took your faith. It was all this king's fault." Everyone's breathing stagnated. This little bitch sure was thick-skinned. You had clearly forcefully made us hand over our faith, cash, Why did your mouth make it sound like we were being fake? Some rookies were extremely vexed, but they did not immediately throw a smack at Shi Xiaobai. This was because they wanted to see what this darn youth's intentions were after saying all that. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai took out a wad of cash from his wallet. This king admits his mistakes, so this king has decided to give all of you an opportunity to take back your faith. Shi Xiaobai raised the wad of cash and grinned. Like a patient cheetah that slightly bared its fangs, he finally loudly revealed his final goal. Come, raise your fists and punch this king. As long as you give this king a good beating, this king will reward you handsomely. Shi Xiaobai waved the cash in a high-spirited manner. Everyone's gaze glazed over at that moment. Rico snorted a laugh and thought how this was very Shi Xiaobai. Yama Minamiya was enlightened and was somewhat thankful that the position of Shi Xiaobai's mentor had been snatched by Kali. This monkey was probably not someone he could control. Hua Pengju and company realized the harsh truth. The beating they gave was just a happy ending for him. That's not right. Looking at the amount of cash in his hand, he could get many happy endings from that. The other rookies reacted after losing themselves in a daze for a few moments. They immediately found it amusing and angry. There was a person in this world that actually paid others to get beaten? That's not right. This was fucking using their own money to invite them to beat him. Oh? Do all of you not even have the courage to make a move against this king? When Shi Xiaobai saw how everyone was frozen motionless, he turned nervous. These rookies were precious system monsters to him. They were valuable experience points. This king is very disappointed to realize that all of you are such cowards. Shi Xiaobai's words finally ignited the fury of everyone. The rookies closest to him immediately raised their fists and punched at Shi Xiaobai. The other rookies nodded at their opponents from their ongoing standoffs and agreed to come to a temporary truce. Everything no longer mattered, the most important matter was to beat the extremely arrogant and utterly contemptible Tu Dahei to a pulp. Fuck, we can lose the group battle, but Tu Dahei has to die. Let me do it first. No, let him go, let me do it. It's everyone's responsibility to beat down a wretch. Other than a few rookies who did not want to engage in a many against one battle, the other rookies surrounded Shi Xiaobai. The matter regarding Neijin had long made them bear a grudge. Now, with them being mocked, how could they stand for that? The rookies charged over while issuing war cries. Shi Xiaobai immediately beamed. This was experience. Come, hurry up and beat this king violently. 3 punches were the first to hit Shi Xiaobai. Like a long drought that received rain, Shi Xiaobai could not help but moan. Seeing the rookies surrounding him in rage, Shi Xiaobai felt that happiness had come too suddenly. 30 minutes later. As dozens of rookies took turns to violently beat Shi Xiaobai finally could not resist the joy in his heart. He began to brazenly laugh. The laughter made the rookies feel like they had seen a ghost, but immediately it gave rise to more anger. Immediately, another new round of battle began. People lined up to take turns beating Tu Dahei up. Wang Lin, who had been observing from the side for a very long time, looked at the nearby Xiang Wu and said, I want to try and see how amazing Tu Dahei's resistance is against beating. Are you sure it's just amazing, and not shocking? Xiang Wu made a rare laugh but turned serious and said, I'm also very curious how he does it. How is he still so lively after being beaten by dozens for half an hour? I'll be going first. After Wang Lin said that, he walked toward Shi Xiaobai. Xiang Wu hesitated for a moment before he followed behind. The 2 strongest annihilation rookies had finally made their move. 3 hours later. Yes, you didn't read wrongly. 3 hours have passed. In the entire period of 3 hours, there was no need to talk about Shi Xiaobai being beaten down. There was not even a single instance of Shi Xiaobai letting out a scream. And most important of all, this fellow's body was becoming harder the more he was beaten, but during these 3 hours, people successively realized of the tragic fact. Fuck, they just realized they had been giving Shi Xiaobai a free happy ending. Nearly everyone chose to give up after struggling for a moment. At this moment in time, only Huapengju, Wang Lin and Xiang Wu were putting in the final efforts. Huapengju managed to sustain a very long time this time, unlike how he usually failed to get it up. The indignation in his heart made him refuse to give up. Wang Lin, who was the strongest person amongst the rookies over the past few days, naturally had some pride in him. Although Tu Dahei appeared to be excited and happy while he was beating him up, Wang Lin could not lower his proud head. When Xiang Wu attacked Shi Xiaobai, he realized how lacking his strength was and the flaws in his techniques. As such, he used Shi Xiaobai as a training partner, so he was still putting in the effort. In short, there were 3 people who did not give up. Yama Minamiya and company did not intervene, which caused the abuse that no longer felt the same to continue on. At this moment in time, people were not waiting for the moment Shi Xiaobai collapsed, but for the moment Wang Lin and company would curse out loud with a "fuck this, I'm done." In fact, Shi Xiaobai was already extremely satisfied despite the increase being extremely slow near the later stages. In 3 hours, his physical numbers had risen to 19, and nearing the end, it was stuck for half an hour without showing any signs of breaking the stagnating trend. As such, Shi Xiaobai already realized that the experience from the rookies, including Wang Lin and Xiang Wu, was utterly inadequate. It's time to end the battle. Time to use this King's Turtle Speed Divine Punch. Shi Xiaobai thought in his mind. But at this moment, a clear face appeared in his mind. It was a delicate face with beautiful features beneath silver hair. A faint smile suffused on the face's lips. This king's right hand, king of snacks. Shi Xiaobai was immediately shocked because Chen Lingsuan's face did not flash past his mind and instead was fixed in his consciousness. It was like a picture had forcibly occupied a computer screen. Shi Xiaobai shook his head and blinked, but he could not evict the clear face from his mind. But immediately following that, the face in his mind started to turn blur and flash. The colors of the picture seemed to peel off, like paint that was pairing. At the same time, the experiences he shared with Chen Lingsuan suddenly began playing from the end to beginning in his mind. The scene of how Lingsuan shattered his psionic shield with a light punch. The scene of how Lingsuan was mocked as the weakest rookie. The scene of how Lingsuan was called up the stage. The scene of how Lingsuan told him not to help Xiang Wu by acting impulsively. The scene of how Lingsuan analyzed how to conceal the identity of Shi Xiaobai. The scene of how Lingsuan said Shi Xiaobai is the hope of all humanity. These scenes played frame after frame in his mind before they peeled off like paint, eventually turning to white blankness. And when Shi Xiaobai realized that every scene had gone white, he felt like they had all disappeared from his mind. It was as though his memories were being lost. And at this moment, his mind had played the first scene of their meeting. Under the sunlight, that silver-haired youth was standing beside Yi Jiachuan with his hands in his pocket, a smile suffusing across his lips. And this scene was just like the previous ones. It slowly lost its colors and turned a blur. It was about to turn to white blankness. No. Shi Xiaobai widened his eyes slightly as intuition told him that the moment this picture disappeared, he would completely forget the silver-haired youth. Chen Lingsuan would become an existence that never existed in his world. Make your choice, youth. A fiery voice resounded in his mind. Shi Xiaobai's body was frozen in time, but his consciousness regained its freedom. He saw at a glance Huapengju and his 4 lackeys that were charging at him. Their face had hideous smiles and confident looks. At the same time, black text materialized before his eyes. Choice 1, kill Chen Lingsuan, A-level reward. Choice 2, save Chen Lingsuan, B-level reward. Choice 3, give up on Chen Lingsuan, F-level reward. Shi Xiaobai finally realized that time had wound back, returning to the moment the absolute choice appeared. This meant that he had failed the choice he made. This meant that. Make your choice, youth. Author's note, the funny parts are over. Next up is the actual show. 1. The Chinese words used for Neijin sounds like hand your money over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Do not scream in pain even when balls shatter. Chapter 122, Do not scream in pain even when balls shatter. Make your choice, youth. The fiery voice continued to resound in his mind, as Shi Xiaobai's thoughts felt like they were being mixed into a mess, while the lost memories were immediately squeezed back into his head. The scenes that had to do with Chen Lingxuan was pieced back one by one. Moments later, Shi Xiaobai's churning mind finally calmed down, but the calm did not last long because Shi Xiaobai had realized a harsh reality. Time had looped back, returning to the moment the absolute choice appeared. This meant that he had failed the choice of save Chen Lingxuan after 3 hours. Shi Xiaobai recalled how he had failed twice back when he chose save Little Fatso, and both failures were a result of Little Fatso, Zhu Zhu, being killed by Sahadan. Hence, it could be determined that failure to save the target was equivalent to the target dying. With the aforementioned conjectures, it all pointed to a conclusion: Chen Lingxuan would die 3 hours later. Shi Xiaobai's heart immediately turned heavy. Even if the absolute choice repeated again, he would still naturally choose save Chen Lingxuan. It had nothing to do with what position Chen Lingxuan had taken up in his heart. Even if it was a stranger, as long as it wasn't a wicked person, amongst the choices of kill, give up, or save, he would definitely choose save. He always remembered the final words his elder brother said to him in that tiny cupboard: he was the king who would eventually save the world. If he did not have the courage or will to save a single person, what was the point of talking about saving an entire world? However, the most intractable problem in front of him was how he was to save Chen Lingxuan. The only information he now knew was that Chen Lingxuan would die 3 hours later. Where Chen Lingxuan was, or what fatal danger he would encounter, were all crucial clues that Shi Xiaobai lacked. In such a situation, Shi Xiaobai had to first find out where Chen Lingxuan was. And the person that could provide the slightest of clues about Chen Lingxuan's whereabouts was clearly Yi Jiachuan. Shi Xiaobai's eyes slightly lit up. Maybe Chen Lingxuan had said something before he left, or he might have inadvertently revealed where he was heading, but maybe Yi Jiachuan knew where Chen Lingxuan was. Time once again began spinning. Hua Pengju and company were charging at Shi Xiaobai from different directions. They believed that it sealed off all routes of retreat for Shi Xiaobai, so their strike was both ruthless and decisive. But this time, Shi Xiaobai did not retract the tip of his foot that was about to take flight. Shi Xiaobai was feeling a sense of pity. After the time reset, his technique, this turtle is hardest, that reached level 19 returned to its original level 0. His body was still tofu crap, and in other words, the 3 hours of happy ending was done for nothing. Also, at this moment, Shi Xiaobai no longer had time to tangle himself with Hua Pengju and company. He no longer had time to use this turtle is hardest to cultivate his body because save Chen Lingxuan was an urgent matter. Shi Xiaobai used crab steps and took the simplest and most direct method of lateral side jumps to dodge Hua Pengju's punch before shooting out of the 5 people's encirclement like a beam of light. Although this process was simple, it was done extremely fast. Hua Pengju and company did not even see Shi Xiaobai's motions. All they saw was Shi Xiaobai flash suddenly, and after sweeping up a whirlwind, he had escaped from their encirclement and sights. At the instant when Hua Pengju and company's punches and kicks lost their target, they were unable to retract them in time, causing them to hit each other. Hua Pengju's groin had unfortunately been hit by a 6 kick into the nether regions. He screamed immediately and his thighs turned inwards as he squatted down. His hands covered his little partner at his groin as he constantly issued out a hissing sound. Ah6 immediately exclaimed and hurriedly rushed to Hua Pengju. He had used a lot of strength in his kick and had failed to retract it in time. This kick had hit with full force. Furthermore, Ah6 kept feeling that he had kicked something spectacular. Boss, is that part of you alright? Ah6 asked with a wretched face. He remembered that when he kicked Hua Pingju's groin, he had apparently heard the sound of something crunch. A1 and A3 also came beside him and revealed worried looks. Would their boss? Hua Pingju was already in a state of confusion from the pain. At the moment he heard A6 question, he used his strength to pinch the lackey's hand he was holding, causing a heart-wrenching scream to immediately resound. Hua Pingju's eyes were glazed as though he had no love in his life. My balls have shattered. Shi Xiaobai did not know Hua Pingju was experiencing the greatest suffering in the world when he dodged. If he knew of it, he would have said with disdain, "Real men do not scream in pain even when balls shatter." Shi Xiaobai had already charged towards Yi Jiachuan at this moment. At this moment, Yi Jiachuan was fighting Wang Lin's faction as a core member of Han Feng's faction. 3 Team Blue rookies were fighting with Yi Jiachuan. Shi Xiaobai frowned because he did not have time to waste on the 3 rookies. Without much hesitation, Shi Xiaobai easily flashed past 2 rookies and suddenly kicked the third one in the ass. That person had his back facing Shi Xiaobai, and after he was kicked by Shi Xiaobai's fast and violent kick, he was caught off guard while he uttered an ah as he fell to the ground. When the 2 other rookies saw this, they were immediately enraged as they turned around to attack Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai did not retreat but instead proceeded forward. In a flash, he came to the middle of the 2 rookies and immediately following that, used Crab Step's ability of passing off the spurious as genuine. When the 2 rookies realized Shi Xiaobai was rushing to them, their eyes lit up. Seeing Shi Xiaobai use those funny footsteps, they charged forward with a dismissive sneer. At the same time, they raised their fists and punched at Shi Xiaobai's delicate white face. Aya! Aya! 2 cries of pain was heard as the 2 rookies punched each other in the face simultaneously. One of them lost 3 teeth, while the other spun a few times after being hit. At the same time, the Team Blue rookie who had been kicked by Shi Xiaobai to the ground was quickly beaten by Yi Jiachuan after losing his numbers advantage. The 3 rookies in Yi Jiachuan's confrontational standoff came to an end because of Shi Xiaobai's sudden intrusion. Riko, who was constantly paying Shi Xiaobai attention outside the field, was stunned agape. As a bystander, she was able to clearly tell how Shi Xiaobai had dodged the combined attacks of Hua Pingju and company, and how he flashed past the 2 rookies to complete a sneak attack, as well as how he forcefully inserted himself between the 2 Team Blue rookies, and then finally used an extremely realistic fake move to make the 2 rookies hit each other in a silly manner. Riko saw all of this and had seen it very clearly. In her opinion, Shi Xiaobai's series of movement was extremely quick, crafty and strange. It was even very magnificent. When did Shi Xiaobai grasp such powerful footwork? Furthermore, what was this footwork? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique Combo. Chapter 123, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique Combo. What footwork is this? Riko wondered. On first glance, it looked like crab steps that very few people cared about, but on careful thought, when was crab steps, which was well known to be comical, ever this cool? Yama Minamiya, who was beside her, was also similarly deep in thought. He could already tell that Shi Xiaobai's footwork was crab steps, and in fact, was quite similar to Yari's divine crab steps. As a result, he could not help but think of the recent absurd news that did not stir any waves, and the news of how a person known as IChooseDogLeading cultivated crab steps to the dominating refinement realm at the 3rd level of the psionic mortal realm. As the news had clearly described IChooseDogLeading as the representative contestant for Battle Arena Cafe's Gaia branch, he had particularly sent people to investigate the matter. However, the investigations came up with nothing. The residents who watched the competition described it in great graphic detail, and there was someone who even imitated the line "Everyone present is a spicy chicken" with great flair, but there was no evidence to verify the matter. Yama Minamiya was skeptical about the whole matter and finally ignored it. However, now with Shi Xiaobai using crab steps, he could not help but recall of this matter. Shi Xiaobai was similarly at the third level of the psionic mortal realm, and although there was no way to tell what tier the crab steps were because he apparently did not give his all against the few weak rookies, wasn't everything too much a coincidence? Besides, Shi Xiaobai had disappeared for those few days. Actually, the so-called disappearance was mainly because Kali had chased away all the personnel that had been planted around Shi Xiaobai. Even Nagaya's upper echelons failed to grasp Shi Xiaobai's whereabouts. Could that news be true? Could Shi Xiaobai be IChooseDogLeading? With this thought in mind, Yama Minamiya's eyes that looked at Shi Xiaobai turned burning hot. If that was the case, in the future, be nicer to Xiaobai. Your temper of yours needs to be held back, Yama Minamiya looked at Riko and said seriously. Although he was not like the other members of the upper echelons, who hoped that Riko would become a honey trap for Shi Xiaobai, he was genuinely hoping that Riko would become Shi Xiaobai's friend at that very moment. Riko was stunned as her mouth pouted as she had various thoughts on her mind. Wasn't I being good to him? Last night, we even. Pooey. Last night's matter is not to be mentioned. If Riko and Yama Minamiya's eyes were unable to discern Shi Xiaobai's attainment, it was natural that those rookies who could not even see Shi Xiaobai's movements were completely lost in a foggy mist. They wisely chose to hurriedly scatter away. The combined forces of Tu Dahei and Shi Xiaobai was not something a few rookies like them could resist. When Shi Xiaobai saw how no one came to disturb them, he immediately walked towards Yi Jiachuan and asked, "Steelox, did Lingxun say where he was going before he left?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jiachuan was left in a daze as he scratched his head and said, "Methinks, there was nothing." Shi Xiaobai was immediately somewhat disappointed but immediately asked again, "Think again. Before he left, did he say anything strange?" Yi Jiachuan immediately knitted his eyebrows and began thinking hard. Moments later, he said with a face of grief, Me doesn't remember." Shi Xiaobai gaped his mouth and did not continue asking. Blaming or pressing Yi Jiachuan further clearly wasn't the best thing to do. Now, the thing that he needed to do the most was think of how to obtain information about Chen Lingxuan's current whereabouts. "Brother Dahei, is Lingxuan in trouble?" Yi Jiachuan sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly asked. "Nothing, even if there is, this king will easily resolve it." Shi Xiaobai did not explain the matter as it was useless to make another silly ox anxious. After a moment of thought, his eyes gradually lit up. Maybe the other rookies could provide some clues. But at this moment, the rookies were occupied in their own battles, and Shi Xiaobai did not have the time to ask them one by one. Now, he needed to make everyone hear his question and answer his questions seriously. Shi Xiaobai surveyed his surroundings, but this time, no one stopped because of what he had done. The likely reason why people stopped the last time because he appeared fine after being beaten by Huapingju and company for several minutes. Shi Xiaobai's eyes flickered as realized that he first needed to make everyone's heart stop a moment for him before they would prick their ears up for him. "Steelox, for the next few minutes, do not let anyone come close to this king." Shi Xiaobai already had an idea and said to Yi Jiachuan. Then, he squatted down and arched his right knee. His fist faced the ground as though he was about to punch it. Yi Jiachuan was slightly surprised before he nodded his head heavily. He then used a pair of fierce-looking eyes that seemed to warn any rookie that tempted to make a move. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. Following that, he used an extremely slow speed to smash into the ground. Those rookies who were paying attention to Shi Xiaobai, as well as Yama Minamiya and Riko, who saw the scene, were completely dumbfounded. This punch was not only extremely slow, it was even slower than a snail's crawl. From top to bottom, his fist moved less than a centimeter a second. Shi Xiaobai's entire arm was trembling as though he was using all his strength, but at that extremely slow speed, it appeared as though it was soft and lacked strength. What was he doing? What Shi Xiaobai wanted to do was naturally make all the fighting rookies stop and listen to his question seriously, hence, he needed to stun everybody. And Filthy Turtle Divine Technique's third move, Turtle Speed Divine Punch, was perfect for the job. Turtle Speed Divine Punch's name suggested that the punch would be slow like a turtle's crawl, almost impossible for it to strike a moving object. However, this punch lived up to its name as a divine punch. Its power was quite impressive, and more amazingly, the strength of Turtle Speed Divine Punch did not have a fixed value. In a certain way, Turtle Speed Divine Punch's strength had no upper limit. The slower the punch, the more powerful it was. The theory behind it was like a compressed spring. The longer and deeper it was compressed, the more explosive and terrifying the bounce would be when it was released. The reason why Shi Xiaobai's arm was trembling was because he had to continuously compress his psionic power during the slow punching process. Surging psionic power began to condense and compress where his fist was, forming a stunning amount of power that would suddenly burst out. It was like turbulent water that was blocked by a closed valve. Once the valve was broken through, the water would pour out with tremendous force. The tip of Shi Xiaobai's fist was that valve. And his arm was the pipe for the water flow. At this moment, as Shi Xiaobai's fist was slowly moving downwards, the accumulated psionic power was getting further compressed, as though the water pipes were constantly brimming with water. The water pipes could no longer take it anymore. Shi Xiaobai's arm began to swell with psionic power, as though his arm would explode at any time. Excruciating pain began to spread from his arm towards his entire body as Shi Xiaobai immediately used Unleaking Turtle Aura to inhibit the pain. And at the moment the pain occurred, this turtle is hardest also began to come into effect. Shi Xiaobai could intuitively sense that his right hand and arm's defense numbers were constantly rising. 1, 3, 4, 4.5. At this moment, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique was showing its godly powers through a combo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Who is Chen Lingxuan? Chapter 124, Who is Chen Lingxuan 1? At this moment, Filthy Turtle Divine Technique was showing its godly powers through a combo. But Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sounds of bones cracking in Shi Xiaobai's arm began to continuously explode like firecrackers. Yi Jiachuan, who was closest to him, was stunned. How many bones had to rupture in order to produce such a sound? How unimaginably painful would that be? Shi Xiaobai's brows began to knit as his mouth began to utter a soft cry. Unleaking Turtle Aura could no longer completely inhibit the excruciating pain he was receiving from his bones cracking. This was the most filthy Turtle Divine Technique could inhibit and also its limit. Be it the inhibition of pain from Unleaking Turtle Aura or the tempering of body through damage with this turtle is hardest, or the compressive force of Turtle Speed Divine Punch, their limits were whatever Shi Xiaobai's body could withstand. And at this moment, Shi Xiaobai's arm could no longer take it any further. If this carried on, his entire arm might very well be crippled. But Shi Xiaobai looked at the ground that was just a few centimeters away from the ground. Gritting his teeth and with an adamant's flash past his eyes, he let out a muffled angry roar, but using a period of 2 minutes, Shi Xiaobai's fist had finally arrived from his chest to the hard steel floor. It was still a very slow touch, with no sudden impact at the very last moment. It was like how a slowly crawling turtle gently touched a wall. Boom! A deafening explosion immediately resounded, with dozens of steel tiles splashing out. The steel floor beneath Shi Xiaobai's fist immediately shattered, with cracks several meters in radius emanating radially out of the steel ground. And in the middle, even the soil beneath the steel plates had collapsed into a giant pothole. The power of that one punch was extremely terrifying. Holy shit! Was that for real? No way. The rookies who turned over when they heard the explosion saw a strange scene as they uttered their astonishment. As for those that had been paying attention to Shi Xiaobai were now watching on in gaped silence, having witnessed the entire process of that one punch, as though they had seen a ghost. Even the composed Yamaminamiya also mentally shouted in English, "What the fuck?" No words could describe such a shocking scene. It was like a slowly crawling turtle coming in front of a steel wall at an extremely slow speed, and without any sudden shocking burst in speed, it just slowly used its turtle head to prod the steel wall, and immediately the steel wall exploded. This was fucking unscientific. Awesome, my Shi Xiaobai. After Rico recovered from being completely lost for words, she realized her father was also completely in a state of shock. Immediately she felt like she had accomplished something through Shi Xiaobai's achievements. She had never made her father this shocked despite her years of hard work. Rico hurriedly pretended to stay composed and patted Yama Minamiya on the shoulder. Pretending to stay calm, she said, "How is it? My little brother Xiaobai would do, right?" Yama Minamiya's expression changed and hurriedly said, "Rico, why don't you just submit? I think this child is not bad. Although he doesn't look as all-round like Red Lotus, his future prospects are extremely promising. Although he is just 3 years younger than you." "Stop it." Rico hurriedly cut Yama Minamiya off. She was extremely embarrassed because this was her father. Where did that unsmiling Yama Minamiya go to? Where did his usual temperament go to? Although Shi Xiaobai's talent was pretty freakish and was a kind person, he was a dishonest little pervert. Rico rolled her eyes at Yama Minamiya and turned to look at Shi Xiaobai. Suddenly, her pupils constricted because at this moment, Shi Xiaobai had slowly stood up. His entire right arm was limply dangling and appeared slightly distorted. Clearly, the broken bones in his arm was in a rather grave situation. Rico was anxious as she wanted to charge into the field, but someone had realized this earlier than her. The elder in control of the situation had appeared before Shi Xiaobai. A yellow beam of light was emitted from the elder's hands which encased Shi Xiaobai's arm. Shi Xiaobai began to frown. Even though he was using unleaking turtle aura to suppress his pain receptors, he still felt painful sensations coming from his arm. The elder's eyes changed and looked at Shi Xiaobai with aghast. He was administering emergency healing techniques on Shi Xiaobai and it should have been extremely painful, but Shi Xiaobai did not even make a grunt? This child. The elder was alarmed as he became more meticulous in healing Shi Xiaobai's injuries. If this child's arm were to have any residual side effects, Gaia was not the only one which would suffer a loss, it was very likely to be a loss for all of humanity. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Shi Xiaobai's punch and stopped their fights. They turned their eyes towards Shi Xiaobai. "This king has a question to ask all of you." Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath. The power of the punch actually far exceeded his expectations, and the price he had to pay had exceeded his expectations as well, but the effects had finally achieved what he expected. Everyone's ears pricked up. "Does anyone know where Chen Lingxuan is?" Shi Xiaobai loudly asked his question. At this moment, everyone was indeed listening to Shi Xiaobai's voice. Even Huapengjiu pricked his ears up from the shock that came from that single punch. They were all waiting for Shi Xiaobai's question. If they knew the answer, they were willing to tell Shi Xiaobai just for on account of that single punch. However, after Shi Xiaobai finished asking his question, everyone was stunned. There was no other reason because no one knew the answer. They were even puzzled by the question itself. People on the field began to noisily engage in private discussion. "Who is Chen Lingxuan? Does any of you know this person?" "No, I have never heard of such a name." "Neither have I." The rookies expressed that they did not know of the person Chen Lingxuan. Shi Xiaobai was stunned. He had envisioned the possibility that no one knew of Chen Lingxuan's whereabouts since even Yi Jiachuan, who was closest to him, did not know. However, Shi Xiaobai never expected that the rookies claimed to not know Chen Lingxuan, to the point of never hearing this name before. How was this possible? It was impossible. Shi Xiaobai recalled the scene that once angered him, and because he was once again enraged, his face began to sink. He surveyed the crowd and coldly said, "All of you once mocked him because of his weakliness and used the ugliest expressions to say the most toxic of words at him. Now are all of you telling this king that you do not know him, to the point of not even knowing his name? Shi Xiaobai angrily looked at everyone like a fierce tiger. The rookies' faces grew somber. They had been shocked by Turtle Speed Divine Punch, but that was it. It did not mean they could endure Shi Xiaobai's wanton slandering. They had not even heard of the name Chen Lingsuan, so when had they ever mocked this person and used the ugliest expressions? The most toxic of words? This was unconcealed slandering, one that was completely baseless. What gave you, Tu Dahe, the right to slander us? You can slander our characters just because of that punch that was some trickery? At this moment, the look in a large number of rookies' eyes changed. They exchanged looks with their partners and quietly clenched their fists. They took a slight step forward, as though they were a dozen of fierce wolves that were surrounding a ferocious tiger. 1. Recall that Lingsuan's name can be interpreted as zero presence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Refreshing Your Worldview. Chapter 125, Refreshing Your Worldview. The rookies looked at Shi Xiaobai angrily like savage wolves while the elder healed Shi Xiaobai of his injuries. If not for the elder, the group of rookies would probably have vent their anger by pouncing at Shi Xiaobai and beating him up. Of course, it was all thanks to the elder's presence, or the rookies would probably vomit blood from realizing that they had been diligently giving Shi Xiaobai wave after waves of happy endings after beating him up. Shi Xiaobai was equally looking angrily at the crowd. He never bowed down against the forces of evil and was determined never to bow, what more to these experience-giving underlings. So he was unafraid of this battle. In fact, he also wanted to furiously charge forward to vent his pent-up anger. However, Shi Xiaobai eventually repressed the anger in his heart because he knew it was meaningless. He might be able to beat them down and torture them for a confession, but the information he obtained could not be verified for its veracity, so doing so was too much a waste of time. Shi Xiaobai slowly closed his eyes as his mind gradually calmed down. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes looked as calm as water. He no longer looked at the other rookies, as though they were non-existent. Shi Xiaobai calmly accepted the grave situation of the rookies being unable to provide him with any information because the only way to face the thorns beneath his feet was to carry on forging ahead. There must be a way. Shi Xiaobai began to console himself as he lowered his head to contemplate. When the rookies saw Shi Xiaobai lower his head, they dismissively sneered in their hearts, thinking that Shi Xiaobai had succumbed. Their fists clenched tighter, but due to the elder's presence, they did not make any rash moves. However, once the free-for-all restarted, they would definitely not let Shi Xiaobai off. There was a price he needed to pay for slandering them. The elder's healing also quickly came to its final stages. Even he was unable to fully cure Shi Xiaobai of his injuries. All he could do was do his best to remove any possible residual side effects. At that moment, he began to hesitate when he saw the rookies leering at Shi Xiaobai. He was wondering if he should forcefully eliminate Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai's right hand was temporarily not to be given any stress even at the cost of him losing his eligibility for the collective training. If the rookies flared up and attacked without holding back, it would be disastrous. The elder thought highly of Shi Xiaobai, which resulted in all these concerns. He was even unconsciously extending the healing time. A number of rookies had begun restarting their own battles, but a large number of rookies were still waiting for the elder's departure. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai raised his head as he recalled what Yi Jiachuan had recently told him. Chen Lingsuan left him a letter. Maybe Chen Lingsuan would mention of his whereabouts in the letter. Although it was unlikely, it was like a flicker of light in a dark cavern for the stumped Shi Xiaobai. Yi Jiachuan had mentioned that he had forgotten to bring the letter. Then clearly, it was left in the rookie dormitories. It would definitely waste a lot of time retrieving the letter by taking a return trip. But this was already the last possible method. Shi Xiaobai looked at Yi Jiachuan and asked with an extremely serious expression, "Steel Ox, if this king tells you that Lingsuan is currently in grave danger, and the letter he left behind for this king can save his life, what should you do? Yi Jiachuan felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him when he heard this. If the letter he forgot to bring determined Lingxuan's life, wouldn't he be indirectly harming Lingxuan? If that was truly the case, what should he do? Ni will go get the letter. Yi Jiachuan stared widely as he rounded his eyes. After shouting those words, he immediately turned and charged out. Make way! Yi Jiachuan roared for the rookies blocking his path to make way for him. His eyes were red like a ferocious beast, so those few rookies hurriedly dodged in fright, but at this moment, Yi Jiachuan was blaming himself and feeling extremely anxious. From Shi Xiaobai's various actions, he could guess that Lingxuan had very likely encountered danger and it was already at a critical stage. Now, knowing that him forgetting to bring the letter was such an important part of this matter, how could he just sit there idly? At that moment, Yi Jiachuan was constantly shouting in his heart, faster, a little bit faster, need to get that letter faster. At this moment, Yi Jiachuan was like a raging mad bull that was charging forward. His anxiousness had allowed him to break through his limits, so the speed at which he ran was jaw-dropping. The rookies were completely shocked. This silly buffalo actually can run so fast? Fuck, this isn't scientific. He's like a buffalo but he runs faster than a rabbit. Yi Jiachuan, we have underestimated him. We thought he was just a silly buffalo with brute strength, who knew that he was a Scud missile. The rookies were extremely shocked. Wang Lin and Xiang Wu's gaze also turned solemn, because they had to admit that with their speeds, there was a high chance that they could not keep up with Yi Jiachuan. Even Rico was slightly startled. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. How can people who hang out with Shi Xiaobai be normal? This raging bull steps has the style of windwalk. Yama Minamiya nodded and said, it looks like the quality of rookies in this annihilation batch is not bad. This child's raging bull steps is about to break through to the exemplary mastery realm. He is a rare talent. While everyone was marveling at Yi Jiachuan's sudden burst of speed, someone was feeling speechless. Shi Xiaobai cracked the corner of his lips. He had only wanted Yi Jiachuan to lead the way so that he could retrieve the letter in the rookie dormitories. He never expected Yi Jiachuan to be the one rushing out, as though he would sacrifice his life to bring the letter back. Of course, this was all his fault for not making things clear, but why is this steel ox running so slowly? No, this won't do. It will be too late if this goes on. With Shi Xiaobai's eyes focused, he raised his feet and chased at full speed with crab steps. He found Yi Jiachuan's speed too slow, so a lot of time would definitely be wasted if he waited for Yi Jiachuan to retrieve the letter and return. As Shi Xiaobai charged out, a scene that made everyone nearly pop their eyes out happened. Everyone saw Shi Xiaobai take a step forward with his right foot and then another step with his left. He clearly did not seem to take wide strides, nor was the frequency very high, but his figure seemed to instantly traverse distances of more than 10 meters with each stride. In just a few seconds, he had caught up to Yi Jiachuan. With a pinch of Yi Jiachuan's arm, he proceeded forward with Yi Jiachuan. The two people rapidly disappeared below the horizon. This scene was just like a motorcycle cruising. A person who was riding a bicycle was lamenting how fast the motorcycle was, when suddenly a Ferrari charged forward, blocking the motorcycle. At a speed several times faster than the motorcycle, the Ferrari refreshed the person's world view. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. They couldn't even shout out "Holy shit!" Rico was close to tears. Shi Xiaobai's crab steps had reached the dominating refinement realm, a realm higher than her meteor steps. Yama Minamiya also confirmed his guess that Shi Xiaobai was IChooseDogLeading. And at this moment, the rookies that wanted to beat Shi Xiaobai up immediately broke out into cold sweat. This little bitch was still the same old person that loved to act the pig in order to eat tigers. They had nearly fell for his machination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, The Adorable You. Chapter 126, The Adorable You. Under Yi Jiachuan's guidance, the duo proceeded extremely quickly with Shi Xiaobai's maniacal crab steps, surprising many passers-by. Thankfully, the rookie dormitories were built not far from the training grounds. The two of them spent only 3 minutes to arrive at the rookie dormitories. Yi Jiachuan did not dare delay any further and immediately located the letter Chen Lingxuan had left for Shi Xiaobai. When Shi Xiaobai received it, he tore it open while feeling a little nervous. As he slowly looked at the letter, a handwriting as delicate as a girl's came into view, but when he saw the first line, Shi Xiaobai was left stunned. Hey, no, I think I should address you as Shi Xiaobai. Sorry, I have been lying to you. Shi Xiaobai's eyebrows gently trembled, but he quickly took a breath and continued reading. To be able to see through this king's identity, you are indeed worthy to be one of this king's most loyal fanatics. I saw through you from the very beginning, so I had made many lies, including the words of respect for Shi Xiaobai, including that Shi Xiaobai is the hope of all humanity line, as well as maybe Shi Xiaobai has always been by our side. They were all faked. Shi Xiaobai's eyes stared and felt his breathing stifled. He nearly tore the letter apart. Calm down, calm down. This king needs to calm down. Shi Xiaobai gritted his teeth to force himself to calm down before he continued reading the letter. But I wished everything would be true. Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned as his taut face finally relaxed. This little snack sure was naughty. He kept saying otherwise verbally, but he was honest in his heart. Since he had the heart that aspired to be this king's follower, he deserved earning the forgiveness of this king. Then here comes the question. Which of the above sentences is the truth and which is the lie? Shi Xiaobai curled his mouth and crumpled the letter into a ball with a deadpan expression. What's wrong? Yi Jiachuan asked nervously from the side. Nothing, this king's hand was a bit itchy. Shi Xiaobai sighed and then spread out the crumpled letter again. He then continued reading the next line. Sorry, forgive me for my naughtiness because you are just too adorable, so adorable that I can't help but want to tease you. Shi Xiaobai was too deep for tears. He was too bold to actually dare to tease him, a king of kings. Fuck, kill Chen Lingxuan, might as well be chosen the next time. Shi Xiaobai kept feeling that this letter did not seem like it was written by Chen Lingxuan. The words seemed to permeate a wretched flavor. He remembered that snack was not such a snack. Were his true colors exposed because he was leaving? Shi Xiaobai shook his head and continued reading. Forgive me for using the word adorable, because there is really no way for me to find another descriptive word to describe the feelings you give me. In fact, I pondered over the written sentence for a very long time. I thought of countless words but finally still chose the word adorable. Do you know, when I realized that you were in existence that could remember me, I really felt that you were world's 15th adorable person. Out of the 14 people before you, 12 of them are no longer alive. One of them is hiding somewhere I can't find, and another one is silly Yi, so, the people that can remember me in this world are only limited to you and them, a total of 3 people. This is my fate, and also my retribution, so I am not sad because of it. Instead, I am happy from the bottom of my heart because of your appearance. Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned when he read this. He finally understood why dozens of rookies claimed to never have heard of the name Chen Lingxuan. So that was the case. But what was the reason why no one else but Yi Jiachuan and him were able to remember Chen Lingxuan? As for why only you and silly Yi can remember me, I'm sorry. I'm not sure either. If I know the reason behind it, I probably can't change anything. Alright, the nonsense and whining above is really not my style. Forgive me for my excited mood when I was writing this letter because I will immediately be looking for someone I have to find. It really can't wait, so while I'm trying to finish this letter as fast as possible, I still have many things I want to say to you. Next, please read it very seriously and remember it well and keep it on your mind. Shi Xiaobai, do you know why I know you are Shi Xiaobai? That's because I can smell the odor of a celestial. Don't ask me where my nose was manufactured, nor should you ask me what brand of perfume the odor of a celestial is. In short, your body has a very, very thick odor of a celestial. The biggest proof is your possession of the perception of God, but the celestial odor on you is just too thick, so I believe you might have 2 or more sixth senses of God. And for a human to have 2 sixth senses of God, that is already in existence, that blasphemes the grace of God's. That is to say, if the celestials were to discover your existence, then they will come to the human world to kill you for the glory of God. Upon reading to this point, you would likely ask, what is a celestial? Is it the lackey of a god under this king? Forgive me for writing that, as I accidentally laughed. You are really very adorable. The celestials are actually just a bunch of aliens. A bunch of aliens much stronger than humans. They have even ruled over the human world for a period of time. However, after the second apocalypse, large numbers of celestials were wiped out, so they escaped back to their planet and have considered this planet as a forbidden zone. Actually, this matter is taught many times in history classes during middle school. However, the lack of common knowledge you display makes me seriously suspect if you are illiterate, so I specially explained what celestials are. Shi Xiaobai, the celestials might view this planet as a forbidden zone, but they have been constantly observing this planet. Once a human with 2 or more sixth senses of God appears, the human will be considered a threat. They would send people to kill or take the human back, so as to prevent their ethnic blood to live on in the human world. Also, I actually smell a hint of an infernal from you. I wish that it's just my imagination, or your enemy will not be limited to the celestials, but all alien races that fill the vast universe. So, you are currently in grave danger. You need help. No, you need protection. You need a strong person to be your guardian to withstand against ordinary celestial race members. And the most likely guardian you can find now will be the 3 powerhouses of Gaia. Instructor Hizitha's personality is too weird, and you have already infringed his taboo, right? I'm really curious about what you were thinking. To actually ask Instructor Hizith for his underwear. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the next powerhouse, Her Excellency Kali. Her Excellency Kali is rumored to be very old and very ugly. Furthermore, she is very bad-tempered and has a rather odd character. Also, she is the strongest amongst the 3 powerhouses that even Instructor Hizith does not dare mess with her. She is an old witch that strangers keep away from. Even people familiar with her would not approach her. I believe you will have to thank your lucky stars to be able to speak to her. So, it's best you choose His Excellency Onepun. Since His Excellency Onepun is willing to choose you to be a protectee of his God's guardian, it means the degree of attention he awards you is extraordinary. Maybe he will be willing to help you fight against the celestial killers. Use every means you have to make His Excellency Onepun protect you at all costs, then desperately become stronger. Make yourself so strong that normal celestials can't do anything to you. This is the only suggestion I can give you. Shi Xiaobai, I will treat the sentence "this king is the weakest person" that you once said as the best present, and also treat it as a most precious memory. Also, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Maybe you will one day become a kind of king. When the time comes, will I be able to hug onto your thigh and be a good-for-nothing favorite subject of a king? Live on. If there comes a day we meet again, I will reluctantly satisfy you by calling you King Nut. If that day ever comes. Then, goodbye, adorable Shi Xiaobai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, This is the reason why you are enduring. Chapter 127, This is the reason why you are enduring? After Shi Xiaobai finished reading Ling Xuan's letter, his heart felt slightly heavy. It was not because of the celestials and infernals Ling Xuan mentioned in his letter, but because there was no information he desperately needed in the letter. He still had no idea where Ling Xuan had gone. Furthermore, after reading the letter, Shi Xiaobai was more determined to save Chen Ling Xuan. This king will definitely make you be perfectly willing to bow and address this king as the great king. Shi Xiaobai felt mixed emotions as he looked at the last line in Ling Xuan's letter, live on. If there comes a day, we meet again, I will reluctantly satisfy you by calling you king. Yi Jiachuan noticed how Shi Xiaobai's face was sullen after reading the letter, so feeling an ominous sense of foreboding, he immediately asked, how is it, brother Dahe? Can this letter save Ling Xuan? Shi Xiaobai remained silent for a while before sighing. He then looked at the letter in his hand once again and began reading it carefully. Read it again, there might be an inkling. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's gaze stopped. Alright, the nonsense and whining above is really not my style. Forgive me of my excited mood when I was writing this letter because I will immediately be looking for someone I have to find. Shi Xiaobai's eyes slightly lit up. This line was the main reason why Chen Lingxuan had left. He had left because he was looking for somebody. Shi Xiaobai immediately looked at Yi Jiachuan and asked, has Lingxuan ever mentioned how he has always been looking for someone? Upon hearing this, Yi Jiachuan immediately frowned. He racked his brains and kept pondering over it. He knew every answer of his determined Lingxuan's outcome, so even if he had to tear his brains apart, he did not dare to honestly say me don't know again. Moments later, Yi Jiachuan suddenly said in excitement, me remembers, Lingxuan previously asked instructor Hizith about a person's whereabouts in class, could it be that person? Shi Xiaobai was slightly startled and immediately recalled what had happened that day in class. Back then, Chen Lingxuan and Hizith had mentioned about a particular person. Chen Lingxuan had asked Hizith about the person's whereabouts in an agitated manner and finally said that he would find Hizith alone. If that was the case, Lingxuan must have asked about the person's whereabouts from Hizith before deciding on leaving Steel City to search for that person. Depraved CC knows where Lingxuan went. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and since the whereabouts of the person Chen Lingxuan needed to find was where Chen Lingxuan had headed, it was natural that Hizith, who was the provider of the information, knew where Chen Lingxuan's destination was. This king will be looking for depraved CC. Shi Xiaobai immediately charged out the door. He remembered Hizith mentioning in the morning before leaving the classroom that he could be found in the instructor's office. By the time Yi Jiachuan saw Shi Xiaobai run out the door, it was already too late for him to stop him. Immediately, he began to worry anxiously. Would Dahe get into trouble when he looked for instructor Hizith? Just this morning, instructor Hizith appeared very hostile towards Dahe, and must be hating on Dahe because of the underwear request. Now, with Dahe taking the initiative to look for him, will there be any conflicts? What if instructor Hizith does something to Dahe in his rage? The more Yi Jiachuan thought, the more worried he became as he rushed over. Annihilation, branch, rookie instructor's office. Hizith was sitting on a chair with his eyes cold. His face was sullen as he remained in motionless silence, like a cold ice sculpture. Don't misunderstand, he really did not want quietness. He only wanted his heart to quieten down. He still could not forget the humiliating memory of Shi Xiaobai asking for his underwear 10 days ago. Regardless of how interesting a toy was, it was doomed to be destroyed once it triggered his peeve. Hizith was originally determined to completely destroy Shi Xiaobai even if he was a genius with dual S talents or a treasure the upper echelons of Higaya was prepared to care for. Shi Xiaobai was just a toy that he could abandon and destroy without any care. However, Kali had suddenly appeared and killed the 4 strongest servants out of his 7 servants without any reason. The 4 poker cards, 10 of diamonds, Jack of diamonds, Queen of diamonds, King of diamonds, had been painstakingly created by gathering souls. Every card contained immeasurable power, and the King of diamonds servant was in existence at the level of an A-class calamity fiend general. It took him 3 years to finish creating it. However, these 4 poker cards have been killed without mercy by Kali, and the only reason was a little warning in advance. Hizith was infuriated but also very aggrieved. He had yet to do anything to Shi Xiaobai, his revenge yet to even begin, but he was curbed by such a near humiliating manner. Furthermore, he was no match for Kali. He did not even have the courage to battle her, so all he could do was endure and live with it. However, when he saw Shi Xiaobai a while ago, that wretched look of Shi Xiaobai made him recall of his miserable experience. It caused Hizif to nearly flare up. Hizif narrowed his eyes as he considered if he should temporarily leave Steel City, choosing to let it be out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, a beam of light flashed and a poker card flew out from Hizif's body. Hizif's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. The poker card flew into mid-air before suddenly transforming into a large poker hologram. The poker card was a joker, but it was unknown if it was a red or black joker. Following that, a red blob of light the size of a basketball flew out from the poker hologram. The red blob of light had two black spots the size of ping-pong balls. They were in constant motion inside the red blob of light, like two pairs of moving eyes. "You have a problem?" Hizif looked at the red blob of light, and because he was in a terrible mood, his questioning voice had a tinge of stiffness infused in its softness. "Your mind seems to be in chaos. This seat one came out to have some fresh air." The red blob of light issued out a hoarse and sharp voice before saying with a teasing tone, "To be able to make a madman like you endure so much, it seems you are extremely afraid of that pixie." Hizif's mouth twitched as he said, "I can't see through her. I don't even know how she managed to enter my underworld and kill my beloved toys. This is the reason why you are enduring, ... The red blob of light chuckled. "This seat remembers that more than a decade ago, the reason why you slaughtered an entire village had only one reason: a 6-year-old child had said something disrespectful to you. Back then, you were truly worthy of the name Underworld King Hizif. But the current you looks like a loser to this seat." Hizif's expression changed and said in a deep voice, "Don't try to goad me on Abyss Ghost King. What's your goal for saying all these?" The two black points in the red blob of light began to jump crazily at that very moment. 1. This seat is usually used by people to address themselves in positions of power. It is usually not for narcissistic purposes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Very Cute, Very Naive. Chapter 128, Very Cute, Very Naive. "Tell me your goal," Hizif coldly said. The red blob of light fell silent for a moment. With a sneering, it said, "That holy dragon you have hidden in the underworld, let this seat eat it. You can slaughter that human named Shi Xiaobai as you wish, and if that pixie were to dare touch you, this seat would use the name of the abyss to protect you. If that pixie were to hear the word abyss, she will definitely be aware of the overwhelming odds against her. Do we have a deal?" Hizif's expression turned slightly ugly upon hearing this and said, "So you have your sights on that holy dragon? A small toy's life and a promise that might not succeed, in exchange for a nearly extinct holy dragon? Abyss Ghost King, aren't you being a bit too greedy?" The red blob of light's sharp and hoarse voice had a touch of an eerie chortle as it said, "That kid's soul is very rare. Even this seat is envious just looking at it. Furthermore, that kid even dares to mention your taboo of underwear. He was clearly doing it to humiliate you. If you were to stay silent about this, how would the other underworld kings think of you? Will the old freaks in Abyss be disappointed in you? Don't forget, the Abyss was able to give you whatever you have now, but it can also take away everything from you at any time." Upon hearing this, Hizif's eyes squinted into the shape of sickle. His fingers on his right hand brushed through his red hair as he coldly said, "How confident are you to prevent Callie from touching me?" The red blob of light hissed with a laughter and said, "This seat is 100% confident. Since that pixie knows that your servants come from the underworld, she must have heard of the abyss. Furthermore, when this seat breaks through the seal and recovers all his strength, no matter how strong the pixie is, she is just a pixie. How could she be stronger than this seat?" Hizif looked hesitant as he asked, "How long will it take before your seal is removed?" The red blob of light said, "Eating that holy dragon is enough for this seat to break at least one of the seal's layers. If a few more spirit beasts of this sacred level are eaten, the days of this seat being able to crack the seal can be counted on one hand. When this seat snatches the throne of the abyss, you will be the only king of all humanity, and the human world will become a lost paradise for you to play around wantonly. Hizith sneered upon hearing this. He naturally did not believe everything the Abyssal Ghost King said to him, but he had to carefully consider the matter. After ruminating for a moment, Hizith said, "It's not impossible for me to give you the Holy Dragon, but when you break through the seal's first layer, you must go to other underworld zones and grab some souls of equivalent value." The black pearls on the red blob of light moved and said, "Heh, deal. As a gift, you can kill that human." Hizith hesitated slightly before shaking his head and said, "You were right about one thing. That pixie has made me felt fear, so I was acting according to my instincts to steer clear of her. I'll leave Steel City now and kill a few humans to calm down. I'll temporarily let that naughty little toy jump around for a period of time. The next time we meet, I will join him in playing a good game." The red blob of light sneered upon hearing this and no longer spoke. Since it had achieved its purpose, there was no need to complicate matters any further. It just felt disdain for Hizith's timidity. At this moment, anxious footsteps could be heard outside the office before Hizith heard the voice that was the last thing he wanted to hear. "Instructor Cece, this king wants to see you for something." Hizith's pupils immediately constricted as his eyes flashed a look of disbelief. This Shi Xiaobai actually dared to wander here to look for him? Did Kelly's protection make Shi Xiaobai so audacious? Or could it be that Shi Xiaobai did not have the slightest bit of fear towards him? Hizith's anger was immediately pushed to its limits. The red blob of light noted with interest as it chuckled and said, "Goodbye is always that sudden. This seat will be slightly looking forward to the game you mentioned." After saying that, the red blob of light transformed into a poker card before returning to Hizith's body. And at this moment, Shi Xiaobai had forcefully pushed the office's door open. The echo that came from the booming of the door's opening and Shi Xiaobai's delicate face met Hizith's ears and eyes respectively. The corner of his mouth began to slightly twitch. Hizith quickly forced himself to calm down. Although he was hankering to slaughter Shi Xiaobai, his fear for Kali prevented him from doing so. However, he had just boasted to the Abyss Ghost King about what would happen if Shi Xiaobai were to take the initiative to look for him. If he still let Shi Xiaobai leave safe and sound, not only would the Abyss Ghost King completely despise him, he would look down on himself too. Although Hizith did not dare rob Shi Xiaobai of his life, he definitely wanted to make Shi Xiaobai taste suffering. He had to design a game meant for torturing toys. It seems like I need to design an absolutely interesting game. Half a minute later. "So, you came looking for me to ask about Chen Lingsuan's location?" While Hizith restrained his fury, he finished listening to Shi Xiaobai's purpose of visit. A stiff but strange smile suffused from his lips. Shi Xiaobai nodded and said, "Lingsuan previously said that he would find you personally to ask about a person's location. Can you tell this king what the answer you gave him was?" Hizith suddenly gave an evil smile before saying, "What would happen if I were to tell you that I had never heard of the name Chen Lingsuan before?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai's forehead oozed a cold bead of sweat. In his haste, he had forgotten something. Since Chen Lingsuan had mentioned that only he and Yi Jiachuan could remember his existence, it wouldn't be a surprise that Hizith would also forget Chen Lingsuan. If that was the case, this path was still a dead end. Just kidding. After Hizith observed Shi Xiaobai's reaction, a strange glint flashed in his eyes as he chuckled and said, "That silver-haired youth left a deep impression on me." Your guess is right. 10 days ago, he had come looking for me alone. He spent 2 days to complete the game I designed in an outstanding manner. As a prize, I told him everything he wanted to know, so he left Steel City on the 3rd day. Shi Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up. He did not know why Chen Lingsuan would be forgotten by others, hence he did not have any suspicion with Hizith remembering Chen Lingsuan. He immediately said, "Since you know where he currently is, can you tell this king?" Hizith narrowed his eyes and said, "I know, but why should I tell you? Shi Xiaobai's breath stagnated and was thinking how bad the depraved person was at chatting. If you were to talk like that, how was this king to respond? Shi Xiaobai thought for a moment before saying in a sincere tone, "This king knows that you are still blaming this king for requesting your underwear 10 days ago in public. Back then, this king was doing it for your sake. The seed of the evil god had attached itself to your underwear through spatial temporal forces. The curse was just about to penetrate your body, and if not for this king shouting to scare the seed of the evil god away, you would probably be in a dire state now. However, saving you was the wish of this king, so this king will definitely not demand for your gratitude. All this king wishes is that you would not misunderstand this king. Now, please tell Chen Lingxuan's destination to this king. The next time the seed of the evil god appears again, this king will definitely warn you again. How about it?" Shi Xiaobai looked at Hizith and blinked his eyes, looking very cute and very naive. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 129, Upright Person Despite Being Tough on Words. Chapter 129, Upright Person Despite Being Tough on Words. As Shi Xiaobai blinked his eyes, he indicated that he had requested for underwear out of concern for Hizith's safety. Hizith's pupils violently contracted as a look of violence flashed in them. He narrowed his eyes into a slit as a cold aura radiated out from his body. Hizith never expected Shi Xiaobai to dare mention the matter once again and had even attempted to deceive him using nonsense that could only hoodwink a fool. He had even said the words "next time." Me. It was as though Hizith had to squeeze the word out through the gaps in his teeth. Taking a deep breath, he said with a cold expression, "As long as you complete a game I design, I will inform you of Chen Lingxuan's location as the game's prize." Hizith had already mentally constructed a relatively interesting game which he believed would be an unforgettable one for Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily stunned and recalled how he had previously played 2 of Hizith's games. He had a rough concept of the games Hizith mentioned, so after a bit of hesitation, he nodded and said, "This king agrees. Quickly begin the game." Although playing a game would waste a lot of time, this was the only method he had left. As for Hizith's game, Shi Xiaobai was naturally unafraid of it. In his own words, this king had subjugated the game world for years, be it from LOL to side-scrolling shoot-'em-up games, or massively multiplayer online games and small puzzle games. This king was adept at any of them, having easily conquered them. In simple terms, this king was already tired of grinding Challenger back when he played League of Legends. Usually, his roommate, Yang Wei, would usually pop out and ask a question, "Which babe is Challenger, can you give me her contact?" Seeing Shi Xiaobai readily agree, Hizith immediately felt displeased. Often, others would turn white just from hearing the word game from him, so when Hizith saw the different scene Shi Xiaobai portrayed, his mood turned somewhat complicated. "If you weren't that naughty, you would have truly been an extremely interesting game, unfortunately." With this thought in mind, Hizith sneered and said, "To challenge a somewhat difficult game, you must first pass the test of a small game." Shi Xiaobai knitted his brows slightly as instructor Cici was a little irritating. Before Shi Xiaobai spoke up to refuse, Hizith had suddenly reached out his hand, causing 3 tall glasses to fly out from a cabinet beside them. They flew towards Hizith and landed on the office desk in front of Hizith. At the same time, a bottle of red wine flew out of the cabinet and into Hizith's hand. Hizith quickly filled the 3 glasses with red wine. Shi Xiaobai took a glance at the 3 glasses of red wine, opened his mouth to exhale. He said with a sigh, "This king doesn't have much time. Hurry up." Although he did not know what relaxing game Hizith wanted to play, he did not mind being a sport playing with him, and since it did not waste too much time. Yes, it was definitely not because he wanted to have a taste of red wine which he had never tried before. After pouring the red wine, Hizith gave an eerie smile and said, "The game's rules are very simple. In the 3 glasses of red wine, one of them doesn't have poison. There is a 1/3 chance, and if you finish drinking a glass without any poison, I will agree that you have the qualification to challenge a somewhat difficult game. Only 3 glasses? Shi Xiaobai was surprised. He remembered the first time he'd played games with Hizith, he had to choose a card greater than 10 out of 54 cards. The probability of success back then was less than 1/3. These 2 games were both a test of luck. After the last failure, Hizith had designed a game with a higher probability chance of winning? This is showing contempt for this king's lucky halo. It cannot be endured at all. As Shi Xiaobai had such a thought, he looked at the 3 glasses of red wine. The color and volume of the red wine in the 3 glasses were nearly the same. His naked eye could not tell which glass was poisonous. As for smelling, Shi Xiaobai gave up on that thought after thinking for a moment. He did not believe he could distinguish a poisoned glass with his sense of smell. Hence, everything still depended on. Indeed, it still needs to depend on this king's intuition. Shi Xiaobai gave a confident smile and stared at the 3 glasses of red wine. He was waiting for his intuition to tell him which glass had the poison. 3 seconds later, Shi Xiaobai was dumbfounded. This was because intuition told him that none of the 3 glasses of wine were poisonous. Shi Xiaobai looked up and saw a concealed smile suffuse across Hizith's lips in his glance. He immediately felt touched. He never expected Instructor Cici to be such an upright person despite being so tough with his words. Although he had made things difficult for him verbally, he was after all still thankful because of the seed of the evil god. Wasn't this little game the best proof? If none of the 3 glasses were poisonous, then drinking any glass could pass the game. This meant that this was a freebie question. Shi Xiaobai had depended on such freebie questions to escape the situation of scoring 0 points in exams on a yearly basis. So, he had a good impression of such freebies. There was no need to speak further, cheers to that. Shi Xiaobai casually picked up a glass of red wine and raised it to his mouth. He drank it straight down like he was drinking a beverage, making him look very heroic. When Hizith saw Shi Xiaobai drink the glass of red wine without any hesitation, the cold smile on his lips broadened greatly. This little game was naturally not a luck-based game. He knew very well that out of the 6 senses of God, Shi Xiaobai possessed the perception of God. Hence, he would naturally not design a simple game like choosing poker cards that only had a 1/3 chance of success. The little game's true trick was all 3 glasses of red wine were poisonous. This poison was known as the bonchuer medicinal agent. The drinker would immediately suffer an anguishing pain as though every bone was being chewed on by worms. This sort of poison did not immediately claim the life of the victim, but would make the victim endure a life worse than death. Depending on the dosage, the duration of its effects would be different. Hizith had added a dosage that was enough to last 30 minutes in each glass of red wine. He wanted to let Shi Xiaobai have a taste of what it meant to have his bone chewed on. Of course, he would not allow Shi Xiaobai to commit suicide. Instead, he would constantly use the Healing Hearts card to maintain his consciousness. He had originally planned on making a more complicated, more difficult and more torturous game for Shi Xiaobai, but seeing how Shi Xiaobai was without pressure when he did not hesitate at agreeing to challenge his somewhat difficult game, Hizith changed his mind. He had chosen the simplest and crudest of means. Won't you filled with confidence and completely fearless? The 3 poisoned glasses of red wine destined you to failure. Furthermore, it would make you experience the cruelest suffering. Hizith felt overjoyed just thinking of himself being able to sneer and say, "You can't even pass the simplest little game, so you are unqualified to challenge a somewhat difficult game," while enjoying how Shi Xiaobai screamed in pain on the floor. He did not know what Chen Lingxuan meant to Shi Xiaobai, but from the anxious look Shi Xiaobai had, he knew Shi Xiaobai was eager to know of Chen Lingxuan's location. Wasn't destroying a toy by making it receive a merciless rejection as it experienced an excruciating pain and allowing it to rant how unfair the game was the most interesting? When Hizith saw Shi Xiaobai drink the red wine down in one gulp, resulting in an empty wineglass, he eagerly looked forward to the next scene. Bone-chewing medicinal agent was an instant poison, which meant an interesting scene would immediately happen. At this moment, Hizith had already revealed a joyful smile because, as he expected, Shi Xiaobai suddenly stared widely after drinking the red wine. Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 177 to 300 to the next goal. More than halfway there. There will be 3 bonus AC chapters released once reached. Also, the first goal has been improved. If it's reached, there will be a guaranteed 11 chapters a week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Intoxicated Moan. Chapter 130, Intoxicated Moan. After Shi Xiaobai finished drinking the glass of red wine in one gulp, he immediately whitened his eyes. Hizith smiled delightfully in his mind as he began to be filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to Shi Xiaobai grasping his neck in pain while screaming and writhing on the ground. Following that, he would reveal the truth that all 3 glasses of red wine are poisoned, which would result in Shi Xiaobai roar that it was unfair. Finally, Shi Xiaobai would suffer both a physical and mental collapse from the dual setback he experienced. This would definitely be interesting. At this moment, Hizith laughed. However, Hizith was left dumbfounded the next second. This was because after Shi Xiaobai stared widely with his eyes, he did not grasp his neck and scream out loud. Instead, he blinked and licked his lips. Next, he reached out his hand to pick up another glass of red wine. Shi Xiaobai noticed how Hizith was using a pair of glazed eyes to look at him and immediately felt a bit embarrassed. After he finished drinking the first glass of red wine, he only found it fucking delicious. It was so tasty that he was completely bewildered. Shi Xiaobai had enjoyed the entire process and could not help but pick up another glass of red wine. Noticing how Hizith did not stop him, Shi Xiaobai grinned and moved the glass to his mouth like a gluttonous child. This time, he did not drink it in one gulp but savored it bit by bit as he did not want to finish it too quickly. Shi Xiaobai moved his gaze towards the third glass of red wine as his hand involuntarily reached over. Taking a secret glance at Hizith, he realized that he wasn't stopped, and immediately had the opinion that Instructor Cici was a very nice person. This king shall kindly accept this red wine. Shi Xiaobai picked up and drank the last glass of red wine. Hic! After Shi Xiaobai exhaled blissfully, but he involuntarily produced an alcohol-induced hiccup. Hizith was dumbfounded. What the fuck was going on? Shi Xiaobai smiled and said, after this king's validation, the 3 glasses of wine are without poison, so does this mean that this king has passed this little game? Hizith gaped his mouth and quickly picked up the bottle of red wine and took a mouthful. Pooh. Hizith spat out the mouthful of red wine immediately. This red wine was poisonous. That's not right, it was meant to have poison. That's not right, the red wine was poisonous, but why? Hizith immediately looked at Shi Xiaobai with extreme suspicion. Why didn't the poison in the 3 glasses of wine take any effect? Could he have forgotten that the bonjour medicinal agent wasn't immediate but actually had a delayed effect? Just as Hizith had this thought, Shi Xiaobai suddenly stretched out his hand and held his throat. His eyes stared widely as though he was in great pain. Hizith's eyes immediately lit up. So that was it. This bonjour medicinal agent must have been an inferior imitation for it to have such delayed effects. Finally, it has shown its effects. Shi Xiaobai finally realized this when the poison took its effects. This was because he felt an intense pain rise up through his body. He immediately remembered that Hizith had said how there was only 1 glass of wine that did not have any poison, but he had drank all 3 glasses. That meant that he had drank 2 glasses of poisonous wine. Shi Xiaobai grasped his neck and immediately began to use unleaking turtle aura to suppress the pain. Then Shi Xiaobai suddenly removed his hands from his neck. His widely staring eyes also returned to normal and he immediately turned expressionless. This was because Shi Xiaobai recalled something very important. He remembered that back at the virtual competition, he had encountered a bonus absolute choice. After the Archcardinal shouted "Hubby" 3 times, he had obtained a sea-level reward of poison resistance. He could automatically filter out 80% of toxins. This meant that the poison in the red wine could only deal 20% of poison damage to him. Indeed, once Shi Xiaobai used Unleaking Turtle Aura, the slight pain that rose up in his body became more reminiscent of an itch. 20% of the poison's toxins was insufficient to deal too much damage to him. After a while, Shi Xiaobai suddenly felt a refreshing feeling spread through his entire body. He was immediately surprised because this feeling was rather familiar. He immediately realized that this was the effect of this turtle is hardest. Following that, Shi Xiaobai felt his flesh and blood defense value slowly rise. 1, 2, 2.5. The damage from being poisoned could be used as a body tempering method for this turtle is hardest. Shi Xiaobai immediately understood that he just needed to receive damage to become stronger. At this moment, this turtle is hardest responded immediately when the poison took its effects. A sore but refreshing feeling swept through his body as Shi Xiaobai could not help but moan due to the overwhelming intoxication he experienced. Hizith was already dumbfounded when he saw Shi Xiaobai's look of enjoyment. Hearing Shi Xiaobai let out such a satisfied moan, he immediately felt like he had been struck by lightning. Shi Xiaobai's face turned slightly red. It was unknown if it was because of the alcoholic effects or because of his embarrassment, but when he raised the glass at Hizith, his face was flushed red. Shi Xiaobai asked softly, "Can this king get another one?" A few minutes later, Shi Xiaobai found it quite a pity because regardless of how much he begged, Hizith remained glum and refused to give him another glass of red wine. The red wine was tasty and could also temper his body. Furthermore, he felt a thoroughly refreshing feeling after drinking it. It was not a poison but a drug. Shi Xiaobai looked earnestly at the bottle of red wine, but he quickly remembered that he had serious matters to attend to. He said, "This king can now challenge your somewhat difficult game, right? If not, why don't you just tell Chen Lingsuan's location to this king?" When Hizith heard this, he turned his head stiffly and let out a cold sneer. A killing intent flashed in his eyes, but soon, that killing intent calmed down. At this moment, he realized that it was not the fault of the poisonous wine but rather, the fault lied in Shi Xiaobai. He was unafraid of poison. Not only had the little game failed to achieve the effects he anticipated, but he had also nearly died from anger because of Shi Xiaobai. "Fuck, you even want another glass? Do you know how expensive this bottle of red wine is? That's not right. This wasn't the main point. The main point was how was he to continue playing this game, Hizith fell into silence and began to experience a struggling dilemma. Since he was prepared to bet his all on what the Abyss Ghost King had said to him, he could teach Shi Xiaobai a lesson before using the name of Abyss to calm Callie down and force her to compromise. The easiest and most direct method would be to throw a few Hexing Club's cards and make Shi Xiaobai taste what it meant to experience hell on earth. In fact, Hizith did not believe Callie would offend the Abyss because of Shi Xiaobai as well. After all, Shi Xiaobai was just a person with some talent. However, Hizith did not want to do it because Shi Xiaobai had completed 3 of his games. Hizith could not bear destroying a toy that provided interest to him in a fit of anger. The interesting toy had challenged the games he designed again and again, and when it finally suffered failure, Hizith would be able to enjoy its failure the most. In that case, you can challenge a somewhat difficult game. If you are able to succeed in the challenge, so what if I tell you everything? Hizith had already made up his mind. Since the next game could bring pain to Shi Xiaobai, vent his anger, as well as allowing him to enjoy the feeling of a toy being played to brokenness, why not spend a bit of time to play a game? The corner of Hizith's mouth curled into a sneer as he suddenly waved his hand. Dozens of poker cards suddenly flew out before they formed the shape of a door. Immediately following that, the places where the poker cards interleaved each other shot out beams of light, eventually combining into a blinding light. A door of light formed from poker cards appeared in the office in seconds while a cold airy aura emanated from inside the door. Behind this door is this king's underworld. If you dare enter it, this king will make you witness what a true game is. At this moment, Underworld King Hizith had managed to address himself as this king in front of Shi Xiaobai. Translator's note: my Patreon is now at 181/300 to the next goal. If it hits 200/300, a bonus chapter of AC will be released. There will be 3 bonus AC chapters released once 300 of 300 is reached. Also, the first goal has been improved. If it's reached, there will be 11 guaranteed chapters a week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Can you be a bit faster? Chapter 131, Can you be a bit faster? If it were any other rookie, just hearing Hizith mention that the true game would be held in the underworld would probably scare them pale. The reason why Hizith was known as Underworld King was because he possessed an underworld. And as the name Underworld suggests, it was a world where the dead went to. What were the chances of survival if one played a game in the world of death? Unfortunately, Shi Xiaobai did not know any of this. He did not know the danger about the underworld, and even if he knew, he would not feel fear because of it. Moreover, with Hizith addressing himself as this king in front of him, this gave Shi Xiaobai the understanding that this was no longer a simple game, but a competition between kings. As a king of kings, he welcomed this greatly. As a result, Shi Xiaobai stepped into the door to the underworld composed of poker cards without any hesitation. What sort of world was the underworld? Would it be like the earth, with desolate lands, vast starry skies, and bright moonlight? After Shi Xiaobai stepped through the door to the underworld, he lowered his head to see that he was standing on hard, solid ground that was black in color. Looking up was a dark purple sky and 3 crimson-colored moons of different sizes. Turning his head, he saw a procession that stretched from one horizon to the other. The procession was comprised of both men and women, young and old. Their eyes were glazed as though they were walking zombies. They walked at a uniform speed in an orderly fashion. It was as though the horizon was attracting them, or it could be said that something was driving them towards the horizon. Shi Xiaobai had to say that this was very appropriate of an underworld. Shi Xiaobai waited in the same spot for a moment before a figure quickly appeared in the sky far into the distance. That figure was flying very rapidly towards Shi Xiaobai. The figure that arrived had a pair of gigantic bat wings. Every part of its body was nearly wrapped in white bandages. The few patches of skin that were revealed were dark purple in color. They looked somewhat wrinkled as though they had been burnt. This figure was one of the 7 servants of Hizith, the 9 of Diamonds Calamity Fiend, the bat, Mose. Mose flapped his wings and stirred up a cyclone before he landed in front of Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai was already aware that Mose would appear, so he was not too surprised. As he looked at Mose, who was slowly folding his bat wings, he said, "Quick, tell this king the game rules." Hizith had told Shi Xiaobai before he entered the door to the underworld that Mose would tell him the specific game rules after he entered the underworld. When Mose heard Shi Xiaobai's words, his scarlet eyes flashed coldly. As Hizith's servant, he would often hear Underworld King Hizith address himself as this king in the underworld. To see a riffraff at the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm dare address himself as this king, a tinge of brutal violent tendency rose up in his heart immediately. However, he quickly suppressed his violent tendencies after recalling Hizith's instructions. "Follow me." Mose's hoarse voice was cold and dry. After saying that, he turned around and walked ahead. The speed at which he walked did not seem fast, but in fact, he managed to open a great distance from his original spot nearly instantly. In a few seconds, he had reached the ends of one's vision. Mose stopped where he was and slowly turned his head, prepared to wait for the puny human. "Why did you stop?" A puzzled voice entered Mose's ears as he looked down. His pupils constricted slightly as he saw a puny human whose height only reached his abdomen stop in front of him. He did not even know when it happened. Mose's gaze flickered. He did not expect this human to be able to keep up with his footsteps. Even though he had only used 10% of his speed, this was already far beyond his expectations. Mose quietly turned around and proceeded forward once again. This time he used 20% of his speed. 1 minute later, Mose turned back. That human was still behind him and blinking his eyes, as though they were telling him not to stop. The corners of Mose's mouth suffused a stiff sneer. He turned around once again and began running. This time, he used 30% of his speed. For a weakling at the psionic mortal realm, this was a speed that was considered overwhelming. Mose was slightly worried that the weak human would be left far behind, far beyond sight. Two figures quickly traversed the black and flat plains. Under the cold, crimson moonlight, one was in front of the other, but the distance did not open up. The more Mose ran, the more shocked he became. The grumbling words, "Are we there yet?" kept echoing in his ears, making him experience the illusion that he was running very slowly. Another minute later, Mose increased his speed to 40%. There was no reason such a speed could not leave the weak human in his wake. However, can you be a bit faster? This king is in a hurry. Shi Xiaobai urging voice made Mose stare widely. He turned around to see Shi Xiaobai completely exhausted. Instead, Shi Xiaobai looked irked, which caused Mose to involuntarily clench his fist. It appeared that it was not unreasonable that his master, Hizith, had given this human such serious attention. A sneer suffused across Mose's lips as he once again sped up. This time, he accelerated to 70% of his maximum speed. At 70%, Mose's speed was as fast as lightning. He stopped immediately after running for 30 seconds. Turning around, the weak human that ran rather fast could no longer be seen. Mose stood in his original spot and waited. To be able to force him to use 70% of his speed was something that the human should be proud of. After waiting another 30 seconds, Mose finally realized something was amiss when he did not see Shi Xiaobai. Could that human be lost after being flung far behind? In such dark and endless plains, it was indeed easy to get lost. But, was it possible to go in the wrong direction while running in a straight line? Mose flapped his bat wings reluctantly as he flew up into the sky, retracing his steps to look for traces of Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai naturally did not go in the wrong direction. After Mose used 70% of his speed, Shi Xiaobai was still able to barely keep up using crab steps at full force. However, while running halfway, Shi Xiaobai heard a voice that reached directly into his soul. Save, save, save. It was a vague and imperceptible voice, but it kept repeating the word save. It sounded extremely weak, but it seemed like it had a burning desire. Shi Xiaobai could not help but stop. He realized that he could not ignore the calling of this voice. It was as though he could sense the sorrow and forlornness in the voice. It sounded like a plea for help after having been imprisoned for eons. Shi Xiaobai was unable to ignore it. Gritting his teeth, he allowed Mose to run far ahead as he changed directions midway. He could sense where the voice came from. Shi Xiaobai quickly sprinted over as the voice shouting "save" turned louder and clearer, as though it was filled with joy. Approaching, approaching. Reached. Then, Shi Xiaobai saw a sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Quick Stick It Back. Chapter 132, Quick Stick It Back. On the endless black plains, a rusty, black broadsword was embedded deep into the ground, only revealing a mottled sword handle and a bit of the sword's rust-covered blade. This sword did not look much different from ordinary broadswords. The degree of rust prevented the blade from looking sharp at all. However, Shi Xiaobai was extremely certain that it was this sword that kept calling out the word save. This was because when he reached out his right hand to tightly grip the black broadsword's hilt, the voice that went straight to his heart turned eager and delighted, as though it was eager for Shi Xiaobai to pull it out from the hard earth. What are you doing? A hoarse and cold voice sounded from up above. Shi Xiaobai looked up and saw the bat, Mose, coldly looking down at him from mid-air. Pulling the sword. Shi Xiaobai nonchalantly responded. His eyes landed back on the rusty, black broadsword. The lone black sword that was embedded alone in this desolate lands gave him an intense desire. He wanted to pull it out and give it freedom. Shi Xiaobai's hand began to use strength as he pulled hard at it. Don't waste your strength. Mo's hoarse voice was without emotion. The black sword had been embedded in the Black Plains for eons. This underworld had seen the changes of numerous underworld kings, but no one had been able to pull it out. Don't waste your time. It's impossible for you. Just as Mo said with an impatient voice, he suddenly stopped as his pupils dilated while he looked with utter disbelief. This was because Shi Xiaobai had already pulled out the black broadsword. It was as though Shi Xiaobai had pulled out a straw from the fields, completely pulling out the black broadsword from the black lands effortlessly. That's impossible. Mose hissed. At this moment, the lands suddenly began to tremble violently. At the same time, the dark purple sky seemed to dissolve like a painting. The 3 scarlet moons also began to tremble, as though 3 hanging balls were being rocked suddenly. Deafening sounds sounded from every corner of the black lands. Roars, hisses, screams that were filled with fear, madness, and anger. Quick, stick the sword back! Mose exclaimed and flew to Shi Xiaobai while producing a swooping sound. However, just as he flew midway, he was forcibly repelled by an invisible force. The quaking ground began to crack open, revealing bottomless ravines. The procession that ran through most of the lands continued to proceed forward in their orderly fashion. As such, one after another of the unaware members of the procession fell into the deep ravine. As for the cracks in the lands, it was slowly crawling everywhere, as though the entire land was about to split apart. The dark purple sky also began to melt. One of the scarlet moons also suddenly exploded. Thunder roared in the sky as the grounds began to issue roaring screams. It was as though the world was ushering in the apocalypse. No! Mo sent out a tearing voice filled with terror from his throat. He charged crazily at Shi Xiaobai once again, but he was repelled again and again by the invisible energy. He could only raise his head and issue a helpless but horrible roar. But at this moment, everything suddenly turned quiet. The cracking land stopped its quaking and cracking. The sky that was about to melt into grayness completely solidified. The 2 scarlet moons that were trembling to the point of exploding also calmed down. The thundering from the sky and the roaring from the lands also came to a sudden halt. It was as if a pause button had been pressed at that very instant. Mose was startled as he lowered his head to see Shi Xiaobai having stuck the black broadsword back into the ground. It's just the pulling out of a sword. Is there a need to make it so earth-shattering? Shi Xiaobai said with a somewhat bitter voice. Mose, who felt like he had survived an apocalypse, immediately felt monstrous rage and killing intent. Do you know what you did? Do you know you nearly destroyed the entire underworld? Mo's eyes flashed an intense fear from the realization of what had happened in frantic killing intent. This human who was able to pull out the sealing sword that guarded the underworld had to die. However, a familiar voice resounded in his mind which made Mose feel as uncomfortable as having his neck pinched. This human was not to die yet. He could only die after the Master's game was over. Mose forced himself to calm down and said coldly to Shi Xiaobai, "Leave this area quickly. This is a forbidden zone." Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai immediately sighed and said, "To not send people to protect a forbidden zone, this king is not to be blamed for such a thing to happen." Shi Xiaobai was feeling a bit creeped out. This underworld was just like a movie film set. Pulling out a sword meant the collapse of the entire set, and furthermore, the sword was so easily pulled out. Yet, there was no one sent here to watch it. The people of the underworld were really slacking. It was doomed sooner or later. When Mose heard this, his breathing stagnated as he had the strong urge to smack Shi Xiaobai immediately to death. This sword had not been pulled out for thousands of years, so it had been forgotten by people. It was normal for there to be a lack of guards, but Shi Xiaobai's attitude was extremely irritating. Mose mentally treated Shi Xiaobai as if he was a dead person. To be able to pull out a sword that held the world together meant that he was an enemy of the entire underworld. If not for Hizitha's insistence on the game, Mose would have already diced Shi Xiaobai into pieces. Go! Mose spat out a word coldly once again. Shi Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders, and every step he took, he turned back thrice at the black broadsword he had left behind. He could sense the sword crying out to him, and could sense the intense indignation and sadness from the sword. However, there was no other way. Bro, saving you would result in the collapse of the world. How can you be saved? Shi Xiaobai looked up into the sky. At this moment, the sky had already turned half dark purple and half gray. There were only 2 scarlet moons left, and all of this was a result of him pulling out the sword. After hesitating for a while, Mose flew towards the black broadsword. Although Shi Xiaobai had stuck it back into the ground, only the heavens knew if he had done so firmly. Mose gripped the handle with both his hands and used his strength to tug at it, but the sword remained motionless. Good, it was very firm. Mose tried using his strength again, but the broadsword remained motionless. Mose clenched his teeth and used all his strength, but the sword remained immovable like a mountain. Mose stared and strained every muscle he had, and finally, the broadsword still did not move. Mose heaved a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth suffused a smile as he raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He turned to look at Shi Xiaobai before coldly saying follow. With that, he ran forward again. Shi Xiaobai looked at Mose back and was somewhat dumbfounded as his lips twitched. Fucking retard. This king promises he won't secretly return to pull the sword, alright? Was there a need to act so realistically in an attempt to deceive this king into thinking that the sword is very firmly in place? Would this king not know how easy it was to pull the sword out? Shi Xiaobai turned back to look at the black broadsword before he clenched his teeth to chase up to Mose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Are you kidding me? Chapter 133, Are you kidding me? After nearly 10 minutes of traveling, Mose finally came to a stop. The way he looked at Shi Xiaobai was one of slight astonishment. This human was able to keep up with him for 10 minutes at 50% of his speed without looking exhausted? In fact, Shi Xiaobai was slightly exhausted, but with unleaking turtle aura sustaining him, he did not look tired. When Mose came to a stop, Shi Xiaobai had quietly heaved a sigh of relief. Even after he had managed to gain insights into conserving his psionic power after more than 2,000 rounds of defeat in virtual competition, the amount of psionic power reserves he had was still lacking. Shi Xiaobai immediately realized that he had to cogitate more in the future. Yes, it was to become stronger, and definitely not because the world of imagination and cogitation was very fun. Follow me. Mo's voice woke Shi Xiaobai up from his reverie. At this moment, they were in front of a high wall more than a dozen meters tall. The high wall had a steep flight of stairs that stretched to the top of the high wall. As Shi Xiaobai walked up the flight of steps, the view he could take in increased. When he arrived at the top, looking back, all he saw was vast black plains. However, when Shi Xiaobai looked on the opposite side of the high wall, he nearly popped his eyes out. He saw the high wall stretch out to form a gigantic square that was more than a dozen meters deep and 1,000 meters wide. And at the bottom of the enclosure was a huge dragon lying prone on the ground. It was a large dragon of Western origins. It was hundreds of meters long and 10 meters wide. Its entire body shimmered with a beautiful luster just like white jade. And on each side of its body, there a golden resplendent wing. At this moment, the dragon was lying on the ground as though it was sleeping. What made Shi Xiaobai the most surprised was that there was a series of skulls lining the boundary of the high wall. And these thousands of skulls shot out a red beam of light. From the four sides, it converged to one point. And at one point was the gigantic dragon's heart. Through the pair of golden wings and the jade-white body, a gigantic red heart was illuminated by the numerous beams of red light. The heart did not appear motionless, but it was slowly contracting before it slowly expanded, a movement that was none other than a heartbeat. But at this moment, the gigantic dragon's heart was so slow that it seemed ridiculous. It only finished a contraction and expansion cycle after half a minute. This was the first time Shi Xiaobai saw a real Western dragon. His eyes lit up as his breathing turned fiery. Isn't this king's mount, the dragon of supreme command? Shi Xiaobai grinned. He had previously created a gigantic dragon mount in his cogitation world. It did not look much different from the gigantic white dragon. At this moment, a bugle was blown. Shi Xiaobai's pupils contracted as he saw a row of black-dressed people standing in the middle of the other three sides of the high wall. They were waving their hands in unison as fire plumes shot down from the high wall at the gigantic white giant. Pwa pwa pwa, dot. The flames would extinguish almost instantly after they landed on the gigantic dragon's body. It did not leave any burn marks behind, but the white dragon let out a soft and weak groan. The dragon's groan was filled with fatigue. At the same time, another bugle was blown. Kill! Beneath the high wall, a group of soldiers dressed in armor ran from all four directions. With sabers in hand, they charged at the gigantic dragon. Clang, clang. Every saber instantly shattered when they cleaved the gigantic dragon. However, once the soldiers were done, another batch of soldiers would appear, retreating only until all the soldiers' sabers were shattered. The white dragon was still lying prostrate. It did not even open its eyes and its body did not even flinch. Its heart that was being illuminated by the red beams of light was still beating slowly, at an extremely slow speed. It was as though it was using all its strength to barely complete a beat cycle. Why? Shi Xiaobai finally caught his breath after seeing this. He turned to look at Mose, but as he had too many questions, he could only ask a single word. What's wrong with this dragon? Why are you treating it this way? Why was he shown this scene? What has this got to do with Hizitha's game? Mose said in a deadpan manner, this is an abyssal demonic dragon that comes from the abyss. It has been sealed in the underworld for more than a millennium. What you just saw were actions to ensure that the demonic dragon does not recover its strength. Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he asked another question, what does it mean? Mose pointed to the rows of skulls that shot red beams of light and said, this is a S-class restraining array formation. It's used to imprison the demonic dragon's heart, and limit the frequency and amplitude of the demonic dragon's heartbeat. By keeping the amplitude and frequency to its lowest, it will result in restraining its movements. This restraining array formation has lasted for 1,000 years, yet it has never been able to completely destroy the demonic dragon's heart. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he came to a realization moments after he pondered over it. It was no wonder the gigantic dragon's heartbeat was so slow and weak. Mose carried on. And the most powerful thing about this demonic dragon is that its strength is constantly recovering, something that even this S-class restraining array formation is unable to completely seal. So those waves of long-range and melee attacks are used to drain its accumulated strength. This is to ensure that the demonic dragon is constantly in its weakest state. If it can be killed, all the better. Shi Xiaobai was left speechless with wonder when he heard this. He asked again, why are you doing this to it? It might have to do with how the gigantic white dragon resembled the mount in Shi Xiaobai's imagination, which resulted in Shi Xiaobai feeling pity for it. Mose sneered and said, because it's a demonic dragon that has committed the most atrocious of sins. The underworld has imprisoned it for a millennium, and have tried numerous times to kill it, but it has never succeeded. If the demonic dragon is at its full power, probably no one in the underworld can capture it again. If it were to escape, all life in the underworld would be destroyed. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he silently gave the dragon a big thumbs up. To not die after 1,000 years of imprisonment, how strong must its life force and will be? This king understands what you said, but what has this got to do with the game? Shi Xiaobai asked, but he was feeling rather speechless with how Mo's continued to keep him guessing at the game rules. A strange glint flashed in Mo's eyes as he let out a cold and hoarse laughter. He looked at the gigantic white dragon and said, "The game rule set by Master is very simple. You are given 1 hour to kill the abyssal demonic dragon." "Are you kidding me?" Shi Xiaobai said in English, as he was dumbfounded. "All of you have failed to kill it after torturing it for 1,000 years, but you want this king to kill it in an hour. You still have 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Mose turned his head away and sneered, "Master has said that when you succeed the game's mission, he will tell you everything. If you lose the game, you will become the demonic dragon's lunch." Shi Xiaobai's expression changed. This somewhat difficult game was a bit sick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Can you give this king a knife? Chapter 134, Can you give this king a knife? When he reached the bottom of the opposite side of the high wall, Shi Xiaobai was once again astonished when saw the prostrating white dragon at a close distance. The white body and golden wings were like beautiful smooth jade in shimmering gold. Standing beside the gigantic dragon felt like he was standing in front of a mountain carved out of white jade and gold. Draining the gigantic white dragon of its energy happened every 3 hours, hence, Shi Xiaobai had the right to torture the gigantic white dragon during this hour. However, when Shi Xiaobai walked in front of the white dragon's head, his heart began to palpitate rapidly. He felt that he had previously seen this white dragon before, as if he had former ties with it. Shi Xiaobai sighed slightly. He dismissed his erroneous feelings as having arose because of the white dragon's resemblance to the dragon of supreme command he cogitated. At this moment, the white dragon had its eyes tightly shut while it took a long while to exhale dragon's breath. Shi Xiaobai could not help but reach his hand out to touch the white dragon's chin. He felt a cold and smooth touch that resembled beautiful jade. The white dragon naturally would not react to such a gentle touch. However, from the groan it had previously produced while it was being attacked by the fire plumes, it was obvious that the white dragon was not sleeping. Indeed, with it being tortured every few hours, how could it sleep soundly? And this white dragon was closing its eyes while taking extremely long breaths. Its body was motionless, probably because it was nearly drained of its energy. With its heart being restrained, its energy was constantly weakened. If not for the last strand of energy it possessed, its heart would have long stopped. This little white dragon is truly a pitiful fellow. Shi Xiaobai stroked the white dragon's chin, feeling pity for it. Having been imprisoned for 1,000 years, what sort of loneliness would that be? Struggling to stay alive for 1,000 years, what sort of sorrow would that be? "You still have 50 minutes, said Mo's cold voice. Shi Xiaobai was stunned as he realized that he had spent 10 minutes hesitating. Although Shi Xiaobai had turned slightly soft-hearted for the gigantic dragon, there was no other way. This gigantic dragon was a demonic dragon that had committed atrocities. If he could not kill it in an hour, the game would end in failure. He would not obtain information about Chen Lingxuan's whereabouts, nor could he save Chen Lingxuan from impending death. What atrocities did this little white dragon commit? Shi Xiaobai turned around and asked softly. He needed a reason to convince himself to wrench his heart and kill the gigantic white dragon. Mo's eyes shimmered before he said, "This abyssal demonic dragon escaped out of the abyss and stepped into the human world, killing thousands of commoners. Finally, the king of the underworld kings, Hades, led 7 underworld kings and managed to subjugate the abyssal demonic dragon. Later on, they used S-class restraining array formations to restrain the demonic dragon's heart. Due to certain reasons, the demonic dragon was not killed and forgotten by Hades in this underworld. In short, it has killed more than 10,000 lives." Shi Xiaobai was stunned before he nodded and took a deep breath. More than 10,000 lives. This reason was sufficient. Shi Xiaobai walked towards the gigantic white dragon's body. The heart that had its contours revealed by the red beams of light was still expanding and contracting, while a golden wing was tightly covering its chest. "Can you help this king move its wing away?" Shi Xiaobai requested for Mo's assistance. Upon hearing this, Mose hesitated for a moment before walking over. He said, "I'm not supposed to help you, but since moving the wing isn't something difficult, and I'm very curious over the method you would use to kill the demonic dragon, this is the only help I'll be giving you." Shi Xiaobai was slightly stunned. Moving such a large golden wing wasn't difficult? At this moment, Mose had already flown up. As he grabbed a corner of the golden wing with one hand, he flew towards the right. The golden wing was slowly moved by Mose in this manner as a white chest was slowly revealed. Once Mose released his hand, the golden wing fell to the ground beside the dragon's body. It no longer reached out to cover its chest. Upon seeing this, Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath. The white dragon no longer had the strength to move its wings. It didn't even have the strength to resist Mose. Shi Xiaobai could clearly see a thin red line across the white dragon's chest. This red line had previously been seen on those skeleton soldiers back in the virtual world. Hence, Shi Xiaobai knew very well that the weakness of the gigantic white dragon was located there. And at this moment, the white dragon no longer had the strength to hide its weakness. Shi Xiaobai gritted his teeth as he felt a baffling sense of anguish for the white dragon rising from his heart. However, this white dragon was a demonic dragon that had slaughtered more than 10,000 lives. If he did not kill the dragon, he was unable to save another life. "Sorry, forgive this king for having to kill you." Shi Xiaobai leaped onto the white dragon's chest. As he felt the white chest slowly rise up every minute beneath his feet, Shi Xiaobai squatted down, his eyes slightly heavy. Then, he raised his fist. At that moment, Shi Xiaobai aimed at the weak red line and used turtle speed divine punch. 1 minute later. Boom! After Shi Xiaobai's fist slowly accumulated its strength, all of its energy exploded out, slamming heavily into the white dragon's chest. A ear-piercing boom resounded. Mose, who was by the side, had his eyes glaze over. He could not figure out how such a fist that moved at the speed of a turtle could produce so much power. However, this punch was still far from enough. As the ear-piercing collision sounds echoed, the dragon's body did not even tremble. There was not even a depression left in the chest that was as white as jade. Indeed. Shi Xiaobai's right hand had previously used turtle speed divine punch once. Although it had recovered rapidly under the elder's healing, it had yet to fully recover. Hence, the turtle speed divine punch she used could only accumulate energy for a minute, so the amount of power it possessed was barely satisfactory. The white dragon's heart was still beating slowly, as though it was unaffected by the punch. Shi Xiaobai gave a wry smile. Even if he crippled his entire arm, the turtle speed divine punch that he delivered would have failed to cause the white dragon any harm. How could he easily break through a defense that was able to stubbornly withstand 1,000 years of torture? "Can you give this king a knife?" Shi Xiaobai slowly clenched his fist. He needed to use the pig slaughtering knife. Although Mose had mentioned that he had given his last bit of help, Mose was still very curious over the means Shi Xiaobai would employ to kill the demonic dragon. As such, he quickly found a steel knife for Shi Xiaobai. As Shi Xiaobai grasped the steel knife, he immediately felt a familiar power. This power would appear whenever he recalled the matters that had happened when he was young. This was the power of memories. Maybe, as the Archcardinal had said, the power of time? As Shi Xiaobai wielded the steel knife, he aimed at the red line weakness and used his strength to stab at the white dragon's chest. This knife was called pig slaughtering knife, also known as the benevolence of a butcher. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Being able to see you before my death. Chapter 135, Being able to see you before my death. Collapse. Clang. Dot. At the instant the steel knife stabbed into the gigantic white dragon's chest, the white dragon let out a low dragon's roar. At the same time, the steel knife shattered. Shi Xiaobai was forcefully thrown backwards as he crashed into the ground. The knife had dealt little damage to the white dragon, but it had at least made it roar. Although the damage was tiny, not a single mark was left on the white dragon's chest. The eyes of Mose changed drastically. There was fear and killing intent in the gaze that he used to look at Shi Xiaobai. Just standing by the side, that knife had made him feel that his life was threatened. He actually felt from the bottom of his heart fear for that knife? What sort of monster is this human? Mose wished that this meaningless game would quickly come to an end. This human who could pull out the sword that held the world together and produce such a threatening knife technique had to be killed early so that he could experience peace of mind. You still have half an hour left. Mose kindly reminded Shi Xiaobai. Shi Xiaobai crawled up from the ground and threw away the remnants of the steel knife left in his hand. He was having mixed feelings. He was constantly in a dilemma over whether to kill the gigantic white dragon or not. But the fact was that he could not kill it. His strongest attack, pig slaughtering knife, was unable to deal any life-threatening damage to the dragon. Then, what other methods did he have? Shi Xiaobai looked at the white dragon and was somewhat puzzled. Back when he used the pig slaughtering knife on the skeleton soldiers, the power of time flowed freely, but when it stabbed at the white dragon, it felt like the power was stuck. Was it because the white dragon was too powerful? Or was the white dragon qualitatively different from the skeleton soldiers? Shi Xiaobai walked forward once again and leaped onto the dragon's chest and slowly sat down. Even though he was nearing on despair when it came to the dragon's defenses, Shi Xiaobai was not one to give up ahead of time. Even if it was a game of the hardest difficulty and even if he believed it was impossible to complete it, Shi Xiaobai would seize every opportunity at an attempt to beat it. At that moment, Shi Xiaobai began to ignore the strange feeling that he kept experiencing from the beginning, nor did he consider if he should kill the gigantic white dragon or not. He slowly closed his eyes and began to ponder over the method he would employ to kill the dragon. Different ideas flashed past his mind, but each and every one of them was instantly rejected by him. You still have 20 minutes. Mo's cold voice was heard once again. Shi Xiaobai still had his eyes closed. As he experienced the undulating rise and fall of the dragon's chest, he sensed its weak strength. He began to consider how he could destroy such a strength. Yes, he did not need to deal too much damage to the gigantic dragon. He just needed to make the dragon lose the strength to maintain its heartbeat. Once its heart stopped beating, that meant its death. But how was he to drain the gigantic white dragon of its strength that allowed it to struggle for more than 1,000 years? Idea after idea appeared in Shi Xiaobai's mind, but under the overwhelming dragon's defense, these ideas were instantly snuffed. The methods of attrition he thought of were inferior to the hundreds of fire plumes, so how was it sufficient to drain the gigantic dragon of its remaining strength? Strength. The strength of its heartbeat. Shi Xiaobai began muttering to himself. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai lowered his head to look at his right hand, his eyes lighting up. This king has it. Shi Xiaobai had thought of an approach that might succeed. At this moment, Mose reminded him once again, you still have 10 minutes. Mo's voice had an impatient tone to it. In 10 minutes, he could personally kill this human that had managed to make him feel threatened despite being as weak as a worm. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath. If this method succeeded, it meant the dragon would die because of him, but for some reason, Shi Xiaobai found himself having difficulties breathing when he thought of this. Why was this the case? Shi Xiaobai shook his head and thought of how he had to kill a demonic dragon that had killed more than 10,000 lives. He thought of how he had to save Chen Lingxuan as he slowly reached out his right hand and adhered it closely to the white dragon's chest. A faint light halo began to bloom at the point where his right hand touched the white dragon's chest. Indeed, this king's superpower is not only limited to the chests of females. Shi Xiaobai could sense the weak strength from the white dragon's chest resonate with his right hand, confirming his speculation. His right hand could draw strength out from Rico in the form of a sword. At this moment, he would extract the final bit of strength the white dragon used to maintain its heartbeat. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt the gigantic dragon's strength produce a strong resistance. It was a resistance against death, as such it was resisting crazily. But... sorry, this king has to kill you, Shi Xiaobai angrily roared as the halo around his hand suddenly penetrated the gigantic dragon's body. Shi Xiaobai had actually concealed a secret from Rico. When he extracted the powers of others, other than needing to wait for others to voluntarily give their powers, he could also take the initiative to snatch their power. He was a king, and his right hand was a king's right hand. He could obtain the power of his subjects. He could also obtain power through conquest. At this moment, Shi Xiaobai was conquering the power in the white dragon's heart. In theory, this was a nearly impossible task. Even though the white dragon was extremely weak, it would not be conquered by Shi Xiaobai's strength. However, if the white dragon used the final bit of its strength to resist Shi Xiaobai's domination, that meant that it no longer had the strength to maintain its heartbeat. Oh. The gigantic white dragon suddenly opened its eyes at this moment as it raised its head with great difficulty. It looked towards its chest where Shi Xiaobai, who was constantly using his power in an attempt to conquer it, was sitting. Finally, it let out a few whimpering dragon roars. The dragon roars were filled with sorrow, helplessness, as well as grievance. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaobai was fully concentrated on conquering the white dragon's power. He did not hear the dragon's roaring, but if he could hear it. But there was no if in this world. If only there was no if. The white dragon's whimpering came to an end. Its heartbeat stopped. This meant that its life had come to its end. Shi Xiaobai did not manage to conquer the white dragon even at the very last moment, but he had succeeded in limiting the white dragon's final ounce of strength, which resulted in the white dragon lacking the strength to maintain its heartbeat. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head to look at the white glow around his hand that was about to extinguish like a candle. At the moment when the white dragon's heart stopped beating, the final power of the white dragon was held in Shi Xiaobai's hands. This white glow was very, very cold, exactly like Shi Xiaobai's fingers at that very moment. Suddenly a tear streamed down the corners of Shi Xiaobai's eyes. Why? Why was he so sad? Why did he feel like he had killed an existence that he should not have killed? At this moment, the white glow that was about to disperse suddenly jumped in Shi Xiaobai's palm, shooting at an extremely fast speed into Shi Xiaobai's head. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his mind go into a trance as the world in front of him flickered incessantly. Shi Xiaobai instinctively closed his eyes. When Shi Xiaobai opened his eyes again, all he saw in front of him was whiteness. And in that endless white world, there was a conspicuous color, the contour of a person's figure. Shi Xiaobai's blurry eyes began to slowly focus. I'm very happy that I can see you, the adorable Shi Xiaobai, one last time before I die. A familiar but unfamiliar voice echoed as Shi Xiaobai's pupils violently constricted. The blurry world instantly turned clear as he saw a person standing not far from him in the snow-white world. The person was a silver-haired youth with a handsome face, with a faint smile suffusing from the corner of his lips. He wore a gray short-sleeved shirt and blue shorts, with both hands in his pockets. It was the only color in the whiteness. But a red beam of light from the silver-haired youth's chest drew the outline of a heart. This red light that formed the heart was quiet, so quiet, as though it was painted on, quietly having its beating cease. Chapter 135, Being Able to See You Before My Death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, You Have Successfully Infuriated Me. Chapter 136, You Have Successfully Infuriated Me. Instructor's Office. This game can still be considered interesting, but are you certain about not immediately killing this human? The red blob of light said with a hoarse voice. Hizitha's lips revealed a pleasant smile as he said, "No, the game has not ended. Since the naughty toy has completed my game, he should obtain the reward he deserves. Before I tell him that Chen Lingxuan is the demonic dragon that he had just personally killed, he is not to die." "Zze, this is very reminiscent of your style, but..." The red blob of light coldly sneered and said, packaging a reward in the form of a despairing punishment. "This seed likes your methods greatly. When that human knows that the so-called demonic dragon is actually a holy dragon and everything that Mo said was a lie, and that the holy dragon he had just killed was the Chen Lingxuan he was looking for, this seed will look forward to his face when he suffers a breakdown. But this seed believes it's best that this person dies as soon as possible. A human that is able to pull out the world suppression sword and kill a holy dragon with his bare hands should not be spared." But Hizitha's eyes flashed a trace of hesitation as he stopped speaking halfway. "But you can't bear doing so, dot." The red blob of light teased, "This seat knows your quirks. You can't bear to directly kill interesting toys. Using games to make your toys suffer a breakdown to the point of becoming worthless toys before finally destroying them. You enjoy such a process. Whatever. That human will not live long anyway, so this seat shall just patiently wait." Hizith revealed a stiff smile and said, "Thank you for your understanding." The red blob of light suddenly asked, "Actually, this seat is puzzled over one thing. What made you think that the human could kill the holy dragon?" Hizith shook his head and said, "No, I'm also very surprised that he was able to kill the holy dragon. However, I had planted a triggering curse on the holy dragon. As long as I activate the trigger at the last moment, it would result in an illusion of the holy dragon being killed by him. This holy dragon is after all still young. If he was given a few more years, I'm afraid I can't do anything to him. Hence, regardless of the case, he would eventually be able to kill the holy dragon. It was only the process that exceeded my expectations." The red blob of light fell silent for a moment before saying, "I seldom see you go to such ends to design a game. Should I label this human lucky or unlucky? Alright, it's time to end the game. This seat can't wait to eat that holy dragon." Hizith nodded as his mouth curled into an evil smile. He could not wait to tell Shi Xiaobai the cruel truth. That was the most interesting and exciting aspect of this game. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded. "You have successfully infuriated me." A beam of light bloomed, as a purple-haired girl dressed in a black gothic dress walked out of the light. In the white world, there were two colored figures, both teenage boys. They were not far away from each other, but they seemed to exist in two different worlds. Shi Xiaobai slowly focused and managed to identify the silver-haired youth to be the Chen Lingxuan he had been looking for and trying to save. Similarly, he saw the motionless heart outline painted by the red light. Shi Xiaobai felt like he was struck by lightning as he instantly understood all that had happened. Why his heart was constantly resisting seeing the gigantic white dragon as a demonic dragon described by Mose. Why he could not bear to strike the gigantic white dragon. Why he felt like he had made a terrible mistake when he killed the gigantic white dragon. Why the absolute choice would offer the choice of kill Chen Lingxuan. All the questions were answered at that very instant. That gigantic white dragon had been Chen Lingxuan all along. And he had really killed Chen Lingxuan with his own hands. But why? Even more questions began to arise. Why was Chen Lingxuan a white dragon? Why was he being trapped in this underworld? Why was Hizith treating Chen Lingxuan in such a manner? Shi Xiaobai immediately wanted to apologize for his stupid mistake, as well as ask the surging questions in his mind. As a result, he had many things he wanted to say at that moment. But Shi Xiaobai realized he could not make a sound. His body was similarly motionless. He couldn't even blink his eyes. The current Shi Xiaobai could not say a thing, nor could he do a thing. I'm already very satisfied that I am able to meet you before departing. However, it is a pity that I would not be able to hear you cockily address yourself as this king nut. Chen Lingsuan's gaze that fell upon Shi Xiaobai was extremely soft. He said gently, "This is deep in your consciousness. You are unable to make any sound nor make any motions. So, please do not force yourself, as it will be very painful. You should just quietly listen to what I have left to say, alright?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai struggled more vigorously. How could he calm down? He had to say something, he had to do something. But just as Chen Lingsuan said, regardless if he struggled to the end, he would not be able to produce a sound or move, just like a vegetable. Furthermore, the more he struggled, the more intense the pain he experienced in his consciousness. Even his unleaking turtle aura was useless here, so the pain was extremely realistic. However, Shi Xiaobai immediately struggled with greater force. He felt like he was imprisoned in a cage woven by thorns. To charge out of the cage, he had to constantly and forcefully slam into the sharp edges of the thorns, regardless of how injured he was. Chen Lingsuan suddenly sighed and said, "I know you would definitely not listen to me. Even if the struggling is very painful, you would end up using more strength struggling, attempting to break free of the shackles of your consciousness. Because you are such a person. Shi Xiaobai, I know you have always been like that, an adorable person. Although I have many things I want to tell you, if you were to continue struggling in pain, I will be leaving now. So, can you quietly listen to what I have to say, can you?" Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai felt like his heart had been pricked. That was a pain more painful than the struggle in his consciousness, but he slowly forced himself to calm down, because he similarly could not ignore Chen Lingsuan's request. "Thank you." After Chen Lingsuan said those two words softly, he could accurately guess what Shi Xiaobai was thinking, despite Shi Xiaobai looking expressionless like an existence that resembled a picture. This was probably because of his intelligence, but mostly because he believed that Shi Xiaobai was like the person he knew, an adorable person. "Shi Xiaobai, just as your heart has managed to guess at this moment, I am that gigantic white dragon." Chen Lingsuan took a deep breath and said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, you challenged Hizitha's game. Although I do not know why you challenged Hizitha's game, but the game was probably about killing me in an allocated period of time. Of course, Hizith had definitely deceived you, creating lies that I'm an evil existence like a demonic dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 137, A Very Silly Story. Chapter 137, A Very Silly Story. Chen Lingsuan sighed softly. Hizitha's goal was to make you kill me with your own hands, so even if you lacked the ability to kill me, he would definitely have created an illusion of you successfully killing me. In fact, he had planted a curse with a trigger. He could kill me at any time. So, my death was destined. Furthermore, the reason for my death was because I was not being careful. If I had hidden properly and prevented Hizith from discovering my true identity, this would not have happened. So Shi Xiaobai, you do not need to be too self-critical of yourself. What you should really do now is, live on. Chen Lingsuan's expression turned a bit more serious as he solemnly said, "Although I do not know why you would suddenly ask Hizith for his underwear, I guess, you still do not know that you have completely triggered Hizith's peeve. This matter might have been unintentional on your part, but you need to be aware of the seriousness of the situation. For Hizith to design such a game, it clearly indicates his attention for you. The more he pays attention to a toy, the more he wants to destroy it. Now, he has achieved his goals through this game. So, the next step he will do is most likely, kill you. However, Hizith will only do so after you begin to blame yourself when he reveals the truth." Chen Lingsuan took a deep breath and calmly analyzed, "Now, you are in Hizith's underworld. Trying to forcefully escape it is almost impossible. Maybe His Excellency One Pun will be able to use God's Guardian to save you, but in the underworld, it is very difficult for His Excellency One Pun to guarantee your safety. So, your greatest chance of survival is to prevent Hizith from obtaining the satisfaction he desires. Shi Xiaobai, you have to appear indifferent when Hizith tells you the truth, you can pretend like you have never heard of the name Chen Lingxuan. You must make Hizith thinks that you were unmoved by the game he had designed, but perhaps saying it this way is very laughable and tragic, but Shi Xiaobai, you have to maintain your greatest value as a toy. By preventing Hizith from having the desire to kill you, that will maximize your chances of living on. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he felt his heart aching. If he could say something, he would probably roar and say, "Stop speaking." Chen Lingxuan's analysis was very accurate and very reasonable. He had used a tiny bit of information and his logical deduction to guess all that had happened, and even provided Shi Xiaobai the most reasonable way to live on. However, he who was about to die was constantly worried about the safety of another person while leaving behind his final words. He was calmly analyzing the situation for someone else, and even calmly proposed the heartless request of pretending not to know him. What sort of selflessness was this? Why was he so selfless to the person who had killed him? Shi Xiaobai's consciousness struggled once again. He desired greatly to say, "Stop speaking." At least, stop being so considerate for him. At this moment, Chen Lingxuan suddenly said, "Shi Xiaobai, I'm already dead. No one can save me. But you can still live on. Furthermore, you must live on. For yourself, and for me. There is a matter I would like to request of you. First of all, please listen to my story." At a particular corner in a noisy bar, a handsome silver-haired youth and a voluptuous red-haired beauty were sitting across from each other. No matter where these two people were, they were supposed to attract the attention of everyone. They were clearly prey in a chaotic bar. But from the beginning to the end, no one disturbed them. Occasionally, a person walking by would turn ashen after seeing the red-haired beauty and leave in a panic. When they saw the silver-haired youth, their eyes will glaze over before they turned around to leave. The silver-haired youth was constantly pouring alcohol for himself and drinking it. He did not even look at the red-haired beauty in the eye. As for the red-haired beauty, her eyes were focused on the silver-haired youth as though it would burn through him. The way she looked at him was one of unadulterated love between a man and woman. "Are you trying to drink yourself silly?" the red-haired beauty suddenly said. The silver-haired youth did not respond, but continued pouring alcohol for himself. The red-haired beauty gave an ambiguous smile and said, "Fine, once you are drunk, my chance will come." The silver-haired youth continued drinking his alcohol. The red-haired beauty coldly snorted and said, "I have been seducing you for 5 straight years without any success. I am even beginning to suspect that you have a problem down there. When I take advantage of you being drunk, I want to see if your prowess in bed is crap." The silver-haired youth's hand paused before he said in an expressionless manner, "Virgin, shut up." The red-haired beauty's breathing stagnated as her face turned red. She immediately cursed, "Who have I been staying chaste for? You heartless jerk. TSK, go ahead and drink, keep drinking till you are drunk. I will let you see how rich my theoretical knowledge is." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired youth poured from the bottle of alcohol again, but this time, the bottle was empty. The silver-haired scanned the numerous empty bottles on the table before standing up in an expressionless manner. He was prepared to head to the counter to buy a few more bottles of alcohol. At this moment, the red-haired beauty tugged at the silver-haired youth's hand. "Can you stop drinking?" the red-haired beauty said softly. The silver-haired youth gave her a light glance and said, "I want to get drunk today, but..." "You never drink alcohol, and you want to get drunk on the first day you drink?" The red-haired beauty hurriedly said, "I'm very worried, because you seem to be in great pain. If you are trying to escape your pain from drinking, I wish you would do it through another method, such as telling your pain to others." The silver-haired youth was startled before he said with a faint smile, "After I'm drunk, I might engage in drunken sex uncontrollably." The red-haired beauty immediately exclaimed and pinched the back of the silver-haired youth's hand and said angrily, "Why are you so shameless?" The red-haired beauty's face blushed after she reprimanded him. Following that, she said, "Do you think I'm yearning it so much? Anyway, you are prohibited from drinking. The silver-haired youth's eyes flashed as he suddenly took a step forward and sat beside the red-haired beauty. He extended his arm around the red-haired beauty's waist and with his other hand, raised her chin. The red-haired beauty's eyes immediately glazed over as she stuttered, You are drunk. Do you know, whenever your face is this red, how much I wish to? The silver-haired youth's voice suddenly turned extremely ambiguous. The red-haired beauty's face blushed even redder as she slowly closed her eyes and gently pursed her lips. The silver-haired youth gave a bitter smile. But he did not do anything. Because most of the time, no matter how much you desire to do something, it was impossible for you to do it. The silver-haired youth gently turned towards the counter. The red-haired beauty slowly opened her eyes as her blushing face turned pale, but her eyes were turning red. I wonder, if pain can be told to others, then, will you willing to be that listener? A gentle voice echoed into her ears as the red-haired beauty turned her head in surprise. She realized that the silver-haired youth had returned, and was sitting on another sofa, with a new bottle of alcohol in his hand. Yes. The red-haired beauty hurriedly responded, afraid that her response would be slower by even a second. The silver-haired youth gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, It is a very silly story. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, A Sorrow That Should Be Drowned. Chapter 138, A Sorrow That Should Be Drowned. In the pure white world. Chen Lingxuan began to narrate his story. I'm both human and dragon. It can also be said that I'm a human that can transform into a dragon. In historical records, our race's existence is known as the Golden White Holy Dragon race. After surviving the first apocalypse, due to unknown reasons, my clan was slowly forgotten by others. The form of forgetting is a kind of curse. People are unable to remember our existence. They would even subconsciously ignore and forget our existence. Hence, we call ourselves the Forgotten Dragon Clan. However, not only was the Forgotten Dragon Clan forgotten by humans, but we were also gradually abandoned by the human world. Our clan found it harder and harder to reproduce. Over time, more of my clansmen died from age or illnesses. Our purity in our bloodline lessened, resulting in fewer and fewer of my clansmen being able to transform into dragons. Thousands of years later, in the current generation, there were only 14 of my clansmen left. When Chen Lingxuan said this, a flash of pain appeared in his eyes. I was one of the only 14 remaining members of the Forgotten Dragon Clan. Also, I am the only one in the Dragon Clan that has the ability to transform into a dragon. In other words, I am the last Golden White Holy Dragon. My parents, my elder brothers, and my clan regarded me as the most important existence. In the noisy bar. The silver-haired youth was narrating his silly story to the red-haired beauty. His birth was acclaimed by our clansmen as the gift of the dragon god. This was because before his birth, there was no one in the Forgotten Dragon Clan who was able to transform into a dragon. The bloodline of the Golden White Holy Dragon was already snuffed out. The silver-haired youth said with a gentle tone, to the other clansmen, he was the last Golden White Holy Dragon in the world, and also the last hope of the Golden White Holy Dragon race. But to me, he was only my younger brother. When the red-haired beauty heard this, she said softly, You must have loved him tenderly. The silver-haired youth flashed a tender look as he softly said, As our Forgotten Dragon Clan distanced ourselves from humans, the 14 of us lived in a tiny deserted village. I was the only other person back then who was not yet of age, so, he was my younger brother, as well as my only playmate. I desired greatly to share all my toys with him. Those so-called toys were actually not fun at all. At least, I got sick of them early on, but, seeing how he could be so happy the whole day with a silly toy, I had a thought, that one day, I will find him the most fun and interesting toy in the world. The red-haired beauty was startled as she muttered in an inaudible voice, I'm so jealous. In the snow-white world. Chen Lingsuan's face was filled with nostalgia. As the only clansman who was able to transform into a dragon, I was given strict psionic ability cultivation from a very young age. Do you know, Shi Xiaobai, that in fact, I reached the 4th level of the psionic mortal realm at the age of 6? Chen Lingsuan suddenly gave a sly smile and said, as for my present strength, it's definitely enough to beat the hell out of you. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaobai felt that if not for the inappropriate atmosphere and him being unable to speak, he would have said in high spirits, come on, let's hurt each other. Chen Lingsuan sighed and said, a child, even if he was a so-called golden white holy dragon, would easily feel helpless and break down when faced with strenuous training in the hopes of all the clansmen. But thankfully, I had my elder brother. Brother was worried that I could not endure the difficulty of the training, so he would find a new toy for me every day. However, in that remote mountain far from humanity, how could there be any fun toys? So all those toys were in fact very boring. However, every time my brother brought a new toy, I would deliberately appear extremely happy. Because, to me, what was most important was not the toy, but my brother being by my side, attempting to coax a smile from me. Until one day, I did something wrong and was punished to kneel by my parents. Back then, I was crying very sadly, and upon saying this, Chen Lingsuan's eyes turned gloomy. Then, what happened next? The red-haired beauty had quietly moved to a position closer to the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth glanced at her and said with dull eyes, he cried miserably. Not a single toy was able to coax him. Then, I told him I would find the most fun toy in the whole wide world, before I secretly left the village. The silver-haired youth gradually bowed his head in order to hide his slightly red eyes. The red-haired beauty asked in puzzlement, you didn't find it? No, I found it. Chen Lingsuan sighed deeply. In a bid to find the most fun toy in the world, my elder brother secretly left the village. I was very upset back then, so I did not stop him. I am very thankful for not stopping him. Because not long after brother left the village, a bunch of people came to the village, a bunch of people with weapons. Upon saying this, he was nearly gritting his teeth while saying the words people with weapons. Shi Xiaobai's heart began to race as an ominous feeling spontaneously arose. They were there for me. Chen Lingsuan clenched his teeth and said hatefully, they were just like Hizith. They had used certain methods to be immune from the forgotten curse. They knew of my existence, and came to the village to take me, the golden white holy dragon, away. My clansmen who had avoided strife their entire lives, were easily taken down without much resistance. But thankfully, this bunch of people only knocked my clansmen unconscious and did not kill them. Chen Lingsuan suddenly choked up as he drew a few deep breaths before he forcefully calmed himself down. He said with great difficulty, but I was very scared back then, afraid I would lose my consciousness. Then when I woke up. Chen Lingsuan closed his eyes and used all his might to say, when I woke up, the village had been reduced to ruins. Corpses were strewn everywhere. There were those people, as well as my own clansmen. In the noisy bar. The silver-haired youth looked up and took a breath before lowering his head and said with a trembling voice, under extreme fear, he completed his first dragon transformation. Having lost his consciousness, he killed everyone, but when I returned to the village in great excitement from the human world with a toy I found, he was kneeling in front of my clansmen's tombs. He was deadpan, with 2 streaks of blood across his face. The red-haired beauty reached out her hand to hold onto the silver-haired youth's hand, while her other hand covered her gaped mouth. Her eyes were filled with pained love. The silver-haired youth said in pain, he was only 8 years old, but he knew everything. He knew that everyone was killed after his dragon transformation. So he blamed himself, believing that he was the one who killed the other 12 clansmen. Can you imagine? An 8-year-old child digging 12 graves himself, moving the dismembered corpses into them. Can you imagine an 8-year-old child say to you, kill me, brother? Kill me, brother. Kill me, brother. Upon hearing this, 2 streams of tears immediately flowed out of the red-haired beauty's eyes. She covered her mouth, trying her best not to let out a cry. She leaned over and hugged the youth. He was blaming himself, but do you know, I blamed myself more than he did, because those darn bunch of people was able to find the village all because of me. The silver-haired youth gave a low growl as 2 burning hot tears rolled down his face. The red-haired beauty muttered to herself, so that was the case, the reason why you have been constantly looking for that organization. The silver-haired youth nodded and said, all of this was not my brother's fault, but my fault. It was that darn organization's fault. I want to kill them all. And then commit suicide. The silver-haired youth said in his heart. The red-haired beauty's heart trembled because she had guessed at the silver-haired youth's thoughts. She hurriedly changed subjects and said, then your brother is now. Saying that, the red-haired beauty immediately stopped, wishing she could slap herself in the face. The silver-haired youth quivered slightly before saying softly, whenever he sees me, he will blame himself. When I see him, I will blame myself even more, so I left him. I left my most important younger brother. The red-haired beauty heaved a sigh of relief. At least it was just him having separated from his younger brother, and nothing bad had happened to him. The silver-haired youth suddenly said, but my brother is about to die very soon, somewhere unknown to me. And I can't do a thing about it. So, shouldn't I get dead drunk? Some pain is not reduced in the least bit even if it was told to the world, wasn't it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Wait, you must wait. Chapter 139, Wait, you must wait. You have successfully infuriated me. A beam of light bloomed, as a purple-haired girl dressed in a black gothic dress walked out of the light. Hizitha's expression changed. The black eyeballs in the red blob of light also began to move. Callie looked at Hizith with a frosty look as she coldly said, it appears that my warning was apparently too light. Hizitha's mouth twitched as he turned around to look at the blob of red light. The blob of red light immediately said to Callie, Pixie, do you know who this seed is? Callie turned towards the red blob of light in a deadpan manner while remaining silent. The red blob of light sneered and said, this seed is the Abyss Ghost King, leading the Abyss Ghost race. I believe you must have heard of the Abyss, and you should know that the Abyss is an existence you cannot afford to offend. Callie remained silent, as though she was waiting for the red blob of light to continue speaking. The red blob of light's black eyeballs were in constant motion as it minced its words, this seed admits that you are very powerful, and this seed won't be able to do anything to you with this seed's strength being sealed, but there are countless existences in the Abyss that can defeat you. Hizith is a human protected by the Abyss. If you touch him, you are becoming the enemy of the entire Abyss. Callie remained silent, her eyes still as cold as ever. The black eyes on red blob of light began to move at a faster speed as it said in a deep voice, that kid is just a human with a bit more talent. You can find them a dime a dozen in this world. Do not do something stupid for a trivial human. Stand down. This seed knows that you will lose some face, but a bit of face compared to your life, you probably know this very well, having lived for so long. Are you done? Callie suddenly spoke softly, then it's time to die. The moment she said that, a holy white light suddenly burst out of the red blob of light. In just an instant, the red blob of light was enveloped by the radiating white light, disappearing completely before it could even let out a scream. You! Hizith looked in disbelief at Callie and said with a trembling voice, you actually killed the Abyss Ghost King? Callie looked at Hizith with cold eyes. Hizith's face went white. Hundreds of poker cards appeared out of nowhere as they aimed at Callie. But in just an instant, the hundreds of poker cards turned to ashes with a poof sound. Hizith's pupils violently contracted as a black beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping him completely. No, no. Hizith's face immediately began aging under the black light. His red hair turned white as his body began to bend. How did you? By the time Hizith said those 3 words, he had been reduced to a pile of white bones. At this moment, a gigantic face formed from a black dot rose up from Hizith's bones. Who is it that dares touch a person of my abyss? The gigantic black face had a pair of white eyeballs. With a roll of its eyeballs, it immediately saw Callie. It's you! No, everything was a misunderstanding. You. White light suddenly surged from every corner, immediately devouring the gigantic black face, causing its voice to come to an abrupt end. The instructor's office quietened down. Callie gave a gentle sigh. Darkness appeared beside her as she turned to step into the darkness. Moments later, she arrived in another world. This world was known as the Abyss. I'll spare 10%. With this thought in mind, countless wails and roars immediately reverberated through the abyss. In the White World. Chen Lingxuan had finished narrating his story. I have been looking for him all this while. At the beginning, I wished he would kill me and free me from my self-blaming. But I now understand that I'm being too selfish. How can my elder brother that loves me so much be able to do that? He must have been in great pain, so he had to leave. Chen Lingxuan sighed softly. Shi Xiaobai was quietly listening, but although he could not say a word, his emotions were constantly churning. His consciousness was constantly struggling. He wanted to say something, even it was just a word. Chen Lingxuan continued speaking, I have always been looking for him, because I wanted to ask for his forgiveness. I want to tell him that it's truly great that he is still alive. So Shi Xiaobai, can you complete my final wish? Live on and find him. Find my elder brother and help me say sorry and thank you to him. Chen Lingxuan's voice entered Shi Xiaobai's ears as he struggled with greater might. However, the more he struggled, the force that imprisoned his consciousness bound him tighter. It was as though thorns were wound tightly around his body. As he struggled, they would sink deeper into his flesh. Chen Lingxuan sighed in his heart as he looked at the expressionless Shi Xiaobai. He knew Shi Xiaobai definitely had many words to say, but in the deep depths of his consciousness, Shi Xiaobai could only be a quiet listener. At this moment in the White World, a small black hand like a twisted vine suddenly reached out. It appeared behind Shi Xiaobai and grabbed his shoulder. Chen Lingxuan's pupils constricted because the appearance of the black vine hand meant that there was not much time left. At the same time, another vine hand stretched out from the whiteness, grabbing Shi Xiaobai's face. There's not much time. Chen Lingxuan quickly said, Shi Xiaobai, you must pretend to forget me and deceive Hizith before you can succeed in living on. Help me find my elder brother. When you see him, you would definitely be able to identify him using your perception of God. When that happens, please help me tell him that in this life, becoming his younger brother was the luckiest thing in my life. Black vine hands began to appear out of the whiteness, grabbing Shi Xiaobai by the back and his limbs. Next, they slowly dragged Shi Xiaobai's body towards the pale whiteness. Shi Xiaobai's consciousness began to struggle violently. He knew that once the black vine hands dragged him into the whiteness, he would completely leave this world of consciousness. Then, the words he wanted to say the most would never be able to be transmitted to the present Chen Lingxuan. No! Shi Xiaobai roared angrily in his heart. Since this was the deepest depths of his consciousness, he could conquer himself. But, the black vine hands began to pull Shi Xiaobai's body at an accelerated pace. In less than 10 seconds, half of Shi Xiaobai's upper body had been pulled into the whiteness. Right, I still owe you a promise that when we meet again, I will address you as King. Chen Lingxuan waved at Shi Xiaobai, who was being pulled into the white mist, and grinned. Loudly, he said, Goodbye, my adorable liege. Bloop. The sound of water dripping was heard as Shi Xiaobai was completely devoured by the whiteness. Chen Lingxuan was the only person left in the white and barren world. The corner of his mouth slowly turned stiff as his eyes lost its light. In a while, he would die a lonely death in this white world. Bloop! Suddenly, the sound of water dripping reverberated throughout the white world. Chen Lingxuan's pupils contracted as he quickly looked up. He saw a tightly clenched fist suddenly appear from the white misty world. The fist had appeared to shatter something, allowing it to charge in here. Following that, a face and half a body appeared out of the whiteness with an explosion. Chen Lingxuan! A hoarse shout sounded from that figure. The half-figure that had reached out from the whiteness was tightly bounded by dozens of black vine hands. They were frantically pulling him into the white mist, but the half-figure was constantly struggling forward. He appeared like a person running while having a rope tied to him. Chen Lingxuan! Shi Xiaobai shouted the 3 syllables a second time, nearing tearing his throat apart. Chen Lingxuan gaped his mouth. Chen Lingxuan! Shi Xiaobai shouted the 3 syllables a third time, as though he would shatter the omnipresent whiteness. Chen Lingxuan's eyes were red. The black vine hands began to frantically pull at Shi Xiaobai's body. It even lacerated Shi Xiaobai's face, nearly pulling the skin from his face away. Shi Xiaobai straightened his right hand towards Chen Lingxuan and looked at him. Using all his strength, he shouted a sentence he had to communicate to him. This king will definitely save you. Shi Xiaobai's upper body had already been dragged into the white mist. Just wait. Shi Xiaobai's head was also being dragged into the white mist, leaving only his straightened right hand. You must wait. A black vine hand wound itself around Shi Xiaobai's right hand and lugged him in. The white world fell into silence once again. But Chen Lingxuan's eyes were extremely bright, having never dimmed. Even though he was about to die. Even though it was impossible to be saved. Even though he was still left alone. Chen Lingxuan still revealed a smile and said a sentence no one could hear. Yes, I'll wait for you.